If you bring a baby to a protest over an officer-involved shooting, you're negligent, 100%. And it is a human shield, because you are bringing that baby so that you don't get pepper sprayed or tear gas, blah, blah, blah. And then you're going to go and post about, they threw tear gas in the crowd to disperse, and I had a baby with me. And it's like...
look, I'm against, like, bringing a baby to a protest. I don't know if human shield's a little ridiculous, but... Jeb,
wait, don't concede that. What the fuck?
$50 donation from a Reshi guy to say, will Connor or Jeb acknowledge that she wasn't even participating in civil disobedience? She was just in a car. Officers came up aggressively, flaming tensions, causing a panic, and put themselves and everyone around them in danger. What did she do?
Hold on, I want to tell this guy to take his $50 and stick it right back up his own ass.
The best way to not let a car be a threat is if it's moving, get out of the way. And he had time to get out of the way.
Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of Whick TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Gang, today we're going to be talking about the ICE shooting of Renee Good that occurred last week. The internet's been abuzz. It has created protests across the country, and there is a large disagreement on what actually happened and why and who is responsible. Was this self-defense a justified shooting, or was this a public execution? We're going to talk about it today, and we're going to go through it, and we got some great guests to do so. We're going to give the ball first to Nonsmoker, and then we'll just move around. Just be concise, be brief, and then we'll get to the back and forth. Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, twitch.tv/non_smoker. Yeah, so I'm actually pretty interested to see where this goes, because I don't really see... Well, I understand why there's a controversy, because, you know, partisan brain rot, right? Like, there's just seems to be no way around it. But, yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, a woman was murdered for protesting ICE. It's pretty much that clear to me. There's tons of copium, there's tons of excuses, there's tons of people wanting to play, you know, fucking detective over here or whatever, and really all of it amounts to the fact that they're just running cover for authoritarianism, which is really ironic because all of those people, or many of those people, claim to be small government conservatives, and they have no problem whatsoever with stormtroopers essentially coming in and completely violating people's civil liberties, a rapid expansion of the powers of the federal government, where they act with complete impunity and no fear for any repercussions. And they fucking killed a woman and shot her in the fucking head. She was clearly driving away, attempting to drive away. This whole insane argument that she was directing her car towards an officer and about to kill him. I mean, I don't know where this is going to go. I'm interested to hear these two guys, who I generally like, try to argue the opposite of something that just seems pretty clear to anybody who isn't totally fucking running cover for the president.
Okay, we'll get to it, I'm sure. Lonerbox, what do you got?
I don't know, just looking at case law, it seems that in general, even up to this Supreme Court is not really all that generous towards cops who are standing in front of cars and behaving like assholes. But I don't know, we'll see. Totally unjustified. The defenses range from Trump's absolutely fucking deranged Truth Social post where he spoke about her like ramming into him and it's a miracle he's still alive, to I guess people trying to make it more nuanced. But yeah, I don't know how you can justify it.
Okay, I guess we'll find out. Jebtan, go ahead.
Yeah, I genuinely don't see where the case law argument is all the way up to this current Supreme Court. So yeah, my basic argument framework is vehicles are deadly weapons. A deadly weapon was pointed at least near, more than likely at, the officer. You do not have to wait for a deadly weapon to be actively firing at you or aimed right at your head to defend yourself, and so the officer was justified. Case law backs this up, and basically every case, and I have several cases to directly cite, but one sort of blanket note that at least two of them mentioned specifically is two of them specifically say there is no legal precedent to argue that an officer cannot defend himself in this way with a vehicle in front of him. And one of the core cases I'll be citing is 2C v. Billiot, wherein it's a very similar low-speed situation with a car attempting to flee without hitting an officer, but puts the officer in danger by virtue of driving toward him, even with the wheels jacked all the way to the right from a further distance, and they found him immune from. We found him qualified immune because it was a reasonable use of force, which is also what would be used to determine criminal charges. So I have more cases than that, but it seems to me basically every case law I've seen, even ones people have brought up to argue against me, has ended up kind of proving my point pretty explicitly. So I'm excited to see what he's going to cite.
Okay, we're going to get into it as we go. Counterpoints, please.
Yeah, I'm here to back up Jebtan. I want to eliminate all of the soy arguments, and I want the liberal and the lefties to arrive at the two realistically only defensible positions that you have in this argument. One of them is going to be officer-caused jeopardy, which means that a police officer acts in such a reckless way that they incite a violent incident, which, by the way, this is relatively novel case law. It's only been used in court in the past like 5 to 10 years, and it still hasn't. I think there's only one case in which it's actually resulted in, I think it was only civil penalties. I don't even think it was criminal penalties against a law enforcement officer. And then that's the only argument that you're going to have, is that by being an officer who was previously dragged in a previous incident, walking in front of the car the first time was officer caused jeopardy, and then walking again around the car and then stepping in front of the vehicle again is officer caused jeopardy. That's all you got. That's like the best argument that the libs and the progressives and the lefties have. Now, also, the only other thing that I think is worth considering was forwarded by my dear friend and parasocial lover, Pisco, which is effectively, would shooting that woman in the face end the threat? And the truth is that the cop would probably have gotten run over anyways had he been 6 inches or a foot to the left. Now, that's the thing is, with that argument, though, I don't think that it's reasonable to think that an officer should be making that calculation in the exact moment. But I do think it's something that law enforcement officers across the United States need to be trained on, because what they were trained on is deadly force, imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to yourself or others. Okay, you can use deadly force. That's the way they were trained in the academy. That's the way they're trained in FTO. That's the way they're trained in a billion scenarios that they do during monthly and quarterly trainings. The only way that you change that culture is by revamping the training, by saying there may be scenarios in which you are met with potentially deadly force that is legally justified, but it's inappropriate to do so because using deadly force will not actually resolve the situation to anybody's benefit. And by the way, that's an increase in training, not a criminal or civil indictment. So, yeah, I mean, I have like another 10,000 things, but I'll let it flow for now.
Yeah, we'll get into it as we go. Okay, and with that, we have open crosstalk, and if I tell you to shut up, it's because we can't hear you guys, and I might have questions as we go, but go ahead.
Let me give a disclaimer real quick for people who think that they agree with me to this point, however few there may be in your chat. If you're one of the people who's like, Renee Good was an agitator or a domestic terrorist, and so she deserved to die, fuck around, find out, nobody on this panel agrees with you, and that's fucking stupid. And if you're celebrating or digging up criminal records or trying to paint a picture wherein it was actually good that she died, just know that you're not going to be defended, so you should probably turn this off now.
Yeah, or her slam poetry from 5 years ago. Like,
yeah,
that's
or her parental status, or none of it is going to be brought up here because that's not the argument we're making.
Well, what is the argument you're making exactly? Like, is it? Because listen, I'm just gonna say, like, straight up, guys. You know, I'm not a lawyer. You know, like, I'm not really capable of having like a citing specific case law, or like going into this like I don't know, odd exercise of like trying to hold a trial for this ICE officer. You know, I'm concerned with the bigger implications of this, as I would imagine most people in the audience are. You know, like, what does this really mean for our country? And like, really, like, what were the political, social circumstances that led to this even happening in the first place? So I'm just curious, like, what is your purpose in arguing any of your points then, if you're not trying to defend the ICE officer, if you don't think that ultimately, you know, like her, I don't know, like appearance at this, you know, like little protest she was attempting to hold, like, if you're not against that, like, I'm not sure I really get the bigger picture here.
So to clarify, right, I am defending the ICE officer on the grounds that it was a justified shooting because of the deadly situation he was in. The reason being, I understand the arguments for precedent. Maybe we should, whether or not it's really legally justified, maybe we should can him just to make it clear that this can't happen. I would make in my opinion, even stronger argument to the contrary, that we're always going to be in times of political turmoil, and there's going to be a lot of individuals who are put in situations because of politics that are largely out of their control, and police officers who any precedent on this case will extend to are some of the most easily victimized in that group of political witch hunts, of cases where people expect them to pay for the crimes of a bunch of cops who got away. And so my thought is this: if it's legally justified, it's likely because we see moral justification in shooting at someone who is putting you at risk for your life when you're, in the line of duty as a police officer. If we decide to set that aside for this guy, how many cops are we going to justify violence against? Do we just say that any ICE officer, because if we think that ICE doesn't have jurisdiction and they shouldn't be able to do what they're doing, do we justify any violence against them? Are we allowed to put them in any sort of deadly situation and hope that they wait until we're actively squeezing a trigger to fire back? I don't like that precedent. And so I am defending this officer because I think this officer, to me, demonstrated on multiple different levels, and we can get into that later after Lonerbox gets his part out, demonstrated that he did not go there to kill Renee. He didn't even approach the car wanting to kill Renee. I think both officers demonstrated that on a couple of levels. But he ended up in a deadly situation that in part he did put himself in a bad position for, but the ultimate choice as to whether or not his life was in jeopardy was the person hitting the gas. And then she hit the gas. And Starks v. Black is a court precedent about that sort of jeopardy, right? Officer caused jeopardy, where the officer was found to I think got civil penalties. He was not immune because of officer-involved jeopardy. They specifically state in that case that the court and the plaintiff both agreed that if he stepped in front of the car before it started moving forward, all three officers would have been justified in shooting. It's because he jumped in front of the car as it was moving that he was not justified, and it was officer-involved jeopardy because it took the agency from the person driving.
I'm sorry for cutting you off.
That's
but
fine. It was long.
We're not in court. You know what I mean? Like, I haven't even read the case you're talking about. So for all I know, like, you're interpreting it totally incorrectly. I don't know. But even if I'm going to take your word for that, like, there's just two things I want to point out, and then I'll let this spread out a little bit, so it's not just me and you. But, like, so one thing that you're saying is we're always in times of political turmoil. Let's be clear about something. We are in an unprecedented time of political turmoil. And it's the direct result of the immigration policies of this administration, and particularly the rhetoric around immigration and the rhetoric around Somali immigrants in Minnesota specifically. Had it not been for this president and his rhetoric, which really the foundation of this is just he has a personal grudge against the mayor, the governor, Ilhan Omar, etc. Had it not been for that rhetoric, there probably wouldn't have been the level of opposition within that community to ICE, which is exactly what led to this.
What about Jacob Blake? Same state, same kind of situation where an officer who had a justified shooting, it became a social cue for, are you a safe person or a good person? You had to say that the officer who shot Jacob Blake was this evil person, that Jacob Blake didn't deserve to get shot in that situation legally. And it's completely different political circumstances. There wasn't a bunch of, massive, rampant anti-Black. In fact, Trump was arguably doing more at the time to release and pardon Black people than prior presidents had, So it's like we are always in,
I don't know about that,
political enough times to where
but
cops end up
not always.
The target.
It's not always. This is in my view anyway. I think it's kind of difficult to argue the opposite, that this is becoming like there's an incredible degree of acceleration in terms of political turmoil and chaos in this country. The country is more divided than ever. I think there's extreme hostility from both sides. And this circumstance, it's the direct result of the Trump administration redirecting federal agents to Minneapolis because he has a grudge with political figures in that state. And, the other thing that occurred to me when you were talking there is like, it's kind of this slippery slope sort of assumption that you have that like, well, if we rule this case one way, then people are always going to be violent, increasingly more violent towards police officers. what about the fact that if you rule in the opposite direction, you let this guy go with no consequence, which is probably what's going to happen anyway, that there might actually be more hostility and anger towards specifically ICE, not just in this community, but all over the country. And there will be subsequent protests, riots, endangering the lives of not just ICE and ICE officers, but which, by the way, ICE officers have been the target of violence as a direct result of this administration's rhetoric. But you're going to see violence in communities that is widespread that could impact lots of different people. I mean, like, so
agree.
I
Yeah.
don't really see the slippery slope argument in that
It's
one
not.
direction.
It's not that it
I'll
only
let you
exists
respond,
one
and I want to
way.
get the other people in, right? I want to get
Yeah, yeah.
counterpoints. I got Lonerbox. I want to
Yeah.
make sure that
So I'll
it's
go
a
real
little more
quick.
just a-
I agree that your slippery slope is possible and mine is possible. And so my thing is, let's default to the law and the legal tradition because it's the only objective measure that we have set up to ensure that we don't allow slippery slopes to happen, period. And we have a process for changing laws. We don't have a process for changing political opinion on police officers, and it hasn't been very successful in the past 2 decades. So
Okay, I want to hear from Lonerbox and counterpoints. Go ahead. What do you think, Loner?
Coming back to just like the fact of the shooting, when we make this argument, are we in agreement on like just a couple of simple things? So are we in agreement that when had the cop jumped out of the way and been unscathed, do we think this driver would have been seen as enough of a threat to the community to shoot her?
no.
Okay.
I don't think there's a threat to the community, in my opinion.
Okay.
I don't know about Connor.
You the same, Connor?
Yeah, I agree. She seems like a normie 37-year-old white woman.
Yeah, so we're not comparing this to like joyriders who get stopped and then they start going again, but they're driving very slowly and they're not in front of anyone, but the cops sometimes shoot them because to stop them from because that's sometimes ruled in cops'
arguable
favor.
because she's impeding traffic, but it's like super weak. It's very weak.
Not weak. Okay,
And
maybe
there
too weak,
there are definitely situations wherein I'd grant it, but no, I don't. I'm not giving a fleeing argument here at all.
Okay, so the argument is
can
just that she posed a
eliminate that.
threat to the officer's life.
Yeah, that he would be objectively reasonable in assessing that in that moment.
Even though, and this is obviously going to be like a split decision argument because obviously he seems to have fired his first shot after doing the whoa, as in like after you hear the bump that's supposedly him getting hit. I don't know if it's actually his phone bumping or on the microphone or something like that, but it seems that he's made the decision to fire the first shot after the car is effectively clear of him.
Well, not effectively clear. So I'm going to bring up case law here, but I want to give a disclaimer. When I'm bringing up case law, it's because I agree also with the moral core and the factual core of the case law. There's something that's been hammered out in, what was it, a Plumhoff versus Rickard or Rickard in the Supreme Court. It establishes something called the perception-reaction gap, meaning there is a gap between when an officer perceives a threat and when he reacts to it, and this will become relevant later. Also a gap between when he perceives a threat to be terminated and when he reacts to that information. I think that accommodates for a couple aspects of this. And one of them is, when the car is essentially in his gut, whether you think it touched him or if he was able to push off with his hand or not, he has already assessed a threat. He's already pulling the firearm. He just haven't had the chance to aim and shoot yet. And in my opinion, it showed good discipline in that core by the officer to wait until he had a proper shot lined up. It's not that he waited super long, that he had this long deliberation, but when he was actively sticking his hand out, he hesitated for a split second, but he fired well within that gap. That gap has been found to be as long as 5-6 seconds. This all the way from her gassing it to the third shot happened in about 5 to 6 seconds. So it's like, this is an interaction where everything's happening super fast. He cannot see the wheels of the vehicle. And an argument I've heard, I'm not going to call out any names, that he could see the steering wheel is fucking silly. If he's aiming at someone's head with a gun, what is occluding the steering wheel if you're aiming at someone's head above the steering wheel? Your hand is occluding that steering wheel. He's not going to be able to see or process the information of her hand being in a certain position on a steering wheel if he's lining up a shot clean enough to do what he did in that moment. So I think we're doing what the court says not to do, which is assessing with the benefit of 20/20 hindsight, as well as not accounting for the perception reaction gap, which are both case law that I agree with on a moral and factual level as well.
Okay, first of all, Plumhoff Ricard, that was after, in that situation, I don't think the driver, when they started moving again, was actually close to hitting a cop, were they? They started moving again because they were stopped after a 5-minute car chase going at like 100 miles an hour.
I'm only citing them for the concept that became a part of every use of force assessment after the fact, which is the perception reaction gap. It's been cited afterward. Because it was in the Supreme Court, now all lower courts have to incorporate the perception reaction gap when they're looking at use of force situations, and they have pretty consistently. It's part of the argument of like why police say you want a mag dump versus not mag dumping, because if you stop shooting and then decide to start shooting again, it's going to be evaluated differently by the courts because there's a moment for you to have a second threat assessment in between those shots.
I guess the question
and that's
is,
been talked about as
you
well.
mentioned her, we're assuming, I guess, that he can't see her hands on the steering wheel, even though his phone captured it, and assuming his gun in his hand are big enough to completely obscure that.
Well, his phone's not behind the firearm, right? His phone's here. His eyes are here behind the firearm.
Yeah, but again, we're still assuming that this is obscuring a whole ass human with their arms moving and the wheel. But I think that's a pretty
definitely
bold
part
assumption.
of it. It's not a sufficient part. It's not sufficient to kill it. Like, there's also the argument that he just didn't have the time to react to that. I mean, she whips that steering wheel, and also 2C versus Billiot acknowledges she could very easily just whip the steering wheel the other way and then he's fucked. Which is why the argument that he could just step out of the way of the car is also silly. Because again, you're expecting him to determine 100% with 100% certainty that this woman will not turn the wheel straight or even to the left in that split second.
Well, that's
2C
why
versus Billiot recognizes that an officer does not have the obligation to do so.
But when you're that's why I'm curious that when you're listing all these stages with which he could make the decision, why didn't you mention the fact that she had reversed first? Doesn't the decision making start when she reverses?
So not necessarily, because if you look at the video, right, when she reverses first, it's kind of a neutral. It's not a neutral action because it definitely shows that she has intent to use that vehicle actively, which I don't think the officer was expecting as he walked in front of it. He doesn't pull his gun out until he notices that the vehicle is backed up and is angled at him. And he's also seeing a woman jump in and scream urgently. I don't know if he's hearing her yell, "Drive, baby, drive," because it's all in the heat of the moment. But it's not like she backed up in a way that seemed like she was neutralizing the threat. If anything, when she backed up and stopped with the car aimed closer to where he was presently and where he was before he moved in front of the car, that clearly raises the potential for a lethal interaction with her. And that's when he started to unholster his weapon. It was immediately before she hit the gas.
Okay.
Which, in my opinion, he should have had his gun out far sooner than he did.
Go ahead, Lonerbox. I want
this is probably
in on this too.
I'll say this, and I imagine this is probably where the disagreement is just going to reach a complete brick wall. I don't know how you get past this, but the way I see it right now is that the best way you mentioned at the very beginning that a vehicle is a deadly weapon, like. Yeah. Kind of. I mean, it's got the capacity to be one, just as like someone's fists do or anything else. A vehicle can be a deadly weapon. The best way to, given that this cop had no reasonable cause to believe that she would be a threat to the community with her vehicle, this cop, the best way to defend yourself against a car that's reversing is to move out of the way. That's the best way. And given that he saw her reversing, still had the time to keep his phone in his hand for whatever reason, and then his first choice is to get his gun out. Again, this is like a car that's just, like you said, it's been reversing, then it's stopped. The fact that he chose to get the gun out rather than step aside is that's very, very bizarre to me.
As he was pulling the gun out, he was continuing to walk across the car in the direction opposite to where she had turned it, right? So she backs up and turns the nose of the car toward the right as he is moving across it to the left. When he pulls his gun out, he's continuing to move toward the left. So he is actively trying to clear himself of the threat. But 2C versus Billiot makes very, very clear that at that close proximity, even at a low speed, the officer does not have to assume that this person is going to purposefully evade them with their car if they hit the gas. It specifically says, from a much farther distance, the officer, one, cannot determine the intent of the driver, so he can't just assume she is going to do everything she can to protect his safety. That is us asking the officer to completely surrender his safety to the whims of the driver. And two, that vehicles don't move in a straight line from where they are to where they are pointed, that they move in an arc, and especially at the proximity this officer was at, that's super material to whether or not his life is in danger. And you're asking him to assess her intent, trust her enough to say that she's definitely going to try to evade me, and not shoot. In 2C versus Billiot, the court concedes the guy was actively trying to flee, and he was trying to flee from a distance of about 25 feet, and he had his Wheel turned to the right, and the lane he was going to was open. There was no argument for fleeing, and they still said it was a justified shoot for the officer to fire on him because the officer doesn't have to trust that with the car facing him that the driver is going to turn right just because it looks like he will.
Okay. Again, he saw her reversing before she started moving, so he makes that decision to. And actually, you missed out something as well. He walks not just to the side, but he walks towards the car and to the side when she's reversing. And you can see how slow he's walking as well. Like, it's not like this, even in a couple of seconds, like it's more than enough time to move out to the side. I don't know. He made a decision. He made a decision to either get out of the way or to just edge towards the car, still holding his phone, which I think is insanely irresponsible. And obviously, Fourth Amendment, like, you have to consider the fact, like, the totality of the situation, not just the moment itself.
Yeah. But in the totality of a situation, even more egregious than this.
Yeah. Let Lonerbox finish, and then we can get counter in here.
The best way to not let a car be a threat is if it's moving, get out of the way, and he had time to get out of the way. I don't really
only if you assume it's his responsibility to trust her that she will turn right the whole time, which established case law says it is not his obligation. And again, factually and morally, I also agree that it's not his obligation, especially from that proximity.
So he's already at his right side of the car, or the edge of the car, facing the front. It's not his responsibility to just go one other step right, and then to assume that she'll probably won't turn left and try to ram him from like 5 feet away.
So he's not 5 feet away. So he can turn right.
No, I mean, when she reverses,
he can keep stepping right.
Just to the point, because he's not 5 feet away, there is no possible way she could have hit him.
That's even not true at all.
After going through the right, if she spun it to the left afterward, she was already too far. There was no possible way. Physics doesn't work like that. They don't have
just not true, and it's also operating on 2020 hindsight.
Yeah,
one, it's not true, and two, it's operating on physically impossible. So if he starts moving out of the way, and we don't take for granted the 2020 hindsight that she had the wheel jack to the right, she could very easily have kept that wheel straight or moved it to the left and killed him.
No, that was impossible at the
You're assuming,
if we don't take
you're
the
assuming
2020 hindsight,
yes, you're only assuming this based on the position of the car as he is taking the first shot, not as he is perceiving the threat, which is the
even
moment
as
she gasses forward.
Again, he can see clearly the wheel being spun to the right. That's clear on the video. From
after he's perceived the threat.
And
after he's perceived the threat.
What direction does a car go when you turn the wheel to the right?
Whick, when did he perceive the threat?
What direction does a car go when you turn the wheel to the right?
Again, I'm going to ask you because you're determining that this happened.
You answer the question. What direction does the car go when you turn the wheel to the right?
You said after he perceived the threat.
What direction does the car go when you turn the wheel to the right?
He saw the wheel,
or sorry, that you're not answering this question kind of gives a lie to your whole argument.
No, it's because you're embedding a lie.
The answer this question gives a lie to your whole argument.
You can keep rambling.
No, but he's claiming you couldn't see the wheel for the gun, right?
You're embedding a lie in your question.
He absolutely can see the wheel.
I'm going to keep going. You're embedding a lie in your question. Which is that steering wheel was turning right before or at the moment that he perceived the threat. The wheel was not turned right until he had already started on. I'm not gonna be interrupted.
Right. What direction does it go?
He started pulling his gun out right as she hit the gas. She did not turn her wheel to the right until after he perceived the threat and decided to shoot. The pulling of the gun and firing of the gun was a single threat.
Even if, hold on, can I?
Yeah, please go.
Even if you say, oh, well, when you turn your wheel to the right, it's turning to the right.
Yes.
Okay. Even if we say that, what you guys are ignoring that Jebtan has said repeatedly that you probably need to conceptualize is action, reaction, gap. So listen to me real quick. I have already said this twice, and so if you bring it up as a counter argument, I'm going to point out that I've already pointed it out. Officer caused jeopardy. This guy has been dragged from a car previously. He's walking up on a hostile situation. He steps in the car, in front of the car once. He has a cell phone out. He gets a video of her face, walks to the back of the vehicle, gets the license plate. At that point, in my humble opinion, he can coordinate with local law enforcement where if he wants to take her in on federal charges, he can take her in on federal charges for impeding a ICE operation. If he wants to get her on local charges for obstructing a roadway or civil disobedience or some shit like that, he can write up a warrant and he can pass it off to the local municipality. So he has what he needs for a criminal warrant and to put her in jail. But most of the time, if you can put your hands on someone as a cop, you do it in the moment. Okay. So he goes around the car again and he hears his buddies call out. All of this elapses in less than 10 seconds. And the movement from the car moving forward to shots fired is probably less than 3 seconds. And from the first shot fired to the last shot fired is probably less than a second. So we're talking about a situation that's like less than a total of 10 seconds. So if you were to ask me tactically, Connor, you're in this exact same scenario, how do you do it? I approach from the passenger side. I say, we're giving you a lawful order. You're under detention. You are not allowed to take off. And if you take off, I'm getting a warrant for your arrest. Like, I'm screaming that through the window because it's not worth killing me to get the arrest right there. But that's not what that officer chooses to do. That officer, trying to back up his buddies, goes around the front of the vehicle. She backs up and then she starts cutting her wheel to the right. And I've seen the camera footage. She's smiling. She thinks she's doing something cheeky. She thinks that interrupting a law enforcement operation and then fleeing, eluding law enforcement officers who have already notified her that she's being detained is a fun game on a Saturday afternoon. And so what ends up happening is she doesn't cut her wheel. Well, she does cut her wheel enough, let's be real, but she decides it's worth it to risk it to take off in a motor vehicle and maybe hit a cop right in front of her car. Because let's be real, they were only off. Even if she totally missed the guy, she missed the guy by inches. Less than a foot, she missed the guy. And in adrenaline,
and only because he did continue to try to get out of the way. You don't
do that kind of shit unless you're willing to take on risk or danger. So then, to reiterate what Jebtan has said, action-reaction gap. So he's by the front tail light, and he's already saying, this bitch is about to hit me with her fucking car. Holy shit. And he's pulling the gun and aiming as she's gunning the vehicle. By the time that he already realizes that the vehicle may have cleared him, the trigger's already pulled. His brain function's already gone. And you guys need to get action-reaction gap into your mind as a concept, and you need to jam it into your fucking frontal lobe. So
I understand.
If Nonsmoker says,
the argument,
real quick,
no,
just
I
last
get
point.
Okay,
If Nonsmoker says, oh, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a cop, I'm just worried about the general trends of immigration. We can talk about like mass deportation operations if you want. We're talking about cop shootings because what you're saying is you want to rewrite the entire book on when a law enforcement officer is allowed to use deadly force.
Can I respond to being called out?
Everyone can respond. I know Lonerbox wanted to say something.
Okay. So one thing as well, again, I'm guessing at a human level, I don't know the law on this, but when it comes to that 5 second or 3 second action reaction gap, I'm sure this is very situational, right? Like if a car is coming at you at 100 miles an hour, that's like 200 meters away, 5 seconds before it reaches you. So I'm guessing you probably, in that situation, might have to narrow your... I don't think you can shoot at a car that's 200 meters away from you, coming towards you, even if it's only 5 seconds, right? So in this case, I think the significance of her reversing is quite big then, because again, his priority there, he's not necessarily to be a threat to the community. His priority there is to protect himself. How is firing a gun at her going to help him at that point? Like,
so yeah, this is a shitty Pisco argument.
I brought up.
And I didn't want to name anybody by name.
You can just address the argument if...
Yeah, I'll address the argument. But it's one that's been so annoying. So the standard is not guaranteed threat elimination. The standard is, can you reasonably believe it is reducing the threat? So let's go down kind of mathematically. Let's assume that an accelerating driver is 100% likely to be accelerating in your direction when the car is pointed in your direction. So if you shoot them, even if it only goes down by 1%, which obviously it goes down by far more, it's probably more like a 50-50 split, whether or not a dead person's foot will lead foot on the pedal or they'll slump off to the side and it will come off the pedal, it necessarily reduces the risk. Now, when it comes to the steering wheel, can you guarantee steering control, right? If the cop has to assume that the person can have the intention to steer the car toward them, and that is a necessary aspect of the threat assessment, can a dead person steer a wheel as easily as an alive person? No. So in that way, it also necessarily reduces the threat, because It's not a guarantee that they're accelerating, which it is if they're alive and accelerating, and it's a lot less likely that they'll be able to control the car in a way that can harm you.
It's almost
if
certainly
you shoot
in
them.
any situation where the driver is shot that they will go lead foot just because of
That's-
how people normally drive.
Oh,
It's
come
almost
on.
Not
100%
true.
You've seen
certain.
That's not
100
true.
people shot in the face driving
No,
cars, and
yeah.
you know 99 times out of 100 they all went
Grand
lead
Theft
foot?
Auto, if
Get
you
the
do
fuck
it, they
outta here.
do.
Look,
in GTA 5,
Show me
they
one where
always
that's
keep
not the
going.
case.
But show me one
Okay,
where
hold
somebody
on. If
was
there's
shot
if
in
it's
the
a
face
50-50,
and
this
they
should be an
didn't go
easy
lead
thing for you to
foot?
prove right now. Show me a case where someone is speeding
That's such
and
a
then it
stupid argument.
drives, right? Like is starting to accelerate and they drive and then they stop.
Sure, we'll
I
do
haven't
that when
video.
you
seen
show
that.
me a case law that looks just like this
Because I
one,
can
where
show
the
you a video
officer
where
is
the other
guilty.
thing happened.
Hold on,
where
hold on.
someone
Wait,
was
wait,
shot
but
and
which-
they
which-
sped
again-
forward.
Why was our
That's the
our
Renee
Maybe,
Good
wait,
video.
maybe,
hold on.
hey,
Based
no,
off
no,
of
no,
this
no, wait,
logic-
fuck.
Okay, I'm just saying.
There-
No, Wick, based off of your logic, why
I
in
don't need
Iraq
logic, you
was
just
it
need an
our
example.
rules of engagement to shoot drivers? Did we assume that every VBIED
Yeah.
was going to go lead foot and blow us up anyways?
Hold on.
That's
We
bullshit.
Shot them at
Like you made a
distance, at
totally
range.
like
Why does that
unfalsifiable
matter if they're
argument.
going to die and
Hold on.
hit the gas
You don't think the
anyway?
ranges matter when it comes to accelerations and things like that?
I'm sure it does,
Not-
but at the same time saying like, oh,
That's why we did.
not
We also
only
had multiple
does
barricades,
does
like, so
90%
that they would
of
hit the
people who get shot
barricades and they couldn't
driving a
go
car
around.
lead
There's a
foot,
whole
but also the cops should
whole-
know that before the scenario is fucking insane.
Kinda
Like
sad,
that's
kinda wild.
that's a crazy talking point.
Well,
But
okay,
I want to
just-
give the I'm trying not to debate, and I failed at that, but that's okay. We're gonna give it to what's his face, Nonsmoker, and we're gonna give it to Lonerbox, and they can respond.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I almost jumped in there, but because I also feel like even if it's not 99% of the time, there is always the risk someone could go lead foot. I don't know. That should maybe factor into your decision making if you're the cop. It does present. It is a moving vehicle where nobody's consciously operating it, flying at a particular speed. It does present a danger to the people in the immediate area. I don't know. Worthwhile argument. Just wanted to respond to what Connor said. To me, I mean, I almost feel like bad being here because I don't know if I'm the best opponent for these guys because I don't have a broad list of like examples of case law to cite and stuff. I'm not a lawyer, you know, like I'm a streamer, political commentator, right?
They aren't lawyers either.
And
That's okay.
yeah, they get moonlight as I would believe Jeb is a lawyer. He seems very informed.
Decided too. He got mad at me when he found out I wasn't.
So well, good on you. So listen, Connor had said, you know, if I want to talk about immigration policy, I actually don't. I want to talk about the rhetoric from this administration, which has caused a 1,300% increase in violent incidents towards ICE officers from 2024. There was a 1,300% increase in 2025 of violent incidents towards ICE officers and violent incidents involving ICE officers. And to me, there's a clear, direct correlation. It's as clear as day with the rhetoric from this administration, the fact that this administration uses ICE and their highly visible tactics, at whether it's directly at this administration's behest or not. I think it's kind of unquestionable. They use it as a marketing tactic for the legions of retards who support Trump. And I think that is a much bigger problem. I think that's the root of this problem, and that will be the root of every subsequent violent incident involving ICE until he's out of office. And this is a much, much bigger problem because I really disagree with Jeb on that point that, you know, well, there's always periods of political turmoil. No, this is a period of a particularly like intense degree of political turmoil on this specific issue. And, you know, it's like one of the hallmark, campaign things that Trump, included in his, campaigning, not to sound redundant, but you get the idea here. So I'm not interested in talking about even whether or not we should deport people or whatever. You know, I think there's a humane way to do that. I'm talking about the rhetoric from the president.
Sure.
Yeah.
But Jeb,
Okay.
may I, just because I want to isolate this argument real quick?
Yep.
So the reason why Jeb and I are so passionate about the details of the micro incident, pulling trigger, adrenaline, action, reaction, are vehicles deadly, weapons, all that kind of stuff, is because that doesn't just apply to this scenario. This applies to a shitload of law enforcement interactions. And I think the argumentation that you guys are making actually kind of, you might not be meaning to do it, but it's almost implied that you're allowed to engage in civil disobedience and violate nonviolent laws without fear of detention. And then if you're detained, you're allowed to flee and elude. And if you endanger people while you're fleeing and eluding, cops should just sit back and take it. And so it's just like totally, you might not be saying it, but the implications of your line of rhetoric basically mean that we should just like throw low-level law enforcement out of the window.
Wait, am I misunderstanding? Are you opposed to civil disobedience?
I want to address what you said. So real quick.
Well, wait, but you're going to like throw a bunch of points. You oppose civil disobedience?
No, I don't oppose civil disobedience. But if you engage in civil disobedience, then you should expect to get arrested, particularly if your actions are illegal. That's actually part
of
a hall
monitor?
Disobedience.
Were you a hall monitor by any chance?
He was a cop.
No, but I was a cop, right?
Oh,
so basically, no, I'm kidding. But
we've met previously. Hold on, I'm not done yet because I wanted to address what he said with the ICE thing. So with the ICE thing, with the 1,300% increase in violence towards ICE, I can agree with you descriptively that this is just caused by the visible, high tempo mass deportation operation that the current administration is engaged in. But then that's kind of the question is, if this is already the law of the land, and then if they're enforcing existing laws, do you have the right to engage in civil disobedience without arrest? Do you have the right to flee and elude from law enforcement officers? Do you have the right to endanger other people during the fleeing and eluding? And I think Jebtan and I are saying, no. If you want to engage in civil disobedience and you hate mass deportation operations, that's awesome. Go vote and engage in civil disobedience, but expect to get arrested. And also don't hurt or kill people while you're engaged in civil disobedience. It's actually relatively simple.
And let me touch on, I want to zoom back out. Because I can concede a point Nonsmoker made very easily. He's right. Trump's rhetoric absolutely, before this situation and after this situation, is not only non-productive, it's outright evil, dishonest, and abusive. 100%. If I can concede that that did have a significant impact, let me lay out some other facts, which is I don't think it would have nearly as inflamed an impact if there wasn't an entire media apparatus dedicated to attacking cops and saying they're all racist and want to kill people every time a shooting happens that gets publicized ever. And I can evidence this by prior to Trump's ICE rhetoric, during, again, the Summer of Love, Jacob Blake, and a bunch of other totally justified shootings that people disregarded information on and just decided was evil racist cops. I think at least equally the anti-police, I'm not even going to attribute it to a political party, but the anti-police rhetoric that is so casual and so common now that I think this is 100% going to contribute to is at least as much, if not more, at fault because we saw the same kind of things happening even prior to Trump's rhetoric. He definitely does make it worse, specifically for ICE members. But I don't want to pretend that if we deal with Trump's rhetoric, the problem is now solved, or even mostly solved, because this existed about 80% to the strength that it is right now in this circumstance, before Trump's ICE rhetoric even began.
Wait,
I think
it's very telling that you said you couldn't attribute it to a party, though, right? Because we're talking about some like.
Well, I can. I was trying to be fair.
Well, no, you're not trying to. Well, no, you're being honest. Maybe it's accidental, but the fact is that when it comes to cop killings and the way that some like ultra progressives or left wingers and media people might are more or less charitable towards them, comparing that to the intensification that comes from the Trump administration and the way that he talks about migrants or talking about how his political opponents are liable for execution for treason, and given the fact that like it seems like quite a lot of the action on deploying people to Minnesota and the interest he's taken there, a lot of it was inspired by a fucking shitty documentary made by some retarded 20-something who was surprised that some daycares are open till 10 p.m. So it's not comparable when it comes to parties.
It's not. I'm not talking about the yuckiness of the specific rhetoric. I'm talking about its impact. And now I do have to go into the Dems hate cops argument because it's a strong one, but I was trying to avoid it because it's a longer one. Mainstream Democrats said that the cop who killed Jacob Blake should be tried for murder and convicted of murder. Mainstream Democrats said that Kyle Rittenhouse should be tried and convicted of murder. Mainstream Democrats over and over and over again have sided with the blatantly and obviously wrong side against cops and against the right to self-defense with a firearm over and over and over consistently. And I was willing to concede that Trump not only had an impact, but a significant impact on the violence against ICE and the violence against police at large.
50,
But you
yeah,
have
The
to
Trump
concede
admin-
if
the
you're
Trump
being
admin-
factually honest.
the Trump
that
admin
the
is
Democrats
calling-
are just as at
Just
fault.
no, not just as. Absolutely not. The Trump admin
Against
is lit-
police? Are you kidding?
No, we're not talking about against
I have
police.
a
We're talking about the
response.
environment in general.
Well,
Yeah,
that's what
obviously.
that's the claim I'm asking for you to concede for.
Okay,
Again,
$50
if you're
just
talking
real
about just
quick.
ICE, I get it.
$50, and I will interrupt the panel for $50 donations. Okay, $50 donation from a Dat Reshi guy to say, will Connor or Jeb acknowledge that she wasn't even participating in civil disobedience? She was just in her car. Officers came up aggressively, flaming tensions, causing a panic, and put themselves and everyone around them in danger. What did she do?
Yeah,
I don't
absolutely
disagree.
not.
Yeah, I don't
Absolutely not.
I think
you
her
could take
wife
Yeah,
herself
Jeb,
admitted.
hold on. I want to tell this guy to take his $50 and stick it right back up his own ass.
Sorry, I'm being nice.
No,
about
There's
it.
keep giving
three
me more money.
lanes in this roadway. There's ICE conducting lawful law enforcement operations up the block. She is moving back and forth while honking at the federal agents and basically obstructing 2 lanes of roadway. She lets civilians pass, but when the law enforcement officers are coming up to her, she's talking shit to them. No, 100% she was engaged in civil disobedience. And it's almost like degrading to what she was trying to do to say that she wasn't engaged in civil disobedience. So take your $50 super chat, roll it up into a tiny fucking wad, and stick it up your ass, dummy.
I'd like to respond to Jeb if I could have the floor for a moment. So I just, I actually see your point. I do. I do happen to think that one thing that probably should be acknowledged anyway is the killing Jacob Blake, the killing you keep referencing. It was a few months after George Floyd.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to excuse the rhetoric necessarily around that, but I guess what I'm suggesting is like Democrats trying to win brownie points with constituents who are already justifiably angry towards police. Maybe not in the it's not justifiable to say all
Ask me, how do
cops,
you gain
but
credibility?
at the time in the country there was a justifiable anger towards the hostile, brutal tactics of some officers, which had been a historic problem, kind of manifested in one really publicized incident. But yeah, like just going back to Trump, and listen, anybody who knows me knows I'm not one of these like Trump is the root of everything kind of people. Trump is the culmination of lots of problems, right? But there is something to the idea of like, you don't pour gasoline on a fucking fire. And that's exactly what he's doing. I mean, I think part of his goal in his second term, I think, is gathering as much political clout as he can so he can wield it after he leaves office. And he can sort of have a say in who will be president or what happens within his party, even after his tenure's over. And I think a lot of that depends on him appeasing, once again, the legions of brain-rotted retards who support him. And that could mean watching, the video of this woman being shot in the fucking head, and without even taking 2 seconds to analyze it, as you guys have clearly put all this time and effort into thinking out case law and all these different examples, the president just says, oh yeah, she was her wife was clearly a professional agitator, and he was just doing his job, and it's things like that it hypes up his base, but it also ignites like a degree of like furious anger towards not just Trump but ICE, right? It's
No, and I
compounding
agree.
this problem.
And I so badly, and like this is what I've wanted on both sides for a long time in a lot of these situations. I want so badly to have that conversation in its entirety. I want so badly to have a comprehensive conversation about a month-long break in ICE enforcement so they can get better training, or getting body cams, even though I think they are already trying to deploy body cams. They just haven't yet because they're rolling them out. I want so badly to have those conversations, but it is impossible to have that conversation when a whole side of the conversation about this issue is being convinced that not only was this an unjustified shooting, but that ICE is out there looking for excuses to kill not only illegal immigrants, but also civilians. and that they are the Gestapo, and that they are going door to door just itching, looking for a reason to send you away or kill you. And it's like, we can't have the real conversations about, if everybody was able to unify on this subject, if this was a justified shooting, but Trump and Kristi Noem's statements were at least in part unacceptable, then we could get a lot more pressure on them. But Trump gets to hide behind the fact that the other half of the situation is equally delusional about this being cut and dry murder.
Delusional.
No,
even
hold
again,
on.
even if we're
think
coming
this
back
is
to your
cut and dry
Can
murder,
I just
you're
ask you just a
delusional.
temperature check
Equally.
question here? Do you think it is
Yeah.
entirely super clear from the jump that this was entirely justified and no one should have looked into it or questioned it?
Of course not. Neither
Okay,
side thinks that.
Excellent. But the problem is, when many of us are looking into it and questioning it, we may not be lawyers, we may not know the legality involved, but I can tell you 100% certainty now that I've looked at it that it was an unnecessary shooting. Whether it was
You said it was
justified,
cut and
whether it was
dry
legally,
murder.
it was
Don't
absolutely
backpedal.
unnecessary.
Hold on.
Had he
You
not
said it was
shot-
cut and dry
Hold
murder.
on, let me finish. Had he not shot, no one would have died. Can we acknowledge that
You
fact?
said
Even
it
with
was cut
2020
and
hindsight,
dry murder.
can we
You are part
acknowledge
of the
that?
problem.
That I
Can
agree.
we
Stop trying to back
acknowledge that?
away.
Can-
I
you
said
can't
it is
acknowledge that?
equally
You can't?
delusional
Okay,
to
great.
say that
Then
it was
we're
cut
stuck.
and dry murder.
Because if we can't
You know,
acknowledge
you
basic
said it was cut
reality,
and dry
we can't
murder,
move
and now
forward.
you're backpedaling off
This
that
is a
position
basic
because
reality
your
thing. Can you
position was
just
equally
acknowledge the
delusional to
fact
Trump's
if
that it
he
was
had
cut and
not
dry
shot,
murder.
no one would
That's
have
my
died.
point. You can talk through it because it's a good point, but I'm not going to let you
can't
jump off
answer
it.
my question.
You
because
said
my
it was cut
question
and dry
kills your
murder.
argument.
Did you say it was cut and dry murder?
Hold on. No.
What was my argument that it kills? What was my
I
argument?
said, can
What
we
was my argument?
acknowledge- Can we
What was my
acknowledge
argument?
that if she had not shot,
I'm not
if
gonna
he
answer
had
till you
not
answer.
shot, no one would have died. You can't answer my
Okay.
question? Are you refusing
What
to
was
answer
my
my question?
argument that
Move
you
on.
just
Wait.
killed?
You think
What
you
was my
think you
argument
think
that
cut and
just
dry?
killed?
Go ahead.
Just to be clear, you think cut and dry murder is is as delusional as what Trump said?
Yeah.
Trump saying the obviously professional agitator, very disorderly,
Yeah.
violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer.
Yeah.
Recovering in hospital.
Yeah.
It's amazing he's still
So,
alive.
both of-
No, these are not
yeah,
equally.
both of
You did
those-
this. I'll call out what we did earlier with law enforcement
can
as well.
explain why.
But when it comes to your earlier question about law enforcement and comparing Dems and Republicans, even then, you can talk about the way that Dems treat ICE, but comparing that to like Trump, like, okay, generally Trump loves law enforcement until they're not on his side, right? The way he talks about
comparing it to the
DOJ, the way that he
outcomes.
spoke. Not even the outcomes. My
outcomes
American
were 80%
politics is
there before this
listen. My
all
American
started.
politics is rusty. Okay, I don't recall Democrats ever pardoning any BLM rioters who attacked cops. Trump pardoned 1,600 J6 protesters, many of whom fought with cops.
That has nothing to do with the ICE. That has nothing to do with the ICE violence.
Attitudes towards
Because
law
if that
enforcement,
had
the
to
fact
do
that
with the ICE
Republicans will
violence,
fight with cops as soon as they don't
The
support
ICE
them.
violence would have started in 2020, not 2024, if that were the case.
So now it's just ICE, not law enforcement, just ICE.
No, he cited ICE. I'm responding to his argument.
Well,
when I
earlier
say
you were
that.
saying
Like,
law
you're
enforcement,
acting
but if
like
you want to
I'm
narrow it
the
down to
one
ICE, that's okay.
Yes, because I am making a greater argument about law enforcement. But when I'm responding to him, when we're talking about Trump's rhetoric, he directly cited the 1,300% increase in violence against ICE. So yes, that's why I'm going to bring up ICE when it comes to Trump's rhetoric, because that's the outcome he was wanting me to compare. So I was comparing that outcome to the fact that 80% of this fucking vitriol existed prior to Trump's
Okay,
ICE
just to
rhetoric.
clarify, so it's both sides bad for ICE, but not for law enforcement in general.
It's both sides bad for both, but obviously Trump's impact is a lot more severe on ICE, and it gives a better argument for the Democrats. So I was being charitable, but every time I've been charitable, you've tried to fucking shit on me for it. So I guess I won't be charitable. Yes, Democrats, the argument is even better for Democrats when you're talking only about ICE. But if we take it to law enforcement in general, Democrats hold way higher a share of the blame for the anti-cop rhetoric. 100%. They hold more of the blame.
Okay,
That's
$50.
not even disputable.
Just real quick, $50 from Zonia for a question for Jeb and Connor. Thoughts on the idea that the ICE officers are the professionals and should be understanding that civvies are going to panic and poorly handle these situations, and so the officers should have worked to de-escalate the situation.
I'm gonna have a more.
He said he was
soy
being
answer.
specific on
Wait,
cops.
did you just
but then he
put
went
that
back
helmet
to
on now?
ICE to,
No, I'll probably
Yeah,
be
specific
pretty
to
soy
ICE, but
about
then he
it
went
too,
back to
honestly.
cops
I've been
at the
pretty
end.
soy this whole time, and I'm getting attacked by Lonerbox for it.
Well, I'm gonna be. Well, Lonerbox is welcome to attack me. Jesus, it's been a while.
I'm attacking the argument, to be fair.
Jeb, most people
No, I know, but you're
associate law
attacking my most
enforcement and
charitable
ICE
arguments and not
to
the
be
meaner
similar
ones.
things.
Well, you're saying
wanted
it's
to answer
charitable, but then even then you said you were being
$50
specific. Even then you said you were being specific to ICE, but then at the end of your last statement you went back to cops again. So I don't know what you're.
But I explained
I want
why.
to-
I explained why. It's not a mystery.
I want to answer the $50 super chat.
Counterpoints answer.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yep.
All right. Yes, 100%. A term that everybody at this argument, soy lib, soy lefty, soy progressive, chud righty, chud libertarian, chud conservatarian, you should all Google officer caused jeopardy. It's a relatively novel legal idea that officers can legally justify use of force by escalating scenarios unnecessarily. As a matter of fact, what I have said twice now is, considering that the officer was already previously dragged by another vehicle, resulting in 12 stitches, I find it fucking insane that he was willing to step in front of a vehicle, not once, but twice, particularly when he knew that the driver was going to be detained. That's fucking crazy. And yes, law enforcement officers should be trained to a higher standard.
Yep. I agree. I don't think it's a great argument for this one.
Doesn't mean she's allowed to write him
because-
over, though.
Yeah, that's my thing. Specifically because of the distinction made in Starks v. Black and 2C versus Billiot. I don't agree it's as applicable to this situation, but I agree. ICE and police have a higher standard. So that's why I say there's no fleeing argument, right? If they try to de-escalate and she drove off and put no one's life in danger, I don't think they would have had the right to pop shots at her, because the totality of the circumstances doesn't point toward somebody who is trying to harm anyone. Once her car is pointing at an officer and there's an officer right here and she decides to put her foot on the gas at all, she has now fundamentally changed that calculation and made it clear that she is at least willing to have an officer's life be in danger in order to flee. And that is all the officer should need and needs legally to fire a shot. Because all it takes, it doesn't take her being a bloodthirsty murderer, and I don't think she is. All it takes is for the officer to assume she is willing to seriously harm him in order to flee for him to shoot.
Yeah. I
I
mean, I don't know. Well, I don't know if I should, because again, it's like, it's sort of weird. I don't know if this is just me. Someone else maybe can add to this. It kind of feels like this is what I'm hearing from you guys collectively, mostly from Jeb, which is essentially you don't support the fact that the woman was shot. You think that Trump's rhetoric is partially responsible for the outcome in this situation. You think that ICE officers do not have the proper level of training or preparation. You're even willing to consider the fact that he made a really bad judgment call. I mean, Connor's essentially saying that having been dragged by a car previously to then even go into this situation. So all of those things are true, but what you're saying is, essentially in that one moment, he had a reasonable, he had reason to assume that she might possibly hit him with his car, hit him with her car, and in a split second, he made the wrong decision and killed her, and therefore it's not a murder. And
Legally,
I don't
made the right decision.
Yeah, I don't think he made the wrong decision in shooting. To be clear, I think
you don't think he made the wrong decision, even with hindsight?
No.
Huh.
No,
because
matter of fact, I want to flip this real quick. I want to ask you guys.
Because in hindsight, I still know
hold on,
didn't
Jeb,
have
let me ask him a question.
Let
me ask him a question. So you're a citizen engaged in civil disobedience. You are notified by law enforcement officers that you are now detained. Get out of the car. Okay, they have lights and sirens. They have a armor vest with a tape on top of it that says police. Okay, do you, as a citizen, have a duty to keep your vehicle stationary and surrender to law enforcement? Yes or no?
Yes, of course. My argument's never been that she's not retarded. She's absolutely retarded in what
I believe
she
he's asking
didn't
me.
deserve.
I was asking the lefties, but
right,
I'm
bad.
happy to hear
sure.
that.
I mean, by the letter of the law, and I think just to reduce the probability that shit goes sideways, you should get out of your car. Yeah.
Okay.
Where are you going
Now
with
there's
that?
a cop. There's a cop standing in front of your car, and you're turning all the way to the right because you want to escape, but it's going to be close. Okay, it's going to be close. All right, like you want to escape. You decided I don't want to go to jail tonight. I want to go to jail tomorrow. You know, I got like ballet recital at 6 p.m. with like doggy ballet with my black Labrador. I don't want to go to jail tonight. I'll go to jail tomorrow. So I'm gonna get out of here. So I cut my wheel to the right, and I'm gonna gun the accelerator, but it's looking kind of close. Do you think that I should A, gun the accelerator, or B, say, this is a bad idea, let's stop?
I think, what's interesting is I feel like you guys are granting to the officer,
No, we're not.
you don't even know what I'm going to say.
Yeah, you're probably saying that we're giving him too much latitude.
No, you got to just let me finish like a statement, dude. You're like up here, like you're granting to the officer that I guess in a moment he may, huh?
I said, I listened to y'all for like 30 minutes, but go off.
Well, I'm trying to just respond to your one fucking point. Is that all right? Okay.
The floor is yours.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Just
put your fucking helmet on.
Just drive forward,
look,
point the wheels, add his directions, and go. Gun it. Go.
Okay. Look.
Turn your proverbial wheels. Drive now.
You're willing to. Okay. Jesus Christ, dude. You're willing to acknowledge to some extent that he made a judgment call in walking over to the car, which in your words is insane, right? Because he had been dragged by a car previously, and I guess in that moment he made a decision which you're calling crazy, but we're left to assume that he did that, I guess presumably because he felt like that was the best way to diffuse the situation or something like that. I don't know if you're exactly making that argument, but that's kind of how I'm interpreting it. I don't know. I guess it's kind of weird because when we're describing the sequence of actions she took, it seems like you're describing it like it's this perfectly logical thing, when I think the reality of the situation is, probably from both their vantage points, that all of this happened really, really quickly, and it's totally possible that someone made, the driver, Renee Good, made like a panicked decision to pull her car away when she absolutely shouldn't have. And I don't think it's really quite as like coherent as you're describing of, oh, I think that I should pull away for this and that reason, and this is the lot. I think it was more just like, hey, this looks like a bad situation. I better get the fuck out of here. And, to that extent, I'm actually willing to agree with a lot of people who say she probably shouldn't have put herself in the middle of that situation to begin with. However, I also think that the officer's role in that situation, in my view, should really be de-escalating. If somebody's coming in and they're not really being rational, their job is to try and lower the temperature. And it didn't seem like they were doing that. It's looked to me, anyway, on the video, like they're surrounding her, and it's becoming more hostile of an encounter, which causes her to then sort of defiantly smile and act like, which a lot of people do when they're nervous, by the way. They're panicking, they don't know what to do. I don't really think she was doing it as like a insult to the cops. I think a lot of people do that stuff when they don't know how to react, and then pull their car away like stupidly because she was panicked. And yes. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you agree with that assessment or not.
70% of what you said, but this is why I'm on the Whick TV panel show, the premier entertainment platform for political commentary that should have easily surpassed Lex Friedman and all those other fake ass fucking podcasters. He should be at 1 million subs right now. And I came onto the premier
Blaze me harder, Daddy.
political
Okay, keep going.
commentary panel show in order to remind liberals, because this is actually my frustration, okay? Remind liberals and progressives that there can be something morally unjust happening in the country that is legal. We can look back at civil rights. We can look at the slavery. We can look at all that kind of shit. And that civil disobedience can be the right thing to do, which we have a lot of heroes in American history who have engaged in civil disobedience, but you should expect to get incarcerated if you're engaged in illegal civil disobedience. And so you're right. In my opinion, Renee Good probably panicked because she was like, oh shit, I signed up in order to fuck with the Gestapo because I think the mass deportation operations are bad. And this is not a conscious thought. This is pure adrenaline. This is raw emotion. It's not a conscious narrative. But then she's like, oh shit, 3 dudes in body armor are about to come fucking arrest me. I need to get the fuck out of here. And then she guns it. Whereas I would hope that because Whick TV will soon be a multi-million subscriber YouTube show with
Jesus
millions of views, now the liberals who want to engage in civil disobedience will be like, damn, I heard that Connor guy talk the other day. I was ready to engage in civil disobedience, but I'm going to mentally prepare for the fact that I might actually get detained and arrested, and I might actually have an adrenaline dump, and I might do stupid shit.
Well,
Because I
let
reminded
Whick TV, a future multi-millionaire streamer or whatever, make $50 more from Zonia. Thank you. To
There you
ask Lonerbox and Nonsmoker question. Is there any responsibility upon the protesters for going out of their way to antagonize and confront and even obstruct a bunch of hot-headed goons with guns, especially in the heat of an anti-ICE protest? Should we see them as victims?
You can still be a victim and still be making a bad decision. I don't know why people don't get that. Whatever her, like the whole ethos of civil disobedience, at least when it's successful in the United States, like Martin Luther King, is you engage in civil disobedience and you expect to get arrested. Like getting arrested is part of the civil disobedience. That's what your way of saying that we're going to protest disobediently something about the society, but we're also doing so as part of the society. And you demonstrate that by getting arrested. That's why they got themselves jailed quite a lot. Whatever this woman's opinion was on ICE that might have been exaggerated by what she'd heard on social media or from even Dems, one true opinion she would have had about ICE is that they're going into these areas with pretexts from Trump, basically calling anyone who fucks with them or any of their political opposition as terrorists. So that's kind of an issue as well. That might have explained why she was afraid and why she made that jerk reaction to flee. Again, I don't think that's a good decision. But as far as the behavior of the cops beforehand as well, and like the lack of de-escalation, get out of the fucking car and standing in front and the guy playing around with his phone, like this will all be considered if it ever goes to a court case, as will the severity of the initial crime that she was supposedly committing. So but as far as case law goes, like I wanted to bring back a few examples that you brought up earlier. Like you mentioned, what was it, Tusi versus Billiard. But again, I don't know if you mentioned this, but again, the issue with this person and the big difference was that, like a lot of these cases, this was a joyrider, right? They were a threat to the public. I don't know if Connor might have mentioned Barnes v. Felix. That one.
That wasn't the reason why they found him reasonable, though. That wasn't part of why they found him reasonable. They found him reasonable strictly from the threat to himself part of the evaluation as well.
Okay. And in Barnes v. Felix, was it Connor who brought that up, or was that you?
Probably
From last
me.
year?
Probably me.
He was citing specific case law. The only thing that I brought up is officer caused jeopardy.
Yeah, because this was one, like, because Barnes v. Felix was outside of joyriding, because this was a case where, and again, the chronology on this is kind of odd if you're familiar with it, but like the guy gets pulled over for toll violations, and the officer talks to him for like 2 minutes, trying to get his identification, tells him to get out of the car. The guy opens the door, but then turns the ignition on, and now the case says that the cop afterwards jumped onto the door sill of the car, and then the driver started moving.
Even.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing about the chronology, because they say this all happened within 2 seconds. And in the initial thing from the initial courthouse, they said that they could only consider the 2 seconds when the car starts driving and when the cop fires, not him deciding to jump on the door sill. Because I'm going to ask the obvious question is, like, the car starts moving, how long do you have to jump on the door sill before it's gone, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, it's kind of the decision is more or less being made at the same time that he probably turns the ignition on rather than the car starts moving. But obviously, because the cop has put himself in that position, he starts firing and he does not get qualified immunity, or it's seen as a Fourth Amendment violation.
Well, no, so what happened was the Supreme Court didn't rule finally on the immunity. They ruled Fifth Circuit, and this is like a procedural thing that we should bring up. The Fifth Circuit was the only appellate court of my knowledge that was using that moment of threat doctrine you referred to, where they only look at the 2 seconds. The Supreme Court only ruled on whether or not that was the right way to look at it. They said, definitely not. You need to use what the rest of the circuits are doing, which is totality of the circumstances. So all the other case law I'm referencing was under totality. Then they threw it back to the Fifth Circuit to look at it under the totality of circumstances, and they did rule in the officer's favor, which I actually think there is a better case for ruling against that officer than there is this ICE officer, because he did jump on the car after it was moving, but they, as you said, referenced that perception to reaction gap and argued that he didn't jump on it while it was moving. He decided to jump on it before it was moving, and then it moved, and then he jumped, and so that just happened to be the case. I also struggle with you on the length of the perception reaction gap, because as I've heard the chronology of those events, that doesn't seem to be the case to me. But even under totality of circumstances, the idea that as long as the decision for use of force or of officer-created jeopardy happens before the victim has the opportunity to end the violence themselves, the officer is justified, because, like in this circumstance, the fact that he stepped in front as she backed up meant the person who made the final decision as to whether or not this was going to be a lethal circumstance was Renee when she hit the gas.
Well, out of interest, I was aware of the Supreme Court not actually making the decision, just saying this is how you have to consider it. Out of interest, morally, Connor, what do you think of that? Cop tells a guy to come out of the car. He's got his door open. He turns the ignition on, and then I guess within like less than a second afterwards, the cop jumps on the door sill, and then the car starts moving, and then he shoots the guy.
And then shoots a guy once the car starts moving.
Yeah,
I think it's officer caused jeopardy. Like the reason why I keep repeating this concept.
When you say officer caused jeopardy, do you mean that it was a justified shooting or not, though?
Okay, so I'm not evading. I'll try to answer as directly and briefly as possible. We both have responsibilities. Officers are supposed to enforce the law. Citizens are supposed to, you cannot escape the ride. You can escape the rap. Okay? So if an officer tells you that you need to be detained and go to jail, it's your duty as a citizen to surrender unless you actually think that they're like going to murder you. Right? So that person, by starting their car and driving, did not fulfill that responsibility, but that officer further endangered the situation because he could have let him go, got his license plate, written down his description, put a warrant out for his arrest, and they could have gotten him at a later time that would be infinitely safer. And now a human being is dead. And so in my world, at least if I could write law about this right now, I would say that we should train the public on this. Cops shouldn't be criminally held liable for officer caused jeopardy unless it's particularly egregious, but it should open them to civil suit 100%. Like it should waive their sovereign immunity if officer caused jeopardy.
Should this officer, this ICE agent specifically, be open to civil suit by Renee Good's surviving family?
I don't know if it should be adjudicated in Renee Good's family, if Renee Good's family's favor, because I think that she has partial the responsibility, but I do think that the ICE should be open for civil suit. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and as far as like whether like the civil part,
sorry, Loner, did I answer your question?
I think so. I think
okay,
but
these are all going to be long.
In summary, in summary, it sounded like a justified shooting, then, right?
Well, it's justified because we have a very specific and limited threshold for justifying lethal force, which is imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. Well, that guy started his car and started driving, and the cop's on the car. He's putting the cop in imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. Deadly force is met. The cop can kill the guy in order to hopefully he takes his foot off the gas because he's dead. And then the cop doesn't get dragged 75 feet and get injured and or killed by the car. But the police officer, if he had done his procedures, his tactics and techniques properly, called in the license plate first, saw who the driver was, and then the driver starts the car and takes off, well, that cop could just take a step back and be like, okay, I got your license plate. I know what you look like. I'm going to write up a report and a warrant, and we'll catch you at another time that's not going to put my life or your life in as much danger. And I think cops and the public should both be trained on that expectation.
Yeah, that's the bit I think we'll probably never agree on. Like, I don't see how, because as far even for precedent or even just for setting an example, the idea that a cop can remember, and maybe if this was a situation where but even if it were like a murderer in the car, like a joyrider, the idea of like you see the guy turn the ignition on with his door open, and then you jump onto the door sill and just like you're standing on the edge of a car. knowing that it is probably about to move, and then you decide, well, now my life's in danger. You might as well just take his gun out and say, if you move, I'm going to shoot you, right? Like,
but the law enforcement officer, well, I agree with you there. But the law enforcement this is one of the things that I'm getting pissed off with my chat about too. The law enforcement officer is doing their duly sworn job. They wake up, they put on soft armor, they put on a battle belt, they go out into the world, they look for law offenders, they arrest them. That is their job. The other person is a criminal who's trying to evade consequence. And so to weigh these people as equally responsible and acting in an equally responsible way, I think is a recipe for like civilizational dissolution.
as in, you think the cops should be held to a higher standard or lower because they're not criminal?
No, I think the cops should be held to a higher standard. But I think to say, so as an example, let's use the example that you just said. As a matter of fact, I think this is probably a problem in the United Kingdom. So let's say it is a murderer. Let's say it is a joyrider. And the cop is like, I don't want to let this guy go, but I want to try to arrest him. So I'm going to jump into the window because I think the stakes are this high and I want to protect members of the public. And then the guy doesn't stop after he screams a couple of times. And he's like, if you don't stop, I'm going to kill you. And then the guy still doesn't stop. Well, at that point, if the cop shoots the guy, do you want the cop to go to jail for that? For stopping a homicide suspect who refused lawful orders, who fled and eluded law enforcement, and who also put the cop's life in jail?
Yeah,
you want to put the cop in jail for that kind of behavior.
If the person's a homicide subject, everything changes, right? Like, but I think this person was toll violations is what he was suspected of.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on. I do want to move off the toll viation guy.
Yeah, can I zoom it out a little bit?
Can I get the $50? I got a $50.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. You're sure.
$50 from this is for Connor from Dat Reshi Guy. Thank you for the $50. Okay, Connor, couldn't you say that ICE therefore had the ability to let her go then? Since he had already recorded her face, license plate, and the make model of her car, she was actively letting civvies go by her, so I don't see the danger she posed.
Not only could I say that, I said it earlier in the debate.
No, I disagree. I hard disagree. License plate only fucking matters if the state and local cops are actually going to cooperate with you and tell you where they've seen that license plate. ICE doesn't do traffic patrols. They're never going to see that license plate again unless the state and local cops cooperate, and the state and local cops aren't going to cooperate. The license plate is not part of their evaluation, and it can't be.
Okay, at the risk of disagreeing with my debate partner, okay?
How dare you?
The law, as far as I read today, ICE is allowed to enforce immigrations and customs enforcement, but they're also allowed to arrest U.S. citizens who are interfering with their lawful operations. So they had the right to detain her, arrest her in reference to what she was doing.
They're allowed to, but how are they going to find her?
Well, I was going to get to you.
Yeah.
In reference to local infractions, let's say that they wanted to hit her with like a local traffic violation for obstructing the roadway, or let's say they wanted to hit her with, some kind of noise ordinance or something. They would have to call a local police officer, at which point she would still be subject to detention. Okay. But my point is that arresting somebody who is interfering in ICE operations is not worth their life, and it's not worth the life of the ICE operator. And so therefore, stepping to the passenger side, giving lawful commands, reporting it to the local authorities, even if they're not going to do anything about it, that is the more moral choice.
Sure. Again, but that's more of a 2020 hindsight one where it's like, if she's going to get shot.
I would still argue that he should have knowingly not stepped in front of the vehicle. 100%.
Sure.
Like it's a tactical thing. He shouldn't be punished for it. He shouldn't have stepped in front of the vehicle.
When we talk about officer created...
This is to you both, actually, to Jebtan and to Counter, because I'm just really curious. So I understand that you don't think there should be any legal penalties. Do you think he should lose his job?
No, I think he acted in accordance to his training.
He did violate his training though by moving in front of the vehicle.
No, you cited DOJ policy and the DHS. Yeah, the DHS policy. Also, again, it also doesn't exactly cover the situation he was in, and that he didn't act in accordance with his training, as far as I'm concerned. If you leave a gray area and an officer operates within that gray area, you can't fire him for operating within an area that your training doesn't cover because your training's not good enough. This is the same reason with like the...
they are told specifically, do not go in front of a car unless it is like turned off or something. I forget the
Well,
exact
sorry.
word.
I mean-
What DHS policy are you citing?
Yeah, let me see that.
Yeah, let me
policy.
bring it up. Kamikaze might have it. Kamikaze, you're in chat still. Just DM it to me.
Because
and
I could
we'll load a
definitely be
bunch of you
convinced
with
that he should
comments.
lose his job, and I think he should probably personally resign anyway. So I do want to give this its time, but I
Wait,
did
wait.
want to touch on the officer created Jeopardy thing.
Yeah, I wanted to come back to
I don't
Connor
wanna-
as well because I think we might have
Sure.
been miscommunicating with the murder suspect thing. But like, given that it wasn't a murder suspect, it was a tolling violation or whatever. Like, even then, like, do you think there should be no punishment for the cop doing that? Because
No, I actually think that if we did the standard, because I think the standard actually existed in my department. If we did the standard, like, because we were told it's not worth your life, right? Like, don't die for a fucking parking ticket, right? We also had a standard so sorry, just try to give me 2 minutes, okay? I'll try to be as brief as I can. There's perverse incentives and there's different standards for different municipalities. Okay. So as a city cop, I was told that if there's somebody who flees and eludes off of a traffic stop and they have not committed a violent felony, you are not permitted to pursue because the added danger to the officer, to the other driver, and to members of the public is too great. And people have been killed in these scenarios. But what that's done in Orange County, Florida, is there are gangs who know that Orange County Sheriff's Office does not pursue, and as a result, every single traffic stop that these gang members get on, they flee. So you've now created a perverse incentive where a criminal organization knows the rules and is flouting the rules, creating a more dangerous, more lawless community. And what's interesting about that is that state police don't have that rule. So if a sheriff's deputy tries to pull you over in Orange County, they won't pursue. If you get pulled over by a same deputy in Lake County, they will pursue. If a state trooper gets a hair up their ass, they can pursue. And so that variability in like the social fabric keeps like bad guys on their toes where they're not able to take advantage of society's weakness, I suppose. Yeah. So that's where I would have a multivariate calculus for this.
well, it sounds like the severity of the crime also holds like quite a lot of weight for you then, because when it comes to the
It does.
very
Violent
limited,
felonies, violence felonies, almost every jurisdiction can pursue, even the pussy ones.
Yeah, I feel like looking at the additional opinions of people like Kavanaugh and Alito and Thomas, like they seem to be very much of the idea that like even traffic violators shouldn't really be underestimated because, you know, like there's Ted Bundy and Timothy McVeigh were both pulled over, and you know, someone who's willing to run away after a traffic violation might be the kind of person who's up to all kinds of nonsense in society. So, but yeah, that's it.
There's a logical extension here too, where traffic can become something that risky behavior adds up to death. So as an example, in the state of Georgia, Georgia State Police got sued by a gentleman who went all the way up to the Supreme Court because he was pitted at 90 miles an hour, where they hit his car at a 3/4 angle. His car like struck a tree or something, and he was paralyzed from the neck down for the rest of his life. And he was trying to sue, stating that it was law enforcement's fault that he was paralyzed. And I think the way that the Supreme Court ruled was that by taking on the risky elements himself, and by risking other members of the public, he was the sole person responsible, and you couldn't hold law enforcement responsible for his injuries.
Yeah, my other issue with the traffic one too,
Or potential death.
I think it depends, and this is also my argument with the officer created Jeopardy. Minneapolis, the state, or not Minneapolis, Minnesota, the state, has actually pretty coherent law, and I was going to bring this up because if this were to be a state charge in any way, I think the officer is actually justified on 2 counts, because one of the things they talk about is if someone is fleeing, you can't shoot them. If someone is fleeing a felony offense, so not necessarily a murder, but a felony offense, you can justify a shooting. Now, what possible felony offense could this woman have been suspected of? And fleeing, resisting arrest in a way that threatens the life of an officer or anyone is a felony in Minnesota. So I think certain types of fleeing can absolutely justify a conversation about someone being shot to protect the rest of the public, and I think that conversation can happen. I don't think this one was one of them, to be clear. That's why I ceded to you immediately, so we didn't have to waste time on that topic. But I sympathize a lot with Kavanaugh's and Alito's arguments as to the traffic infraction thing, because you'll see officers pop up for traffic infractions and get shot in the face in California. It's happened 3 times in the past, I think, 6 years here, where you pull up to a cop pulls up to a traffic stop and gets shot in the face. So you really don't ever know, but I understand what you're saying with the precedent being bad. And that's why with the officer created Jeopardy thing, I think the evaluation you need to make is the direct relationship between who created the final Jeopardy, so to speak, who created the threat to the life of the officer. In Starks versus Black, right, the officer was found to not be immune because he ultimately made the final decision that put him in the jeopardy he was in to shoot. In this case, I think that direct relationship is not there in the case of the ICE agent, because he stepped in front after she has stopped the car and pointed it at him, and she had the final choice as to whether or not it was a lethal situation that would justify the shooting. In the Felix one, I have the same exact conflict that Lonerbox has, where I really need to dive deeper in the chronology of the situation, because to me, on its face, it seems that the cop was the one who made the final decision to put him in jeopardy, and he did not potentially give Barnes enough time to stop that vehicle before he shot. But I don't know, because I don't know if there's video, and if there is, I'll watch it. I don't have an opinion either way until I see it. The main determining factor for officer-created jeopardy is, did the officer make the final decision that made the unsafe situation? Because otherwise, if we zoom it out as far as if he didn't make the initial correct strategic situation, you can justify a lot of really violent actions and lethal situations for cops. And I don't think that's a good precedent to set.
Yeah, well, I think that's the problem with the traffic stop argument, because like because there are some people who might pull out a gun and shoot a cop because they don't want a ticket. You can't
100%.
you have to acknowledge that the majority of traffic stops are not like this. So if there's an issue where something escalates, then you have to consider the escalation as it's happening, not just like anticipating it. Which is why, again, you would lean towards de-escalation. Also, to be clear, I'm not conflicted at all on Barnes. I think the cop throwing himself onto that car after the ignition had been engaged, it was just such a ridiculous decision to me. Now, it might influence whether or not it's like a murder or something, but like definitely, like I don't really think you should be a cop after behaving like that. I think the Renee situation is just like a lesser version of that, with the guy with his phone and everything else.
Loner, that's kind of what I was going to ask, though, and I think you kind of answered it right there. So I'll just say, if the policy is, if you don't have a violent felony, you cannot, engage in officer cause jeopardy or whatever in order to attempt to stop somebody from fleeing. Because once again, this is a relatively, I think officer cause jeopardy has been something that's only been argued in the past 5 or 10 years.
Yeah, it's new.
So officer cause jeopardy, if you want to, this is actually kind of the solution oriented thing. If you wanted to explore the nuances of officer cause jeopardy, rewrite use of force policy to consider the kinds of crimes that are occurring and the kind of contextual information available to a law enforcement officer during a stop, and then give them guidelines on how to conduct themselves based off the kind of the stop. I would back you 100% on writing a sane policy and then firing people or opening people up to civil suit based off of violations of that policy. What I'm afraid of, though, is that I feel like once we start going down this road, like Jeb was saying earlier, libs and progressives oftentimes take it too far, where they basically want to punish people for being law enforcement officers engaged in their lawful duties, rather than coming up with a sane balance between public safety and officer safety and the lawful execution of duties.
Can I?
I mean, if it makes you feel any better, it's like I know that right wingers. And you mentioned the UK earlier. Despite the fact that, just to be clear, we have a fairly much lower murder rate than they have in the United States. But yeah, we occasionally will have right wingers getting upset because there will be a case where a cop is prosecuted because they kept up a pursuit that they weren't supposed to. They should have disengaged from the pursuit because it was making things more dangerous. And the person who they were pursuing ended up hitting 2 people or something like that. And like maybe if they'd been caught earlier, like, or maybe the person they're pursuing just like goes on to kill people afterwards. So maybe they wouldn't have done it if they got caught. But then I guess the other people would argue that on the other side, long term, you just kind of want to veer towards majority situations. So even though there will be situations like that where a cop gets prosecuted for not letting someone go, even though they probably should have kept going after them, the majority of the situation, like you want to lean towards de-escalation. And I feel like when you see these more muddy situations in the United States, like Barnes, then it's like it seems to be like cops behaving in a very like stupid way.
Yeah, this is weirdly Darwinian and fucked up, but I'm going to bring it up
Oh.
because I do think it's a wide gulf between Europeans and Americans when it comes to violence. So when it comes to American like schizophrenics, mentally ill people, or people with disabilities that causes them to act erratically and violently, law enforcement just kills them. It's actually like weirdly enough like a form of like social Darwinism. Whereas I think that in Europe, what you guys typically do, based off of the law enforcement tactics that I've seen, is they willfully use riot shields, cops who are kind of trained in takedowns, tasers, and exhaustion to take down knife wielding, machete wielding, and like hand tool wielding suspects. And then the suspect lives. Now, from the conservative standpoint, it's like, well, you just arrested a schizophrenic who's just going to get out of jail in 30 days and they're going to recommit schizophrenic crimes. Whereas if you're actually an empathetic human being, then like, well, maybe we could get them treatment, maybe we could get them medication, maybe we could reduce the amount of schizophrenic violent breaks that they have, et cetera, et cetera. And we didn't just waste somebody who was having a medical breakdown. I think that we could move towards the European direction in reference to not mass slaughtering schizophrenic people in the street. But we would need like a total cultural reorientation, because right now, as it's written, imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, basically a cop can shoot you at that point.
One of the things that I want to touch on here, in Minnesota, there are tons of videos coming out where ICE seems to be escalating the situation. I've seen videos of them pointing what I assumed are armed pistols in the faces of protesters who don't seem to be doing anything, at least in the clips. There has been a lot of criticism of ICE. Police in general are trained to de-escalate the situation, but it seems that ICE either isn't being trained that way or isn't following that training. What should be done, if anything, in order to correct that situation? If you think it's a situation that needs correcting, go ahead.
Sorry, I was muted. I think what I would like to have a conversation about is potentially funding being approved. And I know everyone's like, they have such a big budget. You have to remember this is a federal immigration force. It does not have any support from the most important localities and states that they're trying to act in. So it's not like Obama, where they can do it with 5,000 to 10,000 agents. I think there should be a pause on ICE enforcement for about a month, and there needs to be
What do you mean by a
retraining of
pause
ICE
on ICE
officers.
enforcement about a month? What do you mean by
Like
that?
you essentially recall ICE agents. They're all going to training for a month to get better use of force training and whatnot and things like that. And then they go back out with the better training. Because I think it'll serve two purposes. One, they'll get the better training, but I don't think training is the issue when you look at Minneapolis. What I see in Minneapolis from before ICE and after is a community that has been empowered by both the local culture and the local leadership to purposefully agitate and antagonize law enforcement of all kinds. And I think they not only need better training, but ICE needs like a month pause of living in that world, because we do have to acknowledge at some point, because everybody doesn't want to give credit for the perception reaction gap and for the lack of 2020 hindsight. Sorry, my camera got fucked up. That it's all a part of, they don't want to treat these police like human beings. And these are humans that are being purposefully agitated, harassed, and antagonized day after day after day. And you wonder why in this one locality there seems to be a ton of issues, but then we want to pretend that this locality isn't the problem, when this is a federal law enforcement arm that seems to just have the same concentrated issue of use of force incidents in the same place that local law enforcement tends to have, and state law enforcement tends to have the same concentrated issue of use of force incidents. To act like the leadership and the culture around law enforcement in Minneapolis isn't at least in part at fault is not only naive, I think it's purposefully stoking the continuation of this problem to serve a political aim at this point. If so many guys in so many different uniforms are having the same exact fucking problem, at what point do we say, all right, we blame Trump primarily, we blame ICE primarily, but maybe there is a Minneapolis problem among this all, and it's not insignificant.
I feel like it'd be
go
much
ahead.
easier to decide. I was muted on my end. I feel like it'd be much easier to decide where the problem is if we didn't have Trump deploying these people to places where the states are not really wanting them there and where there's a lack of cooperation. Sorry, does anyone know exactly why 2,000 federal agents were deployed to Minneapolis?
Yeah, wasn't it because the
Yeah.
Somalis were abusing the daycare systems or something?
I think,
So there, I mean, there's a lot of allegations.
Wait, that's an incomplete sentence. They were accused of fucking about and committing fraud by a bedwetting fucking retard who can barely say words properly.
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
assume the other bedwetting arsler that is currently our president took that at face value and then thought the fastest way to deal with that was deploying 2,000 ICE agents. So yeah.
And then obviously Trump is telling them that they're going in there and then countering all these blue cities full of communists and Antifa and terrorists. Like the amount of time I just see the words terrorist like applied to just like general populations or crowds of protesters right now is fucking insane. Yeah,
Well,
I think that environment
we're-
you're never going to have like any kind of
Americans,
like,
unfortunately,
settling
are
of
getting hoisted
relations.
by our own petard. There was a bunch of people like Nonsmoker in the 2000s that were like, the invasion of Iraq is a pretext by the military-industrial complex and the deep state to erode our social liberties, and as a result, use terrorism as a pretext.
Well, I said that about the
crack down
Patriot Act.
on domestic insurgency or domestic protest against the central federal government. And what happened was conservatives and conservatarians for me were like, oh, that's a fever dream. You're exaggerating. George Lucas is a crank. You know, like that speech where it's like, oh, this is how democracy dies, to applause. You know, like that, like we all thought George Lucas was a loser and an F slur for making it so on the nose. And then the Trump administration was like, nah, we're going to do that. We're going to do that for real. Like we're just going to take war on terror propaganda and we're just going to apply it to everyone who is not us. And he made George Lucas a prescient social commentator, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
one
so
very
they're
very
not
simple
right.
so one very simple start would just be like you should generally before Trump in the good old days.
No, you could say that George W. Bush and Mitt Romney and the Republicans paved the way for Trump, and you're not going to get any arguments from me. They thought that a sane person.
I don't disagree with that.
would
Yeah,
be
and also
behind
Republican
the wheel
media.
at
Yeah,
all
of course.
times.
Yeah, I
Obama
remember,
did
And they were
too.
wrong.
I remember
Yeah.
watching Fox News in like 2010. Yeah, they were always kind of they was definitely leading up to
Yeah, they
Trump
were
with
always
that.
making excuses for it. They're like, well, we'll just abuse our civil liberties and torture a few Muslims, and it's never going to get misused. And then,
But I think the big change that's
play-
happened right
play
now
the- What's the music with the bald guy, the bald Jewish guy?
the what?
The bald Jewish guy.
Miller.
Oh,
No,
Miller.
not Stephen Miller. The
Other bald
You
TV
gotta
show
narrow
with
it
the
down
sarcastic
further than
guy.
that.
There's more than one bald Jewish guy.
Yeah.
Does nobody know about the old Jewish guy that I'm talking about?
I know
The
of a lot of
bald
old
Jewish
bald
guy
Jewish
is not
guys.
very helpful in
Larry David. Larry
There we
David.
go.
Give me a
That's one of
second, dude. What TV show does Larry David do?
Curb Your Enthusiasm.
There
Yeah.
you go. Play the Curb Your Enthusiasm music. Boom. There you go.
Okay. So yeah, I was just saying that the significant change with ICE is obviously before this Trump term, states would cooperate with ICE in the way that they please. So some would be much more cooperative. They would turn over people very aggressively, and others would turn over like violent criminals, but let the other ones kind of chill with the sanctuary state of California. I feel like that's the only sensible way to do it, because it seems that any kind of superimposition of federal enforcement through ICE onto these states is always going to have a pretext of friction, especially when Trump is calling them a bunch of fucking Antifa terrorists. But
Okay,
So
let
this
me
is the
let me
question.
get to the general super chats real quick. We'll get through it so I don't miss it. And then we'll get to the $50 one Zonia just did in a second. I promise we'll get there. $10.
Damn, Zonia, you get a fucking IT job? Share some of the wealth.
You know, I never answered Zonia's questioning me, by the way, but that's
Oh,
fine.
we'll do that real quick. Then we'll get to these super chats real quick. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, I flat out, I just, and I understand where Zonia's coming from, I think, and this goes into a lot of the stuff Jeb is saying about cops and ICE officers being human beings and so forth. I just straight up don't like the precedent that people should take it as normal that we should be afraid of law enforcement to the extent that we are. You know, I think that that's a really bad place to be in as a society and as a country.
Okay. $10 from Gelatinous Rube. Excited for Whick to turn towards the camera, bleary-eyed, and ask, "We didn't just see her drive towards him, right? Right? Like he's running a sociological experiment in Stanford. Don't cry, Lonerbox." Okay.
I'll do
thank
my
you for 10.
best.
$20 from Zonia TV. Oh, damn, we got Nonsmoker in the house. Oh, yeah, but I love all these people. Give Connor, Jebtan, Lonerbox, and Nonsmoker my love. There you go. Love.
Share the love, Zonia. Good God.
five gift memberships from AKA Batozai. Thank you. 10 gift memberships from Zonia TV, who is single-handedly funding my channel today, apparently. I
Yeah,
do
she's become an
appreciate that.
oiler. That's amazing.
Jeez. I appreciate it. Kelly Whalen for $10. The Supreme Court has not answered the question regarding self-induced danger from officer, which is a pertinent question. Direction of wheel doesn't matter. Thank you for the $10. $5 from Bellrunner to say, assume she was negligent of officer harm. Is it fair or sane to label it domestic terrorism or anti-ICE left-wing violence?
No.
No, yeah, that's why I tried to head that one off, so no one would think they were agreeing with me while simultaneously thinking that was okay.
She was a 37-year-old crunchy lesbian dog mom.
Yeah.
I don't think she was a left-wing Antifa terrorist.
Yeah.
Whereas,
if anything, she furthers my argument that general left liberal rhetoric is putting people in a lot of jeopardy and danger. But no, she's not.
Well, I have to thank Zonia because she came over and oiled. I'm not even going to say how much because she was too nice about it. I just wanted 20, Zonia. Good God.
Which is redistributing the wealth. What the fuck?
Thank you, Zonia. Thank you. Everybody in chat say thank you, Zonia. Please.
Thank you, Zonia. Okay, $2 from Kelly Whalen. Connor is exactly right. $2 from Gelatinous Rube. Can a dead driver keep maneuvering? Yes or no? $10 from Gelatinous Rube. Remember, their entire narrative collapsed in 48 hours. Every single point of the left was wrong. She did know they were ICE. She did see their approach. She did know an officer was in front of her. $10 more from Gelatinous Rube, who's also helping me out. Thank you. Says, sending money to reward Whick for finally having Jebtan back on, not for his obvious moral failings and lying about his shooting on video. Whatever course is paying, it's not worth your soul, buddy. So, one, not being paid by anyone right now except for Zonia and you, and Jebtan's never been banned from my show.
Yeah, no, I clarified that in the chat. The reason I haven't been on is specifically because I think it is dog shit, the platform Destiny, and so I was not asking to go on. Whick never banned me from going on. That anti-platforming of Destiny protest will likely continue after this, but because of the danger I think the inflammation of anti-cop rhetoric poses right now, this particular subject kind of hit a nerve, and I wanted to make sure I was on a platform about it.
Sure. $5 from Maliceness. ICE is clearly acting out of their jurisdiction. They should have no reason to even be approaching citizens because their job is to arrest illegals.
That's not even true. They're federal police. Like, dude, just focus on officer-caused jeopardy and whether or not law enforcement officers should be trained on whether or not their use of deadly force will actually end the threat. Those are the two strong arguments. Saying that federal law enforcement officers don't have the ability to interact or detain U.S. citizens is fucking soy cope. And
remember not to give $50 answers for $5 super chats. Okay, we give $5 answers for $5 super chats, $50 answers for the $50. Let's go.
Okay, I'm sorry I gave them a Zonia tier super chat for $5.
Great.
My bad.
Okay, €6. The brown shirts here. To the brown shirts here. Are you okay with racial profiling? Are you okay with razzias? Are you okay with faceless goons uploading face shots to Palantir?
I mean, if you're immigration enforcement and you're in a locality because of a certain immigrant group, yeah, I think racial profiling is fine. I think racial profiling for things unrelated to race is not okay. But I think, say, and I'll make it central to my community. If you're in Southern California and Mexican immigration is the main problem, it's okay to maybe pull over significantly lower proportions of white people than Mexican people and ask them for their citizenship records.
I'm still with. I hope Jeb backs me up on this. I'm still with the Fourth Amendment of the United States. So
Now
I think you have to
Yes.
have a
to not leave
preceding
anyone out. So
violation
here you go.
before a
Holy
law
shit,
enforcement
Zonia, thanks for
officer
the
can
$100
like
bucks.
interact
Yeah.
with you.
Yeah,
so
but
for
the
instance, like,
yeah.
if you have like a traffic stop, or you have a safety violation, or you have a workplace violation, or you have a crime, and then you start pulling the thread on immigration status, that's totally fine. Walking around asking random brown people in Southern California whether or not they're citizens, not so much.
Okay.
Sure. Outside of a targeted raid, that would not be
Gotta
justified.
get through these. Gotta get through these. We're gonna rapid fire them off. $5 from Durant to say, to the point of racist cops officers, we can point to the Third Reich doing dog whistles displayed by DHS. Gnome's podium, one of ours, all of yours, quote. $5 from Alishness. The thing is that the woman could have used every slur on earth at him. He put himself in danger by leaving his vehicle to approach her. He instigated. $5 from
He's
Gelatinous
a
Fruit.
police officer.
That's an insane
Let me-
level of
let me get through
abstraction.
these.
He
Let
shouldn't
me
have
get through
even
these.
left the car.
I gotta get through these so we can get
Yeah,
back
yeah.
to the discussion.
Sorry.
How can Gelatinous Rube? How can Loner talk about January 6th when there's a genocide in Gaza? I told you not to
True.
try. To be clear,
It's the equivalent
Lonerbox
of
isn't
a
one of those
million
ones.
January 6th.
Audacity, tier 2 membership for 16 months. Thank you, buddy. None of this would have happened if everyone involved had the proper tires and inflated to the proper pressure. Safety first with proper maintenance. Cool.
It was
$5
icy
from
out
Rise.
there.
Would Connor have shot her 3 times in the same circumstances when he was a cop?
Nope. As a matter of fact, I've already articulated it twice. I would have approached the passenger side. I would have given them lawful orders. And if she took off, I would have written a warrant for her arrest.
$2 from Gelatinous Rube.
Thank you for your
Counterpoints.
service. Sorry.
Yes, counterpoint. That's a reasonable. That's what I think all reasonable people should answer because it's the only reasonable choice. But $2 from Gelatinous Rube. Counterpoints call civil rights morally unjust. I don't know if that's true. $5 from New York Shade. The libs keep assuming she was panicked when the evidence shows the contrary. She was clearly smiling and antagonizing the agents throughout.
That was her wife. Her wife said, "Why don't you go get lunch, fat boy," or something like that. That wasn't even the driver. So I don't want to.
Is that allowed in the US? In the UK, if you swear at a cop, they can like fuck you up.
Yeah, and this is
No,
the United
yeah, in the
States. So
US,
it's
you're
actually your
allowed to swear
God-given
at
right to
anyone.
cuss at police officers. I think it's
rude.
ugly behavior, but it is your God-given right.
Wait, is that real, Loner? If you cuss at a cop, they could rock your shit?
Yeah,
You're disturbing
it's
the
in
Queen's
certain
peace.
context, but yeah, they can take it as a.
They can also arrest you guys for tweets, can't they? It's weird.
Yeah, I joked with
they've stopped doing that
someone
now,
about
I
it.
think.
Someone in Wick's Discord said we should do it like the French cops and showed French cops beating a dude who was just yelling at him. And I was like, we don't need to do that because in America we're rugged individualists that can kick punk kids' asses ourselves. Okay, we don't need the cops to do it. An innocent passerby will come and kick that kid's ass.
$5
Cops
from
don't
Robin
do it.
Page. The U.S. has a duty to enforce our border laws. There is no right to reside in the U.S. except for citizens. 100 ARS from that's like $2, man. From Real Serious seems Loner.
Hey,
and
don't
Con-
you dog on Real Serious? Real Serious is my
He's a
boy.
good guy. I love him, right? But he always does this thing where it looks like a lot of money, but it's like $2.
It's
Seems
Argentinian
Loner and-
pesos. It's not his fault he lives in South America.
I know. Seems Loner
is.
and non-smoker are more so debating what ICE was doing there, which many of us agree with, versus Connor and Jeb focusing on the specific timeline of events and case law as it relates to the incident. $2 from Kelly Wayland to say Jeb is exactly correct. $5 from Odashara to say in Connor's world, the cop can put himself in as much danger as they want to justify lethal force. No personal responsibility.
I feel like he had a stricter view on that than me. Yeah.
£5 from Riz. What the fuck says, would you expect other cops to shoot in the same circumstances as with Good going forward? Should that be accepted policy for all cops and ICE agents?
Sorry, bro. You're trying to rush us because they're like low dollar amounts.
Yeah,
but,
okay.
like,
I got you. No, good.
What's the question?
You're doing it right. Officer Creed,
No,
100
hey,
ARS
wait.
from Real Serious.
Your chat is paying you an above average wage to get questions answered, and you're rushing them. Stop being such a slut. I'm not going anywhere. If you want me to answer the question, ask the question.
Answer the
You're done.
question.
I don't remember it now. I was
Okay,
too
would you
busy yelling at
expect
you.
other cops to shoot in the same circumstances as with Good going forward? Should that be accepted policy for all cops or ICE agents?
I think they should. I think police officer or should versus will. Law enforcement departments should rewrite policy to include officer imposed jeopardy.
Yeah, well, and one thing I need to stress so much, because I've had to deliberate this and people just ignore it. You have to be specific when you say circumstances. Well, if you say circumstances and you mean from the beginning of the interaction, both Connor and I have both said no. But if you're saying should other officers shoot in the same circumstances, meaning once the vehicle had backed up and she decided to hit the gas, I think every single officer should shoot at that moment 100% of the time. But yes, if you're zooming out, that's where I think we both agree the policy should absolutely be better. But if you're zooming in all the way to when he has a car pointed at him and then she hits the gas, I do not think any officer has the obligation, nor should they try to put upon themselves the burden of determining the direction of the vehicle that is mere feet away from them when it hits the gas, because more officers will die than will allow a person to safely flee in that circumstance.
Okay, 100 ARS from Real Serious. Officer created Jeopardy. I thought it was Alex Trebek. Thank you. 2 euros from DT. I think it's euros. Hooded brown shirts feds are not good comps. Miso Kovac for 5 euros. So basically, American cops are regarded NPCs, and they're not responsible if you accidentally trigger their kill animation. What's the point of cops again?
Their kill animation. Crazy.
$10 from Malik.
Sorry, wait. Out
Demain.
of interest, before because something you mentioned. Does that mean I can't remember? Did the other cops pull their weapons out as well, or was it just the guy who shot?
No, just the
It
guy.
was just the guy who shot.
Does that mean that the other officers were in the wrong for not drawing their weapons?
I just don't know that they were making the same deliberation. I don't think they had the same point of view as the one. Like, obviously, everybody's perspective gives them a different threat perception to make. If the officer from the side is he's got head in window, he can't totally tell where his officer is, and also he didn't really have a hand free. I don't know what officers around him were doing because none of the video gave me a great view of them.
There's one there's one like just on the left side of the car, isn't he? Like, so he's at the left side, and then the other guy's at the angle.
But he's the one
corner.
reaching in to the door and like trying to get her out. So I don't know that he had a hand free.
My suspicion would be that they were also making the instantaneous calculation of is he going to get out of the way or not, right? Because as he was drawing, he was still stepping out of the way. Like, you can act to save the life of other people, so they probably could have technically drawn and fired if they wanted to.
Yeah.
But again, they might have been like, oh shit, it's about to pop off. I don't want to make this worse, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
$10.
okay.
Oh, did that answer your question, Loner?
Yeah.
Okay. $10 from Malik Demates. If ICE wants the respect of the public, if they should they should probably stop sending illiterate cowboys with 2 weeks of training and a presumption of immunity to assault high schoolers and soccer moms.
Well, now you just don't want any cops.
Yeah.
This is a $50 one from Zonia. Panel. Here's something that might cause trouble, but I promised people I'd inject some chaos. In your opinion, if 2 parents have a child depending on them, is it negligent for both of them to go to an ICE protest and then obstruct the ICE officers?
Yes.
In my opinion, yeah.
I mean, again, I just don't like the precedent that we're talking about here, where it's like, well, if you're gonna show up at a nice protest and you get in the way, you are risking your life. I don't know. I don't.
Yeah. What about
like that?
But can't we agree that there's a difference between like lawful protest and civil disobedience, and she was engaged in civil disobedience?
I don't know. I mean, explain to me what you think the distinction is.
So for instance, like I think that the right to lawfully assemble is like recognized nationwide, and there are like ICE protests that people schedule. They schedule marches, they schedule protests, they show up with billboards, they do this, they do that, and that's a protest, right? Whereas I think civil disobedience is typically you're committing some kind of like lawful infraction, baiting the law enforcement to arrest you so you can draw attention to a specific like moral or legal issue. And I feel like if she had engaged in protest, we would have no idea who she was. She was engaged in civil disobedience. And I do think it's a risk because, like we just mentioned, engaging in unlawful civil disobedience can result in arrest. And if you got kids, you got dogs, you got responsibilities, yeah, it's kind of risky.
Yeah, but is
$10?
it like life or death risky? You know what I mean? Like I don't like the assumption that goes into this in the wake of this incident that like, well, it's not just that you could be arrested and be away from your kids for a time. It's like you could die. You know, there's a reasonable possibility that you could die doing civil disobedience. And I do think like the reason I asked for the distinction, obviously there's like a clear difference. I do think a lot of like peaceful legal protest kind of hovers on that line a little bit of civil disobedience. You know, like having participated in protests myself, you know, police will show up and it'll be very clear, like boundaries of what you can do, where you can go, what you can't say, what you can't say. And when protests attract enough people, it just gets out of hand, like any big group of people tends to. And I'm not saying that that gives people the right to do all sorts of crazy shit, but I also think that, like, I don't know, like, we're setting up this weird precedent, in my view, where it's like, well, if you're obstructing and you're in the way and daddy and mommy said you can't do that, then you're going to die. And that's a reasonable risk.
No.
Let's take
So
that
if
away.
I'm
Let's
saying
assume
if daddy and mommy should have a plan. So if mommy's going to the protest, then daddy should know that maybe mommy is going to get hit with some pepper balls and he's going to be on daddy daycare for the next 48 hours until he's able to bail mommy out of jail. And vice versa. If daddy's going to the protest and they know that it might get a little bit raucous, then you need to know that mommy or grandma and grandpa are going to need to watch the kids. That's all I'm saying. If you want to engage in protest or civil disobedience, go for it. I just think that you need to have a plan. That way you're taking care of your kids. And by the way, this is a real consideration. I don't like Trump, and my wife has participated in anti-Trump protests. We had conversations before where we were like, there's car attacks, there's jihadists, there's criminals, there's hundreds of thousands of people downtown all at the same time. This is a 99.9% safe thing to do, but there's an element of risk that we're taking on. So
yeah,
I
and
think we just need to be aware of that.
Even if we take death out of it, even if we're in non-smokers' ideal world, which is also mine, that there is no threat of death for officers or protesters in civil disobedience or otherwise, even just the expected potentiality for arrest, I don't think we want mommy and daddy to both be in jail either. So I think, yeah, you should probably, if you're going to both be activists, the activists want, alternate activism so that you can line up, discharge dates
On this,
so that the kids got a guardian.
DHS, Homeland Security's official Twitter account, has condemned people bringing their babies to protest, calling them human shields. Do we think that's appropriate to A, for DHS to call them human shields, and B, for people, moms in the day, to just bring their kids to the
I wonder where they
protest?
got the human
Yeah,
shield rhetoric
moms
from.
should 100% in protests like this one that are about an officer-involved shooting. You know how those protests tend to evolve. If you bring a baby to a protest over an officer-involved shooting, you're negligent, 100%. And it is a human shield because you are bringing that baby so that you don't get pepper sprayed or tear gas, blah, blah, blah. And then you're going to go and post about they threw tear gas in the crowd to disperse,
wait.
and I had a baby with me. And it's like,
Look, I'm against
off.
like bringing a baby to a protest. I don't know if human shield's a little ridiculous, but Jeb, just for the sake of argument
Don't
here,
concede
like,
that. What the fuck? A human
No,
shield
no,
is
I-
a human. No, yeah, obviously a human shield is
it's
like
ridiculous.
but like a human shield is obviously implying that you're engaging in like hostilities, and that's why you're using the shield to deter them attacking
yeah,
you.
I'm not
Right.
using
So it's assuming
the
that
international law
it's assuming that
definition.
these
on.
mothers are bringing their babies to
But
avoid
I
getting
think
hurt. It could be that they want to go to a
colloquially-
protest and they have a baby. They don't have anywhere else to put the
Let
baby.
me try to
Colloquially, I think there are
complete
at
the-
least some people who are bringing
No.
a kid because it would make it seem a lot grosser if the police tear gassed a crowd and then there happened to be a kid in
Yeah,
it.
but if you're protesting within the confines of the law,
Yeah.
I mean, if you brought your kids, they shouldn't have to be at risk of being pepper sprayed.
Maybe, but like you said, there's the understanding that you can't control everyone else at the protest, and the same reason I wouldn't bring my kid to a paintball arena, even outside
Yeah.
of the paintball course, because I don't know if a rogue paintball is going to go and hit
But
my
do you
kid.
see where this is
I'm not
going
bringing
then?
them-
Then it basically means any form of protest potentially should be treated as something that could be met with violent resistance from
not
police.
not should, but as a parent, you can't be worried about shoulds, because if you only think about what should happen to your kid would never be in danger. You need to be worried about what may happen.
I want to get to the rest of these real quick. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go to the closings, and then you're welcome to stay because there's people who want on
Yeah.
to jump and to question you guys. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that. $10 from Death to Billionaires. MAGA is a death cult to destroy the country that wronged them. The buzz around this is a celebration and encouragement of unaliving of their political enemies and eventually their own loved ones. Thank you for the $10. $5 from Overload TV. If the cop was able to shoot and get out of the way with no bodily harm, couldn't the officer have gotten out of the way quicker without shooting?
Maybe, but again, when the situation is evolving under like 2 or 3 seconds, like he doesn't know that he's going to clear the vehicle by the time that he gets there, and that's like, again, go back to our earlier arguments about action reaction.
Okay. $10 from Doobie to say if Trump is actually doing all the terrible things the Honorable Dr. Lucas warned us of, when is it time to use the Second Amendment for that thing conservatives are always saying they need it for?
When he goes for a third term.
Okay. $20 from Doobie. Quick reminder that Yeb is a beautiful soul and I appreciate him, even if he's a filthy shill. Also, Connor is a head ass. Thank you for the $20.
Hi, Doobie. I miss you.
$5 from Alishness. Where's the line? We were content with ICE only going after criminals originally. Now we're making excuses for them going after citizens. $10 from Doobie to say absolute worst case scenario, she accidentally brushed him as she was pulling away. Does minor contact with the car really justify an execution?
Yeah, come on over, Doobie. We'll do an IRL
the
example
super
for
chat. Okay. How did shooting her prevent any harm to anyone? Go ahead.
So I'll touch it, but I'll reference my other touching upon the second half. One, this isn't a trial. The judge, jury, executioner argument I don't like because she is not on trial. It is just about the officer's perception of a threat to his life, and I think it was an accurate one, and he fired. How does it prevent harm? I already touched on that. If accelerating a live driver is 100% likely to be accelerating, shooting them necessarily reduces that likelihood. And also, if you're not taking for granted that the officer's or that the driver's intent is to protect you, the officer, which they don't have obligation to do, then you also reduce the threat by eliminating their ability to turn that wheel back over and hit you.
Okay.
Well, yeah, and by the way, like this is the stupidest shit ever. Obviously, if I have a 2,000 or 3,000 pound vehicle and I run over your fucking foot, it's going to be great bodily harm. So we're already at the great bodily harm threshold, and I don't have to be doing a fast speed to do it. And then all I have to do is I have to pull up BLM footage of cop cars and civilian cars doing 2 to 3 miles an hour through a crowd, and then running over people's foot, legs, ankles, all that shit, and those people suffering great bodily harm. So once again, like
those people,
I don't know why thinking. Hey, come on, it's a fucking show. I want to talk. Jesus Christ, you're making more money than me tonight. Relax. The argument from fucking libs that like vehicles are suddenly not dangerous is slurred. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we are now at the closing statement portion of the show. And then after closing statements, we will pull on people. I know there's some people in the backstage who want to get in and have questions for the panelists. So please, if you have questions for the panelists, jump backstage now. Link to Discord. I'll put it in the chat while they're giving their closing statements. But please also, these people have taken their time of their day to come here and give us content. Reward them. I have links to their YouTube channels, to their Twitters, all that in my YouTube description. Give them a follow. Do it now. Let's start with Nonsmoker, and then we'll let Counterpoints have the last word. Go ahead, Nonsmoker.
Twitch.tv/non_smoker, nonsmoker.substack.com. Check out the struggle session every 2 weeks on WUSB Stony Brook, Tuesdays, 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, I feel bad. I feel like, I don't know, this never really got going for me. I apologize to everyone in the audience. Usually I'm not this boring on panels. I'm generally far more engaged and combative. I almost felt like we were having, a super chatter mentioned this, I almost feel like we're having 2 different conversations. I do appreciate the level of research that Jeb put into this. I mean, good on you. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not interested in engaging in like a really ultra specific legal debate. I think the broader social, political context is really what matters here. What this means for the country moving forward, I think that's what really affects all of us. I mean, in this country, for sure. And, I was hoping to have a conversation really based on that. And honestly, it seems like I agree with these guys on a lot of the really important things in the case anyway. That she shouldn't have been murdered. The cop shouldn't have been engaged to the level he was. I mean, Connor kind of said that. He put it better than I could have, honestly. So, I don't know. I mean, in terms of how this turns out in court, the officer being fired or I'm not saying it's irrelevant, but I almost feel like it's a much bigger story than that. And so if anybody in the audience would like to debate this in a more hostile way, please come through afterward because
Do it.
I'm still waiting.
Yeah. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. And, there are so many threads to pull on in this discussion that we can only do what you guys are willing to engage with. So here we are. Thank you for coming. Lonerbox, please.
What if Trump was in front of the car?
Hit the gas, baby.
Anyway,
kidding.
listen. Okay,
Disavow.
seriously.
Okay.
It's just like, obviously the Asmongold's of the world have a very different position. They just seem to think that it was okay to shoot at her just for non-compliance. But it's good to see the two in the panel have a slightly different interpretation. Don't agree with it, but thanks for the discussion. Is what it is. Fucking hell.
Okay. Please, Jebtan.
Yeah, no, I mean, both of their points credit. I think all four of us are having a different conversation and has been taking place generally over the past half a week. I can't give enough credit to Nonsmoker and Lonerbox for being like by far the most honest and sane people I've talked to about this. My suspicion has been consistently, and I sung Lonerbox's praise or Lonerbox's and Nonsmoker's praises before this, is that a lot of the people I've argued with have Lonerbox's opinion, that ICE didn't have a right to be there in the first place, that they set up the situation and everything emerging from that is their fault. But none of the people I talked to made that argument. They all died on the hill that also, it was a legally unjustified shooting and overextended their knowledge of the situation and made dog shit arguments. And I just really appreciate Nonsmoker and Lonerbox for both being genuinely 100% honest in their arguments and having like an argument where we can all verbally have some combat on the same level and not be hiding our power level or anything. I really appreciated this conversation. I can't say it enough. So major props to Lonerbox and Nonsmoker and Connor for being a good partner as always.
Okay. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Counterpoints, last word, then we'll start bringing people on.
Yeah, absolutely. So the main thing that I want everyone, libs and soy people and right wingers, to take away is officer involved jeopardy. Like I've said, it's a newer concept. It's law enforcement officers putting themselves in trouble on purpose so they have an excuse to use force. I think that the use of force doctrine needs to be rewritten in order to consider this. However, when we're looking at the micro, if a law enforcement officer is approximately in front of a low-speed vehicle that seems to be traveling in his general direction, then that is a deadly force scenario, and cops should be able to use deadly force. However, if there's surrounding context that puts the officer into that situation in the first place, then not only do I think cops need to be trained better, but I think citizens need to be trained better. On top of which, okay, when it comes to civil disobedience, the United States has a long, proud, patriotic history of civil disobedience. But civil disobedience involves committing crimes. And so if you're willing to commit crimes, like, I don't know, impeding a lawful law enforcement operation, then you need to be ready to get detained, maybe get incarcerated, maybe you have to post bail, maybe you have to go talk to a judge, maybe get a lawyer. And if you're not ready to do all that shit, then you shouldn't be antagonizing law enforcement officers. And then when they try to detain you, you put your foot on the accelerator and then you get domed. So realistically, I don't think this law enforcement officer is going to be charged. I doubt he'll even be hit with the policy. He might be charged at the state level, at which point I still expect him to get off. And I need libs to stop being soy and move their arguments over to officer involved jeopardy. Otherwise, I think they're soy and lame and deserve to lose. And thank you, Zanya, for the oil tonight.
Well,
Like the
thank
stream,
you.
share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them.
Thank you, all of you, actually, for coming in and engaging. I enjoyed it. I hope my audience did as well. So 2 things before we bring people in. One, if you like this content, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I will still be reading super chats throughout, so please give me more money and continue to oil me up and make my body shiny with your money. I would appreciate that very, very much. 2, Jebtan here is trying to beat Destiny's money that he made me tonight. So
Trying to prove to him he doesn't need to interact with that fucking gross
help
midget
him
gremlin, dude.
do that
Come
by
on.
Thanks for $20.
burying me in money. No, I appreciate that. And the second thing I'll say, just as my own little closing statement, maybe I have a stronger opinion than Lonerbox and Nonsmoker do on the necessity. For me, I think
I
that
do have a strong
whether
position,
or
to be
not
clear.
this
I'm
was
just too ill to shout.
It's okay. It's okay. For me, I think it's very clear from the videos we see that he was never in any real peril. Again, legality probably goes to him because there's reasonable doubt that could be in, and I don't think there's enough for a conviction. I could be wrong on that. I'm not a lawyer, but what I see is someone who was overarmed and undertrained, who put himself in jeopardy when he should not have, and a woman who isn't trained in any of this, nor should we expect her to be, actively trying to avoid hitting him. And he should have seen that because we saw that in his point of view, right? From his point of view, we see her hard turning the wheel 3 or 4 times before he even shoots. And I think that is that's my opinion, but we'll argue about it in opens. So let's bring on some people and we'll see what they have to say. Hello, you're welcome. Welcome to the stream, gang. Hello.
Hello.
You're really low, Zonia, but
Oh, just a heads up. I'm going to
Sorry if
stick
I'm really
around
low.
as long as I can. My hard out was for a Steelers football game, so if I'm going to be here, but if I'm looking this way, it's because the Steelers are in the playoffs, so I have to keep tabs.
Okay. How do I sound now?
you sound fine. But go ahead, someone. Who we got?
Hello, me. Hello. So in earlier we were talking with Mr. Jebtan. I mentioned that he mentioned that if the officer had approached the windshield with his gun in his hand, it would have spoken to some degree of intent. I think we were speaking about officer. Or was that you said, Connor? It was officer-induced jeopardy.
No, that's
Yeah.
not what we were talking about. But yeah,
I
we were
think-
talking
I
about
think-
what the narrative that the ICE agents were bloodthirsty. I said I would give marginally more credit to that narrative if the ICE agents approached with their guns out. But to me, it seemed like there were multiple different things about that interaction that proved to me that the ICE agents were not bloodthirsty or looking to kill anyone in that interaction.
Okay, and then you remember I mentioned that he swapped his phone to his left hand to free up
Yeah.
his gun hand when he was approaching the gun, and then you said, can you remember what you said?
What I said was he swapped hands when the car backed up and positioned itself with him essentially in the middle of the bumper, which I think was a very smart thing to do because, as Lonerbox said, him having a phone in his hand isn't the most intelligent idea to begin with. But the moment a car angles itself toward you, you should probably switch hands so that you are ready if it moves toward you.
Yeah, so we can see there's if you watch the video when he swaps his phone to his hand, like the woman's wife is still like outside of the car talking to him. So I'm not really sure what you're talking about with like she's pointing the car at him when he gets his gun hand ready.
Because it's as he's stepping across the bow of the car, right? He's stepping across the bow of the car, and the wife gets in as the car is moving. I don't think you are acknowledging that, which is the wife
But
doesn't jump in and then the car moves. The car
He
starts
swaps
backing
his-
up and angling
He
while he
swaps
swaps
the
his hand. It
phone.
all happens within a
Swaps
second.
the phone. He swaps the phone to. We can pull up the video if you want to. He
Yeah.
swaps his hand. He swaps the phone to his hand while he's still like directly speaking to the woman, and
Yeah.
then positions himself in front of the car when the woman's getting back in the.
Yeah.
So
yeah. So while he's swapping his hand, the car is also moving backward though, and the wife is preparing to turn and get into the car. Either way, him swapping the hand, I'm conceding to you from the start to be good faith again that swapping his hand is evidence of intent to eventually pull out a firearm. He could also very easily just be swapping his hand because as he moves farther to the right, the subject of his video, which is currently the wife, is now on his left side as opposed to his right because he was rotating around the car from the rear bumper of the car. So it could very also easily be that he switched the phone hand because the subject of his video at that time was now on his left side as opposed to his right. I'm not granting you that. I was conceding you that in that given conversation. But the idea that the moment he switched his hand, he decided he was going to kill a bitch, I think you need more evidence than that to make
Sure,
that
I just
determination.
when I made that point earlier, you basically stated that like he didn't do that until he was already like being squared up by the vehicle. And if you watch the vehicle, the video, that's clearly not happening. Wick, I I don't want to like overstate my like position here, but I would love to just watch this video in real time. Is that something we can do?
Send me what you want to watch, and we can watch it real quick on stream if no one else has an objection. DM it.
Maybe while you look it up, we can have someone ask, and then we can jump back and forth.
Yeah, while he's looking that up, the other people on the panel, do you have questions, please?
Yeah, I was wondering mostly about the how do you defend the officer leaning into the car to fire the first shot while saying that he was in danger?
So
mostly
so the danger of a car, if you think about it, right? A low-speed vehicle isn't going to kill you through the sheer force of it touching your body. A low-speed car is going to kill you by you getting pulled under the vehicle and it rolling over you. If you're going to defend yourself against that, your first instinct is going to be to lean your upper body forward so that instead of your lower body being pulled under the car, your upper body can go over the car, allowing your legs to leave the ground so that they don't get trampled over by the car. When he puts his hand out, you see him lean forward and start to lean the weight near his hand, and you see one of his feet leave the ground. That is because the car hits him, in my opinion. But even if you're going to say the car doesn't hit him, if it were to hit him, it allows him to let his feet leave the ground without him worrying about the car ending up on top of him. He can now be on top of the car, which gives him a lot better chance of surviving a situation where that gas pedal continues to accelerate versus him backing up and then getting pushed backward by the car, and now he's underneath the car.
Yes, sir. And anyone who honestly thinks they're about to get hit by a car is moving backwards, is leaning backwards, is trying to get away.
They're moving laterally, which he was doing.
No, that's the natural reaction to you thinking you're going to get hit by a car is to move away, is to lean away.
If you're an idiot, you
would move to the side.
You're going to get out of the way. You're not going to stay in the same path.
Yeah, he moved to the side and leaned forward. To be clear, he was moving to the side.
To be clear, you're saying instinct. Okay, maybe I'm a retard. I had no idea that there was like leaning backwards is more likely to get you dragged under than leaning forward. I never even thought about that. Most people are going to think I'm going to move to the side, right? Because that's what he does.
I mean, no, you see in a lot of situations, I'm not going to do the thing of every situation. You notice in a lot of situations when people, even protesters in that recent Cam Higbee video, they realized he was hitting the gas, so what did they do? They jumped on top of the hood, so instead of being run over by the car, they were just moving with the car. That is a lot of people's first instinct is to jump on the hood of the car.
That's if it's like, that's if you can't step to the side, if it's coming at you like quickly or some shit, right?
Are they justified in shooting him? Yeah, there's no lawful detention happening there, so no, they would not be justified in shooting him. They are just surrounding his car.
They're being assaulted with a lethal weapon.
Yeah, but I think he has the right to defend himself with a lethal weapon when a giant crowd is completely surrounding his car and there's no even potential legal detention happening.
This is my problem, right? The crowd cannot ever fire back because they're not in any danger.
Because they're not a cop who can detain you.
Obviously in danger because it's a lethal weapon when it's pointed at ICE, but it's not a lethal weapon when ICE is running over protesters.
You can't commit a further criminal act to defend a criminal act, Wick. What the fuck?
The criminal act of standing near a car?
of surrounding a car in traffic.
Yeah,
in the
you're not supposed to be
road.
standing in the fucking roadway, Wick. What the
Yes,
fuck?
They're
are you
not in
talking
the
about?
roadway. We have plenty of video of ICE purposely targeting and running over people, right? I can show.
Plenty of video, like that would mean like
Do you
5 or
think
6
that they are
right? Or-
justified in pulling out a gun and bam, bam, bam?
You mean
No,
when
I
they're
mean, I think they're
trying to
justified in
leave
detaining
Okay,
someone.
their
this is
fucking
why
their
your
base of
position
operations?
is just it just falls apart because you
Wick,
No,
don't
Wick,
it doesn't.
can
apply
If a
ICE
law
leave
enforcement
standards
officer is
to the same
engaged in their
situation.
lawful operations, then they're allowed to
yeah.
do so. You're
Can
not
can
allowed
ICE
to obstruct.
Can ICE legally detain that woman in that circumstance, Wick?
Sure, why not? I'll just
Can
grant
a
you that.
crowd legally entrap me in my vehicle and not allow me to pass?
But they weren't legally entrapping
can they?
any of
They
these ICE
were.
officers in the videos
No,
that I'm going to show you. I haven't
We're
even showed you the
comparing
videos.
No, Wick, you're
Are you
comparing
gonna
Cam
show us
Higby.
videos of an
Cam
entire
Higby was
crowd
being
outside of an
trapped
ICE
illegally
installation?
in the middle of the road.
No, there's no ICE installation. These people are in the streets of Minnesota. They aren't in the road. ICE purposely goes in front of them and then pulls forward. Are they allowed to pull out their guns and shoot those officers?
Show me the video.
Okay, let me find it. Yeah, but here's the
Yeah,
one
by the
that
way,
anyway, you
ICE
took-
using
Master
wanted to
cowboy
see
R
first.
slurs is
Oh,
not
sure,
exactly
sure.
something I'm going to
So
defend.
the reason why I mentioned the can a crowd legally entrap someone in the middle of the road is you said I'm using a different standard for an ICE officer than that crowd, and I'm explaining to you exactly why and that you actually agree with me, is that there is a different standard between an officer who can legally detain me and keep me in position versus a crowd who cannot legally entrap me
Do you
and keep
think
me in position.
should the penalty for legally entrapping an officer illegally entrapping
Nope,
an
no
officer,
trial. That's a
should it be
bullshit
death?
argument, and I've
Death?
said why.
Should it be death?
Nope. What did I say
Okay, then
the last
great.
time, Wick?
Should-
Did you listen?
Should they
Did you
be able
listen to what I
use a
said
lethal
last
weapon
time?
to potentially endanger those lives? Correct?
So I've answered this. Did you listen, and do you remember what I said?
Okay, answer it again.
Okay. So what I said was she's not on trial. There is no penalty
Okay,
for
you
her
haven't
actions.
answered the question. You're not
It
answering
is
the question.
just
That's why you didn't.
simply
There is no answer
whether
to the
or not
question.
the
question is,
officer felt
even
his
if
life
they
was
are
endangered. That is
illegally
the only
blocking
determination.
the guy in,
Yep.
right?
And then he talks over
Should he
every
be
time
able-
I make the point
should
that
he
kills us.
be
He talks over it.
lethal force
That's fine.
to
Just continue to the video.
Yeah, let's keep watching.
It's the same
watching
strategy
the
every
video.
time, Wick.
You're not
Your
responsive
audience
to the
understands the strategy.
Jab,
My
I
audience
do
can
want to
absolutely
watch
see
the
this.
video.
You don't answer these
No, I
questions
do
because
too.
you know they kill your argument.
No, that's
They
not at all.
absolutely do.
You've
That's why
talked
you
over
never
me
answer
every
one.
time.
Not
Okay,
once tonight.
sure.
I asked you.
I
what
just
direction
answered
is the
it.
car go when they go right? You refuse to
I
answer
just
that
answered
one.
it and
I
then you
asked
interrupted.
you just now, right? Because you don't answer the question. It's not
I
responsive.
answered the question and
It
you
is not
interrupted. I
answering the
said
question. It's responsive to the question.
she is
but let's
not
watch
on
the video.
trial. There is no penalty for her actions here. There is whether or not the officer had an objectively reasonable fear
Okay,
for his
he's
life,
switching
and that is
now.
the justification.
Just real quick, if we're watching the video, he switched right there.
Yep.
Can you do it in
Not in
slow
front of the
mo?
car. It's not
Yep.
moving. He switches.
As she is now on his left side.
That's not what you said. You said that he was in front of
Okay.
the vehicle when he switched his
Okay,
hand.
sure. So what is the material difference
So can
here?
you acknowledge
do you
were
think
wrong in what you said?
I did earlier. I
The
said
material
even if I
difference-
was wrong, I can concede that if the video shows that, but that doesn't mean that he decided to kill her the moment he switched his hands. You guys are
So the
searching for an
material
optical W here that is completely immaterial to the point of the
material
issue.
difference is that the material difference is that we are having to drag out every single detail of these 3-minute videos out of you
Because they
like
matter.
nail, right? So
Here,
when I
no,
tell you
We're
see
not.
he
You
approaches
asked
the
one
car,
question.
I'm
You
gonna
said,
tell you-
did
I'm
you
gonna tell you
mention?
he approaches the
Let him
vehicle.
Sorry,
finish.
I'm sorry. I'm following the moderator's strategy of debate. That's my fault.
Hold on. I asked you a question. You refused to answer. I'm going to ask you
I
again.
answered the question
You did
directly,
not.
and you
You
weren't
have
happy
not
with
answered
my
the
answer.
question whatsoever.
So anyway, if you're gonna do it, I'm gonna do it now. So Puffin, you're not dragging out all these details. You said, would it change my opinion if he was carrying a gun? And then you equated that to him switching the hand that his phone was in, which is retarded. It is looking for an optical W where there isn't one.
I am making one small point
Did he pull out a gun?
direction. I am
he
making
pull
one
out a
small
gun?
point in the direction. No, he did not. I'm making one
Okay,
small point. in the
Then
direction.
what part of what I
Yeah,
said
yeah,
about my
yeah.
evaluation of the circumstance regarding him coming up to the car with a gun is irrelevant to?
You're just going to keep talking over me, so there's no conversation to be had.
No, I'm
right?
asking a question. What part of my evaluation that if he approached with a gun, my opinion would change, is him
So-
switching the phone hand relevant to?
What do you think?
I think exactly
man
what I
it for
just
him.
said, which is that you are pretending that him switching the hand of the phone is basically him deciding to pull his gun out and shoot her right then and there.
Okay, when you're trying to like look into someone's state of mind, you need a lot of separate individual points that all coalesce to the state of mind. So I was talking about him approaching the vehicle. I was talking about him putting himself in front of the vehicle. I was talking about
He
him
has to approach the
stopping
vehicle. They're detaining her. They're
I'm
detaining
talking
her.
about
Did they-
approaching the front of the vehicle. I'm sorry, I didn't retard proof my statement. Him approaching the front of the vehicle. Okay, is that better, Jeb?
Yeah, how does
Jeb,
that show he wants to kill her?
Because why would okay, he put himself in
He
front of the
could
vehicle.
kill her from the side. If he wanted
Sure.
to kill her, he could do it from the passenger side.
Shooting in the direction of his other officers, though.
No,
He
all
wants
you
to
have to do is
obviously
walk
take
2 steps
He
to your
wants-
right. You don't have to get in front of the car. You can be aiming at the rear seat.
My problem, Jebtan, with this is right. Like when we actually look at the video and look at the evidence, it turns out that you get a lot wrong, just as we saw now.
That's
Like,
a
you're
lot.
getting
Name one other
details
thing.
wrong,
Name one other.
which
Name one other thing.
changes how
Sure.
these things look.
Name one other thing. Name
I
one
would,
other
I would,
thing.
like to answer Jeb.
No, Puffin,
Can-
stop. He just said I got a lot wrong about the details of the video. I
getting
want you to have at
details wrong.
least 2 other things.
Sure. Earlier in the discussion, this wasn't today, but you said that she was purposely targeted.
Okay, so where no one heard it or saw it, you got something wrong.
I heard it. I saw it. I can use those past instances and bring them into my current context because it shows a pattern of behavior.
No, but you're just declaring they're the case, and then I'm going to say no, and
You
you're going to
also
say
said
yes,
that he
and no
got
one's
hit
going
by
to
the
be
vehicle.
the wiser.
You also
The
said that he got hit by the vehicle.
Huh? He did get hit by the vehicle, but that's
He
not
didn't.
been proven wrong at all.
It
You
hasn't been
guys are
proven
saying-
positively either, though, has it?
He would have a brain,
Sure,
and it
sure,
would be
but to
all of
say
the
that I'm
time.
getting
Proof
so
he
many
got hit.
things wrong because
Okay.
I'm saying he got probably hit by the vehicle, and it hasn't been proven correct yet.
You said-
Does not
you
mean I
said
got
give
it
2
wrong. That
examples.
would be an
You
affirmative
said gave
claim.
2 examples. You
So,
gave 2
Whick,
examples.
what are at least 2 or 3 other things I got wrong? If I just because
answer
Connor, have
Puffin's
you
question.
noticed
You keep
anything
saying
that
give
I've
me 2
gotten
more,
wrong
give me 2
so
more.
far
Every
about the
time we say
details of
one,
this
you're gonna
case?
ask for 2 more. Every time we say
You're
one,
talking
gonna ask
into a
for 2 more.
pillow, Puffin.
What are you saying?
Like we can't hear you half the
Okay.
time.
talking over him.
No, like
Yes,
he's talking.
You're
Every
making it impossible. This is Jebtan-induced bad audio. Okay,
I can't
Yeah,
change his
because-
audio input.
What's
You can-
happening?
space to talk.
What's happening is that you are prioritized in the voice chat because I'm a normie and you've got a color, right? So when
I
when
don't
you
think
talk,
that's true.
No.
but-
I'm pretty sure this works because I've played video games a lot. When like there's a
Anyway,
tiered
Name
of
2
audio.
or 3 other things I got wrong so we can defend this claim I've gotten details wrong because no one yet here
You got
has
one, at
commented
least.
this
You
entire
acknowledge that? You
debate
got one?
about me getting several things wrong about the details of this case.
What are we trying to accomplish right now? Are we trying to accomplish Jeb is wrong
We're
about
trying to
things
avoid the
sometimes?
conversation.
Like, could we
Yeah.
focus on something a little bit more substantive?
Sure.
Okay, can I answer Jeb's question from earlier?
Go ahead.
Okay,
So, Whick
so you
is-
asked me
oh,
what my
sorry.
point. You're going to immediately start talking. So you asked me what my point was with the cell phone thing. When we look at the fact that he approaches the front of the vehicle, when we look at the fact that he changes his phone to his left hand, when we look at the fact that he stops walking in the path of the vehicle when the vehicle is cutting to the right, when we look at the fact that he calls her a fucking bitch afterwards, when we look at the fact that he follows the vehicle after shooting the gun to get
God.
2 extra shots into the driver's side window.
He does
I think
not
all that
He does not
together,
follow the car down to do that. That is not
he,
true.
he okay.
To what
the
end?
car
What are
is
we
going
trying to
in one
argue here?
direction,
So
and
you're
he is
saying that
walking
you're
in the same
using
direction.
you're
He's
using
trying to argue there's
inferences-
clear
Jab,
lethal intent
please,
from the
God,
beginning of the
let me-
interaction.
I don't want to listen to you just talk over fucking shitters for the next hour. Okay, so I'm asking, to what end are you trying to establish that not only was this officer caused jeopardy, but this was like officer caused malevolence? Do you think you're going to prove this in a court of law? Do you think this is going to result in conviction? Do you think this is going to result in like rewritten policy? Because you're using a lot of inferences that I don't think will stand up to scrutiny, and they're all like speculative.
So my goal with pointing these out is basically just to rub people's nose in the carpet and get them to acknowledge what they're looking at, right? And even if we have to end to the point where he can't read his mind and all these things could be a coincidence, I want people to at least acknowledge that, for example, he swapped his hand when he wasn't in front of the vehicle. That, for example, he did follow the vehicle after the first shot and continue shooting into the passenger side vehicle.
Okay,
right?
so hold on. I
my
want to
life.
give you something, and then I want to take something away from it. Okay.
Can we?
So
Can I just? Sorry, you go first. Then I'll go after.
Yeah, I'll try to be brief. So from a law enforcement perspective, I did 4 years in law enforcement. I think that walking up, getting a videotape of her and a videotape of the license plate, that could serve a law enforcement purpose because that'll give you evidence that you could refer to later when you're writing a warrant. Okay, so him walking to the side of the vehicle, documenting those two things, I got no problems with. Him walking back around the vehicle and then walking back in front of the vehicle when this is a guy who has allegedly been drugged by a vehicle 6 months ago when he got 12 stitches as a result, that seems like horrible officer safety to the point of negligence, right? So I'm going to give that to you. However,
well, no, hold on. He's not arguing negligence. He's arguing they wanted to kill
he's
her
arguing
from the moment he walked up. Yeah.
Yeah, he's arguing malevolence. Okay, but at the same time, like what you're suggesting is that this guy put himself in front of a 3,000-pound vehicle so he could shoot a lady in the face and get away with it for fun. That's what you're saying. And I don't think that you have anywhere near enough evidence to substantiate that.
Just to clarify, is that what you're saying, Puffin?
Yeah, I mean, like, I acknowledge that, like, some of that is mind reading, and I can't prove the mind reading, but I at least want, like, the people
to back you up a little bit, Border Patrol had a huge issue with this, with agents purposely putting themselves in front of the car in order to justify being able to shot. There was a whole report on this back in 2013. That was a huge issue. They had to change their policy because of it, because too many Border Patrol agents were actively putting themselves in harm's way in order to justify lethal force because they wanted to kill these fuckers. Now, I don't know if that's the case here, but
again,
that was a big problem back then.
Then pointing to the solution, though, at this point, if we actually go to DHS policy or whatever, then they have like a policy about shooting into vehicles that has already been tightened up a lot, where it talks about like, it should only be a last resort, and this, that, the other. There's like a few caveats on top of it. But I think within this policy, he gets two, like, as far as like green lights, he gets 2 green lights and he gets 1 yellow light that's arguable. And so my point is that if you actually want to change these things going forward, then I think, this is what I've been advocating for all night, is that people adopt the rhetoric of officer caused jeopardy, where part of what the calculation is are officers. They should execute their lawful duties, 100%. Their job is to go into danger and detain people lawfully. But are they creating risks that then justify them using force against people? And that's what we need to analyze, break down, and prohibit.
What I have up on the screen right now, if you watch the stream, this is from the Use of Force Policy Handbook that all ICE has to follow. And this is in page 6, section 3 or subsection 3 or something. It says authorized officers and agents should avoid intentionally and unreasonably placing themselves in positions in which they have no alternative to using deadly force. And the argument is that's what he did. Is he put himself, even though I don't think he had no alternative.
Can you keep that up for a second just so I can read it?
He had plenty of alternatives to deadly force.
Well,
but
that kind of is necessary for the argument that he should lose his job then, right? That he had no alternative.
And
so you either have to agree with us or he shouldn't lose his job.
No, he absolutely did not have no alternative.
Okay, then he didn't violate policy.
But hold on. He violated section 2 as well. Except where otherwise required by inspections or other operations, authorized officers and agents should avoid standing directly in front of or behind a subject vehicle. Officer agents should not place themselves in the path of a moving vehicle or use their body to block a vehicle's path.
And then are you saying this is like active ICE policy, active DHS policy?
This is from the Use of Force. I can link it to you. Hold on.
It's also
this is something that Connor. This is something
active. If this is active, then I think this would be a policy violation, and therefore he would be subject to some kind of disciplinary action from the law enforcement agency.
The one thing I think might end up getting in the way of it, though, is the required by inspections, because if they're arguing you need to have the camera out at all times to survey the crime scene, and he needed to get the camera over to the side of the car that the detention was happening, there's potential that they would say, we put you in a no-win situation, and that we told you to film any interactions, and so you were walking over to film the detention, and it ended up in a position.
But honestly, from my perspective, I think that you could, from officer safety standpoint, and of course I'm talking from my personal experience, is like,
sure,
they tell you walking from car to car, Don't go in between the cars because of how many times a patrol car has been hit from the rear and crushed an officer between the vehicles. Same thing with choosing a driver side approach versus a passenger side approach. They basically say, whenever possible, do the approach that is not towards the roadway so you don't get clipped by an oncoming vehicle, because that happens all the time too. And so that's what I'm saying is like, with that level of situational awareness, and with like, I think there's like around 120, 150 cops who are killed every single year. 1/3 of them are from heart attack. 1/3 of them are from vehicle accidents. 1/3 of them are from gunfire. And so if it's a full third of the statistic, then in my opinion, this guy acted recklessly. I don't think he should go to jail or prison, but I do think that he potentially violated policy, providing that he signed that policy and was trained on that policy. And therefore he would be open to disciplinary action. And in an ideal world, the federal government would be open to civil suit.
I just want to come back to something from.
I
just want to come back to something from earlier though, because when you were
Loner,
so I don't drive, so I need to ask this with 3-point turns. But if you're doing a 3-point turn and you turn obviously the other way, so this would be her turning right, would she be steering the wheel after the lights got off, like the rear lights, or?
So you can steer the wheel, and the car won't turn in itself. But
just the wheels.
If the rear lights aren't on, then you're not moving backward actively at that point.
Yeah, so that probably is the time when she starts to steer the wheel, right? Because I can see the wheel moving. I don't even know why I'm asking.
She steers the wheels to the right to move it, the nose left to go backward, and then steers the wheel straight. And then steers the wheel to the right.
Well, it's just that I'm
turns it left first.
I'm saying this because I can see from the angle behind the car when the wheel is actually moving from left to right. The wheel is like, it's basically made most of the turn right by the time the officer has his gun out and pointing. So this idea that he didn't see her doing that, you can even see in the angle, he's staring her right at her. He's chosen to plant himself right there at him actively at a vehicle with the engine on.
That's where we talked about the perception reaction gap. So she hits the gas, then starts turning the wheel. He has made that. He has begun that reaction.
The wheel is turned. Yeah, the wheel is starting to turn before his hands go for the gun.
Not from the moment she hits the gas. No, before his hand goes, he makes the determination, right? This is the order it has to happen in necessarily. He can't pull the gun out without deciding. He decides to pull the gun out, pulls the gun out, shoots, right? So he makes a determination before the wheel.
Yeah, I understand though, but he's made the determination as the car's reversing. We agree?
No, right after it stops, and then she's about to hit the gas.
Okay. Well, I'm not. His maybe because like he goes for the gun at this exact same frame that the light goes off, I think. So
no, it's right. It's the frame just before the gas is hit.
Hang on. I'm just gonna double check.
The gun's out of the holster right before the gas.
It doesn't.
Moving his hand down is not the same as pulling the gun.
That doesn't. Okay, but going for the gun, like his hand's going to the gun.
Going for the gun's different because a lot of times cops will put their hand over their firearm before they're prepared to fire it. They will pull it out only when they are prepared to fire it. That's like a difference.
I can see. Yeah, I can see. So the frame that the gun, his arm actually moves, pulling the gun out, is after just as the light's gone off in the car. That's when. So the car's completely stopped, as you can see his hand starting to move out. So he's made the decision as he's watched the car reversing, or just before it stopped. That's when he's made the decision. Which tells me that where the problem is that what's happened is that this guy what's happened is this guy has watched this car he's watched this car with the engine on. It's reversed. It does seem like he can see her because the wheel is turning. He's looking at her as she's turning the wheel. He's seen her turning the wheel, and he has. So the decision he's made is this car is reversing. It's got the engine on, and I am standing right in front of it, and I'm going to need to defend myself against this car that is like 2 feet away from me. So I'm going to pull my gun out. Yep. Why not make the decision to just step aside again? He's decided to plant himself still and pull his gun out.
Taking for granted.
Stepping aside while he's doing this. You guys are acting like he's not doing two things simultaneously.
Look at the video, Connor. Okay, I'm going to link you guys the video, and you can just drag this slow motion video back and forth. He has planted his feet in the ground.
Link it to me, and I'll stream it, and we'll watch it.
He's squatting.
Let me explain something to you as well, Loner. That might be the reason why you're so confused why the hand on the steering wheel.
I'm not confused, but okay.
When you're driving, well, you said I don't like. You are confused. So my hand can be here in the middle of my wheel while my car's wheels are completely turned to the left, And so I can move my hand all the way almost underneath, and my car is moving directly straight in front of me. Her hand on the steering wheel position is not informative of what direction the wheels of the car are pointing, because on most vehicles you need to make a complete revolution.
It's informative of what it's informative of what her it's informative of what you expect from her.
He's not constantly eyeing her hand on the wheel the entire interaction. He's eyeing the person's eyes who he's about to shoot.
He's staring at her. What are you talking about? What her eyes are? Where are her eyes? They're at the wheel. Like,
so you think a reasonable person?
All y'all need to stop. No. All y'all need to stop.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous.
Send me
the
video, though, Loner, and we'll watch
I'm
it.
sorry, like he's in this moment where the engine is on, the car is reversing. He's got two choices: it's pull your gun out or step aside. Which of these two things do you think would better present?
He does both.
No,
he does both.
He has stopped the moment he picks his gun out. He has gone into a squat position where he's standing square in front of the car. It seems like he wants to stand in the car to stop her from moving. It seems like he thinks that his body is going to disincentivize her from moving forwards.
Yes.
And then he goes, "Whoa!"
The more reasonable explanation is he thinks he's the Incredible Hulk and can stop.
No, he thinks. Are you? Wait. Give me no. I need to use your imagination for a second.
Hold on.
What other thing do you think someone might be saying if they think if I stop in front of the car, maybe she won't move forward? Why else do you think he would think that?
He is stepping aside, but I just explained why he might establish his base before a car is about to run into him when it hits the gas, is because he needs to be ready, not just to step to the side, but also to accommodate for the fact that he might get pulled underneath a vehicle.
No, wait.
He could have just kept moving.
That's why he would step away from the vehicle.
He was moving, but the standard is not that they make a perfect step at every second of the interaction.
He's pacing slowly.
If you're trying to get an objectively reasonable perception that he was hurt.
He's pacing slowly.
Brilliant says, even if you can step completely clear of the car, you are not out of danger. Case law says this.
He's pacing.
If you completely step out of the way of the car, you're not in danger.
You should care what case law says.
Well,
why should you care?
We're not in a court.
Because that's what they're trained on. Officers
we're not
case
arguing
law.
simply from a legal perspective, but from a moral perspective as well.
The legality is informed by morality, and the officers are trained on legality. Officers are trained on case law.
Also, wait.
Yes, they are. Officers are trained on case law. You dumb fuck. They are.
The problem, Whick, is that officers also are going to be assessing the situation from their perspective, and a lot of that is going to be based on training that they've been drilled on. A lot of that is going to be instinctive.
And informed by case law. That does matter, on case law.
So if they're trained based on, if their training has been evolved based on things that have been ruled in the past, then that's going to be drilled into them, and it's going to be instinctive for them.
Not just the training is informed. Officers literally study case law.
Which one are we watching, Lonerbox?
Just the one I sent you, wasn't it?
I want to watch
one video.
One you guys are saying that he stops in front of the vehicle.
You sent me a tweet.
Yeah.
And it has all these four here.
Well,
it's got four. Okay, it's probably the one that's
video.
Oh shit, yeah, the top left, yeah, for sure, yeah.
Top left.
And it's like, especially at
so he turns the car toward him.
Yeah, you see him pacing, and then he makes this decision to stay still at about 9 seconds. That's when he goes for his gun.
He's moving to the right now. He's moving out of the way of the car.
No, his feet are. He's planted himself.
If your argumentation boils down to a quarter second,
do you have a timestamp you want me to pause at?
Yeah, if it's frame by frame, of course, again, we're not going to be able to accommodate for frame by frame. The standard is never that a cop has to frame by frame make the perfect decision at every millisecond.
No, we're not talking about frame by frame though. We're talking about what we're talking about. Yeah, he's moved to the right. When he gets the gun out, he is standing. That step is not like leading to another step, is it? He's standing there as if he seems to think like.
And
look, I'm looking at it right now. Like, what does this say?
And then he starts to move. What does his foot do right there, where Whick is showing now?
He jumps. He like panic jumps. What are you talking about?
Before in their lives, shut up. Okay, I got something for you. Okay, your gun is attached to your belt in your thigh. So when you take a lateral step, then what you're doing is you're angling the gun that you're grabbing towards your hip, which makes it more difficult to draw. So if this total elapsed time frame is less than a quarter of a second, then what he said is, I'm going to draw as I'm continuing to maneuver out of the way. So saying, oh, his posture is temporarily vertical for a quarter of a second before he continued to move laterally to the right, good fucking luck.
Right
trying to
before he
So
murdered
in-
her.
anyone
Yes,
based
he
off of
wasn't
that
moving out of the
for a
way.
second.
That's
Again,
what's
good for
important. He wasn't
someone.
moving
You
out
can
of
see
the
the way that
way.
he like you can see the way that he literally turns from moving like in from moving in a direction to stopping. Like his entire body shifts, like he's ready to just sit there. And it looks like he wants
Yeah,
like what's
because
the,
you're a
tell me
fucking brick cop.
No.
You want your cops to turn
you.
fully away from the people attacking them and run in an opposite direction. I
Which is
understand
not
that.
fucking
That's
No,
what
I'm not
happening
saying
in
that.
the United States of
Making
America.
a small
saying
step,
you have
like
to-
the time fucking warp.
I'm
He's
saying you
time
have to
again.
you have to obviously
He
make an
did
assumption
take
based on
that
what he's
small
doing.
step.
He's
Loner-
moving laterally in
Wick,
the video.
Wick, that's not the standard because Loner is saying it's not enough that he took that small step. If at any point in his pace he stopped, he's saying because at one point he stopped, the fact that he continued then to move out of the way of the car doesn't matter. That's the point he's making.
Can you just tell me
Not
that this
he
isn't?
needed
Can
to
you
take
just
a
tell me that
small
this
step.
isn't like so from 9 to 10 seconds? Can you tell me this isn't just the most reasonable assumption based on what he's the way he's designed to move? He's moving and then he stops in front of the car when he pulls the gun out, as in he's not pacing at that
Only
point.
stops
And
to pull the gun out
it
and
looks
then
like-
immediately continues moving to his right.
No, he
Because
doesn't
there-
immediately.
Yes,
he
he has to pull
jolts.
the gun
He
out.
jolts after the gun's out. What are you talking about?
He's what? Look at where his
Trying to
foot's
get out of the
going.
way
He's
of
going
the
to the
fucking
right.
car.
Does anyone
Yes,
remember
but
what
before
they
that,
said
he
happened
wasn't.
before they pulled up the video?
I know,
Before
like-
that, he wasn't.
Before
Again,
that, he was moving across,
again,
which we've agreed
I'm
is not
very-
the best strategy, but
I'm
it
very-
does not justify.
No, he stopped.
It does not
he
justify
stopped to
gassing the
pull out
car
his
at
gun.
him.
He said, "I'm going to kill
You
this
guys
woman
are
instead of
missing
moving
the
out of the
point,
way."
too.
Thank you.
We're
Yeah,
talking
That's
about
what he thought.
Casey's not even responding to that.
If we're
Okay, I
talking
wanna-
about
So-
I wanna hear. Hold on.
less
Hold
than
on. Hold on.
seconds,
Hold on.
This is the
I want
problem
to hear
here.
from Reshi. Reshi paid me like $100 today, so Reshi gets the floor for a moment. And I see Azonia. We're gonna
True.
give you the floor in a second. But Reshi, what you come on to say, sir?
Yeah, I've got a few things written down here. Jeb, I know you
Yeah.
said one point that you had you don't think the ICE agents were intending to kill them from the get-go, which
Yeah.
I would at first agree with, but would you also then agree to that they were still incredibly aggressive from the moment they stepped out of their truck?
Incredibly aggressive, no. Were they kind of yes? And let me give you the reason why. An incredibly aggressive cop, we've seen many times, even in local police, they pull their guns out, they walk up guns drawn. That is super common for aggressive cops. I think in order to meet the incredibly aggressive threshold, you have to at least have drawn your weapon. Or at least a less lethal weapon. They have
So the
both.
fact that
they
they-
didn't draw either.
So the fact that the other guys ran up to the car door, started pulling and yanking at it, and then reaching into the
Well,
car
that's
windows
called-
with their other
Yeah,
hand
he was
too.
he's attempting to detain her. So taking for granted they are lawfully attempting to detain her, that is about the least aggressive way you can do it because they didn't even pull out a weapon. And generally,
Could
you
they
would
not
pull
have
out a
asked
weapon
her to just
detain
step out of the
someone.
car?
They did before they got to the car door. He was yelling, "Get out of the car."
To be
And
clear,
then
he
she
was
didn't,
saying
so
get out of
then
the
he ran up
fucking
to the
car.
car
He was like,
door.
get out of the fucking car.
Oh, sure. Sorry. He said
And
the
he was
F word.
continuing to
You're right.
run
They
as he
should
said
have
that.
We all
driven the
know
car
if
at
cops are rude, you're allowed to disobey lawful orders.
Yeah, thank you. Like
Well,
they were
hold on,
I
literally
never said
aggressive.
that
They
either.
were not
rude. You're allowed to shoot them, apparently. I guess. I don't know,
Reshi,
but,
Yeah, if you're
yeah,
trying to
no,
hit a cop
yes,
with a
'cause
car, cops
driving
can
a
shoot
car
you,
at
that's
someone
correct.
is just rude.
Okay, $10.
Wait, when did I say
let me
that?
get through. Oh, let me get through
That
some super
Wick
chats.
did.
Yeah. let
Sorry,
me
I
get
didn't.
through
I didn't
some
finish
super
what I was
chats.
saying earlier as well. Just
Oh,
again,
finish
I
what
know.
you're saying
I
then,
understand the whole like
Lonerbox.
frame by frame thing doesn't apply in the moment, but you can tell like you can make a pretty reasonable assumption, like but the most reasonable assumption from his language before the car moves forward. It looks like he's made the decision to stand in front of the car and point the gun at her and say, "Don't fucking move." Like that seems to be what he's going for. But anyway, whatever.
So listen, if the cops were the reason why I'm saying the cops were not looking to kill her and look for an excuse is one of the two cops would approach the vehicle with a weapon drawn if they were just waiting for an excuse to shoot. What happens if your excuse to shoot happens and you don't have your gun out? Obviously, you would have your gun out. Also, you probably wouldn't film the interaction if you were itching to shoot a
No
woman
one
in the
is saying
fucking
it's a
face.
conspiracy.
Yeah, I know it's.
You're
But we're not saying
strawmanning.
conspiracy. Like,
no one is.
it can even
This
go
is
the
a
other way.
sick
Like it can even go
strawman.
the other way because like there have been other cases where more than one cop took their gun out and fired at a car that was doing a 3-point turn towards them. It was from like 15 feet away in Villanueva, Cleveland. But then obviously the ruling then was that even though a few cops, more than one, took their gun out and shot, they said that they didn't have the objectively reasonable basis because they could have simply stepped back or to the side to avoid being injured. I think in this one, with the fact that the other officers didn't think it was worthy of pulling their guns out, kind of suggests that they didn't really perceive the same threat. But again, he had his choice was either whatever, pause to take your gun out or just keep walking to the side.
Hold on. I do want to make a little more money today, okay? So let me get through these super chats. I'll be real quick. Doobie for $10. There is no reason to believe she was attempting to harm anyone. Connor, you keep saying you can pull up that footage, but when you tried to, you found people speeding through a dense crowd.
Attempting is not the standard.
What
potentiality for the danger is the standard.
The point what I was arguing in reference to pulling up that footage is that a fucking vehicle is a potentially deadly weapon. What point are you missing?
Yeah. We'll ask him and maybe he'll super chat the answer. $10 from Doobie. If Whick thinks a car inching along at 1 to 2 miles per hour might accidentally brush him while pulling out of a parking spot at the grocery store, would he be justified in killing the driver?
Great question.
No.
That's why
is the person turning towards him and wants to hit him? Would he be justified in being worried that his foot or his ankle or his leg might get trapped under the vehicle and he might be seriously injured or killed? Yes. You fucking dumbasses.
I would like to say that while my moral argument for self-defense and objective reasonableness are similar, the legal standard for a citizen's self-defense is higher than the legal standard for justified use of lethal force with police.
All of the people who think that a car going 3 miles an hour is not like a threat of death or imminent bodily harm, you're welcome to come over. I'll just come at you at 3 miles an hour and we'll see what happens. Maybe we can do a scientific study.
That Star Trek actor killed himself with his car that he wasn't in, and it was moving about 3 to 5 miles an hour.
We'll line up 100 people on my little roadway. I'll just bump into all of you at 3 miles an hour, and we'll see who gets hurt and who doesn't. And we'll tabulate it. It'll be scientific.
5 pounds from Riz. What the fuck? In states with open and concealed carry laws, would a civilian be justified in shooting a driver in the same position as good?
Sorry, run that by again. I was shitting on my brother because the Steelers did something good.
In states with open and concealed carry laws, would a civilian be justified in shooting a driver in the same position as good?
Oh, I just answered that.
No. Hold up. If somebody is trying to flee and elude from you, and you have a concealed weapons permit, you obviously do not have law enforcement detention powers. You are not authorized to shoot that person.
Yep.
However, in an identical situation, if somebody was trying to hit you with your car, you 100% would be justified in pulling out your firearm and killing that person. So that's just fucking cope right there.
Connor, if we want to do your 3 hour, if we want to do your 3 to 5 mile per hour experiment, can we do it? But it might be unethical. But have 2 sample groups. Have one that has to jump out of the way from 2 feet away, and the other one that has to defend themselves with a firearm against the car.
Yeah, no, that's why I have the ODST helmet. I don't know if you've seen me wearing it.
Yeah. No, so what I think Puffin was just saying, what if the person put themselves in front of your car? If I say no, then you can't, that means anytime I walk in front of a car in the parking lot, someone can try to hit me and I don't have the right to shoot them. Because I put myself in front of their car and they're not moving that fast, so I guess they just get to try to hit me.
Was she trying to hit the cop?
It doesn't matter. No. It allows for someone to try to...
No, because what you're doing is you're allowing... If I just think that someone might be trying to hit me, that I can unload on them.
That's the standard for self-defense.
You're in imminent threat of death or bodily harm.
It is not. Yes. It is not just that. It is also, are there any other reasonable steps one could take that would avoid the necessity of having to use lethal force?
And what we're saying is,
you know what it is? Stepping lightly to the side.
Unless they turn it to the side.
You can back up the car if you wanted to.
Yes, and Florida has the right.
You live in.
But again, this is also. But to be clear, we are throwing out the earlier claim that his gun was obscuring the wheel. That's just impossible. The wheels were turning before the gun was out.
It's not impossible. That his gun was
the wheels were turned before the gun was doing that. Like objectively, you can go and drag the.
You can't see the wheels at any point.
How do the wheels turn?
The steering wheel is not informative of the direction of the wheels of the car because my hand can be here and my wheels can be pointing here.
So why did you say that? Why did you have to say that he was obscuring the wheel if it doesn't matter?
I said even if the argument, it's still stupid because his gun is obscuring the steering wheel anyway.
But it
But that
wasn't.
doesn't
Answer
mean
that.
that if it wasn't, it's
Does
a
it
sufficient
destroy-
argument for your side.
Whick,
Turned
I want to
the
intervene
court-
because I think I can make peace between the races of Scots and fucking Americans, okay? Jeb,
Italian.
it doesn't fucking matter because we're talking
know.
about inches and we're talking about less than a second. So
No,
it
I
doesn't
know
matter
that,
if he saw her cranking the wheel. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter if he saw the angle of the wheel. None of that shit
Yep.
matters because we're talking about inches and seconds. And because of the action reaction gap that Jebtan told you very early in this conversation, because of the fraught nature of law enforcement, when it comes to inches and seconds, the courts give a broad latitude to law enforcement officers lawfully executing their duties.
Yes, I know.
But
But
I-
yet again,
True.
as I've pointed out like 6 times, being good faith to these fucking people is the worst thing you can do, because the only things I've gotten pinned on is when I gave credit to a creditless argument and still gave
all
a
of our
defense of
arguments
it.
have destroyed yours. You haven't brought forth
Oh my-
a good
yes,
argument
yes.
for why he couldn't
I've-
have just stepped out of the way.
I haven't brought a good
All right.
argument, but like half
Yes,
of your
you
chat
have
is
to.
Or why
saying
you
Jeb's
needed to be
right,
in front
Jeb
of the
makes
vehicle in the
sense.
first
I
Hold
don't
on.
agree with him, but
Let
Jeb
me
is
get a
reasonable
shot at this.
here.
Let me
Oh
let me
my
get a
God.
shot at
God.
this.
Your dog shit.
Wick.
Wick, you're a
Wick, let me get a
dumbass.
shot
You
at
haven't
this.
given anything that's worth
So-
crediting.
So-
He couldn't
We
just step
all
out of the
saw
way of
him
the car
stop.
unless you
He
take
We
for
all saw him
granted
stop.
that
It's
the
easiest
person is
shit in the
turning
world.
right.
And the fact that he
No,
didn't do that
because if
makes him
she can
having
turn the
an
wheel to the
unnecessary
left, she
shoot.
can still
If
hit
he
him.
hadn't shot,
If she
no
can
one
turn
would
the
have
wheel,
died.
she can still
he
hit
is
him.
going to stand before his maker, and he will be judged by that, and he will burn.
Oh
in
God!
hell.
Now, yes. Oh my gosh!
He
now
will
the
burn
Lord is
in
going to strike
hell.
him down. Oh
Do you
boy!
see?
Get
Do
him,
you see
Jesus!
how him?
Let me
Do
take
you
a
see
shot
how
at this.
he's getting
So-
you to
Go
like
ahead, Zonia.
acknowledge it? Good.
let me take a
I
shot
want
at this.
Zonia to give it a shot. Zonia.
So I'm going to use Connor to try to back me up on some of this if he can, or at least confirm or deny things that I'm saying, because I'm a little out of date on some of this stuff. But the big problem that I see with this whole situation is it kind of needs to be broken into 2 separate things. You've got the situation leading up to the use of force, and then the use of force and onward. So the behaviors that led up to the use of force, in my opinion, are very bad. It's all problematic. They're not following protocol. They're not following procedure, doing all the wrong things. The officer who fired off the shots, he had a bunch of problems there. He was walking between 2 vehicles, one of which was running with a driver in it, and that was the person they were going to detain. They weren't approaching from safe positions. They didn't have the vehicle under control. And so he was creating a very risky situation there. And so he then placed himself in front of a vehicle that wasn't under control. It wasn't boxed in, engine running, driver behind the wheel. And that created what was going to be effectively, it's an officer created jeopardy, right? And this is, as Connor pointed out earlier, this is a newer kind of thing that they're talking about a lot more. There's been a lot of talk about this because they're trying to rein in on this problem of officer created jeopardies. But if you remove all of that, because currently as things stand, that isn't necessarily even going to create a problem for him. Everything from that point onward, he's still justified in his use of force at that point, even if he could step aside to keep himself safe at that point, because there are a couple of scenarios there that he has to think about really quickly in a short period of time. Is that he has commanded someone to get out of their vehicle to detain them, and they're ignoring them. They're in the vehicle. They're starting to step on the gas to move away from them and potentially flee the scene, possibly through him in his path. His calculation has to be really quick, and it has to be, okay, if they're willing to go in my direction and not stop, what does that mean? That means that they're willing to potentially run over an officer, even if I can step out of the way. And that means that if they get through me, what happens next? They're a risk to other people behind me, to people down the street. And so that officer has to make a quick calculation and take care of the situation. That's a deadly weapon. That's the way it has to be considered. There are 4 different types of uses of force, and deadly weapon is met with deadly weapon. It is met with deadly force. So that's what he has
You
to
also
do.
don't have to
So
meet force with
just to
force.
respond to Zonia real quick, we know that she had no intent, and the officer had reason to believe she had no intent because the officer could clearly see her turning away from him. And
Yeah,
why
but
would
but
he
Whick,
assume
that has
that she
hold
would
on,
have?
hold
Hold
on.
on, let me finish. Why would she assume that he would have? What actions to this point did she take, which would lead the officer to assume that she would be a danger to others in the community?
Hitting the gas while an officer's in front of her car.
Again,
And Whick, by
I
the
don't
way,
even know.
this
She
is
said
not.
that.
Doesn't
hold on,
matter.
this is not
There's
a
still an officer in
hypothetical.
front of
it,
her
it
car. and she hit the
absolutely
gas.
matters.
I've been
You have to
listening
Even if you
all
have to
night.
tell
I
them.
wanna
totality
talk.
of
C versus
circumstances.
Billion
You
says
invited me
it
to
doesn't
talk. I wanna
matter.
talk.
Okay,
Yeah,
Felix
shut up.
disagrees with you, motherfucker.
No,
and I'm
Felix, he
zero
was still
decision by
no,
Felix,
you're
right?
wrong.
They
Felix,
mentioned
the
that they
officer
have
was
to
found. No, the
engage with
officer got
totality of
immunity.
circumstances.
You're wrong.
But you
Yes.
conveniently
But
ignore
what did
the
they
Supreme Court
decide?
precedent that
Whick.
bodies your
Whick.
argument.
Wick. No, it doesn't. Wick.
It
In
absolutely
Felix versus
does.
Bar-
Because
Wick,
of the
shut
totality of
up.
circumstances, there is
The
no way a
officer was
reasonable person can
acquitted.
assume
The officer
that
was
good
acquitted.
was a
The
threat to
officer
this
was acquitted.
community.
The
Or a
officer
threat
was
to him.
acquitted. The officer was acquitted.
It doesn't matter.
We're not talking about
talking
that
It
case.
does
about not to
matter.
resolve
It was the
but
worst case, and the
incident
officer was
that-
found to be
again,
reasonable.
Again, you don't understand case law and how it works, nor do you understand precedent.
It was
The precedent that was
applied.
created in this is that they have to engage with the totality of
Yes,
circumstances.
that
And in
same
this
precedent
case-
was no. That
Sure, but
same
in that case,
doctrine
the
was
totality of
used in 2C
circumstances
versus Billiot.
apparently acquitted the officer, but in this case, it would not.
Yes, it would. 2C
It would
versus
not.
Billiot
But
had
it
the
will
same
never go to court.
doctrine.
Because Trump
No,
and
Wick.
his corrupt cronies
Shut up,
would
Casey,
never
I'm
bring
responding
in
to
the
this.
charges
No,
against him,
2C
unfortunately.
versus Billiot used this same exact
You just
doctrine
don't
and said
understand
yes.
the law. And this is
Yeah,
why when you
what's
have
your- Wick, 2C
dumbasses
versus
who've
Billiot.
already decided
2C
before
versus
they looked
Billiot.
up
What's
a
your
single
response?
case law should
Oh
not
my
be
God.
involved in citing
2C
case law.
versus Billiot.
Because we
What is
can
your
look
response?
Okay,
at
I've been
Felix,
listening to you guys
his
all
case,
night. I
we
want an
can
opportunity to
look
speak.
at what
Thank you.
they decided and the precedent that they
2C
set.
versus
And we can look
Billiot.
at the totality
What's
of
your
circumstances
response?
in this incident, and we
What's
can
your
see
response to
that no
2C versus
reasonable person
Billiot?
would consider her a threat to the community.
What's
It's
your
just
response
not
to 2C
possible.
versus Billiot? What's your response to 2C versus Billiot?
It's a reasonable. It's about what a
Different set of
reasonable
2C
person
wasn't, 2C
would
wasn't
assume.
reversing for
Yes.
one.
So in 2C versus Billiot, the wheel was turned all the way to the right. The cop was 25 feet away, and
What
they
had he
still
been
said,
stopped? What had he been stopped for,
still
motherfucker?
said,
What had he been
he had
stopped
been stopped for speeding.
What had he been stopped for?
He was speeding in a
For speeding
stolen
how
car, I
much?
think.
How much was he going? How fast? 100 miles?
Oh, stolen car.
It doesn't matter. They were
In a
talking
stolen car?
about the
Yes, it does,
whether it
because
presented a
it does
danger
matter.
to the
You have totality of
officer.
circumstances. And the fact that you don't understand this shows that you're a fucking
But
midwit
the
who
fleeing
shouldn't be
wasn't
involved
why
in court
the
discussions.
fleeing was not why he was allowed to
Jesus
shoot. It was
Christ,
the danger
you're
to
just
the officer.
Stupid, and you're
You didn't
confidently
read the
stupid, and this is why
case.
you're annoying, because you
Wick,
can look at the
you didn't read
totality
the
of circumstances
case.
where, one, it is clear that she was turning
He
away
wasn't
from him.
shot for
She was not
fleeing.
going at gross speed. She was going about 2 to 3 miles per
2C
hour.
versus Billiot
It's
was also
clear
not going
that she
gross
had no
speed.
intent to hurt him
2C
in her
versus
heart,
Billiot was
based on the
moving at a low
dialogue that they
speed.
had, where he said,
You
and I
haven't read
quote,
the case.
fine, and second quote, I'm not mad
I'm gonna
at
get
you,
alcohol. I'll
dude.
be right back.
But he decided,
good.
because he's trigger happy, to
Was-
blast her in the head for 3 times.
Sorry,
and
in
if he hadn't
2C versus
decided that, no
Billiot,
one
was
would
the
be
car
hurt,
moving at a
no one
high
would be
speed?
dead. And he'll have to live
If
with that for
2C
the
versus-
rest of his fucking life.
If 2C versus Billiot, was he moving at a high speed or a low speed?
Okay, what was he pulled over for?
Sorry. Was he
What
moving
was
at a
he
high
pulled
speed or
over
a
for?
low
I'm going to
speed?
keep asking the question because you won't
Okay.
answer it. What was
So
he
then-
pulled over for?
If the officer didn't shoot in 2C versus Billiot, would anyone be dead?
It's possible because he was going at 100 miles per hour when he was pulled over.
That's
right?
not the justification
And
the
that
court
is
used.
a danger to the community.
Is that why the court said it was reasonable?
It might have been.
Oh, he doesn't know because he didn't read the fucking case. No,
Hey,
they
but
said
it
the
doesn't
officer
matter
still
because
had a
it's different
reasonable fear for threat to
circumstances.
his own
It's a
life.
Set of circumstances.
If we can't apply precedent to different sets of circumstances, precedent doesn't exist.
yes, it does.
Precedent
because
is
you can look at
always
the
applied to different
circumstances.
sets of circumstances. That's
We
why it
can look and
exists.
apply precedent to different circumstances in the same way,
Yup.
but the circumstances can change how the precedent is applied.
So was
You
2C. So
disagree
let's
with
make
that
that.
statement,
Let's
But the
do that
circumstances of
test.
the case will change how precedent is applied. Correct?
Of course. So
Of course.
was 2C in
Excellent.
2C versus
And you
Billiot?
agree with
Was
me
the
that
driver
because
driving
the
at a high speed or a low
circumstances
speed.
this case are different than the cases you are citing, that you can come to the courts can come to a different conclusion than
they can based on how different the circumstances were. So was 2C. Wick, you interrupted me saying yes. So was 2C versus Billiot, was the driver moving at a low speed or a high speed?
Let's go through just the facts here. Just the facts. He got out of the
moving
car,
at a low speed, wheel was turned to the right.
Twice, putting himself in a precarious position where it's
So did the officer in 2C versus Billiot. So did the officer in 2C versus Billiot.
Okay. Again, you can't just go through
Can
one
I
and
talk
say,
yet?
"Oh, they have one thing in common."
I'm just answering your questions because you haven't read the case and I have.
How far away was he from the vehicle when he stopped?
25 feet.
No, in this case, was he 25 feet away?
He was like 3 feet, which is even more dangerous.
Foot away. Okay, different circumstances. You see how this goes?
Even more dangerous circumstances.
Changes the calculations. Okay.
Oh, the car is closer, so he has even less time to respond. Yes,
because
I
there's
agree.
less. Force equals acceleration plus mass. If she has less time to accelerate, he's in less danger.
Again,
obviously,
vehicle
you moron.
That's vehicle kills cannot only be done through high force. Yeah, but you can be pulled under a slow-moving car.
Stupid.
2C versus Billiot had the same miles per hour on the car, the same speed, the same acceleration, and a lower mass. There was less potential momentum from a physics perspective in 2C versus Billiot, you dumb fuck. But you didn't read the case, you fucking idiot! You don't know the case!
Come in here because I've been able to demonstrate how much of a fucking idiot you are.
You've been wrong about everything about 2C versus Billiot, and
as Sandra says.
Well, this is why I can't talk to Jeb, because Jeb is right about everything about the case, and I haven't read it.
I don't think. First of all, there's other case law that goes in the opposite direction.
Like Villanueva,
so Villanueva, Cleveland, that was when the car was about 15 feet away, and several officers perceived the threat and fired. And then they were not acquitted. They were not given immunity, so they were denied immunity. This is Villanueva v. Cleveland, 2020.
Yeah, so they had the similar determination to Starks v. Black, correct? That the officer provided jeopardy or whatever happened in a way that took agency away from the victim.
Well, they said that the officers could have avoided being injured by stepping to the side. That was why they couldn't. That's why they said literally they lacked an objectively reasonable basis for fear of their own safety, they could have simply stepped back or decided to avoid being injured. In any case,
yes.
I know that they're saying that they considered the immediate threat. I know they're saying they admit the immediate threat, but obviously the fact is that that 2C was someone who had previously been speeding, like not even just a few minutes before the interaction. But I think what Wick's saying is that he's arguing on a moral basis, not on just because we have to go by the holy grail of 2C versus Billiot.
You might get away with it.
That's why I've said I agree morally.
Entirely unjustified and unnecessary.
Yeah, and so do you disagree with the moral basis of 2C versus Billiot then?
I might, given it's a different.
But you haven't read the case, so it's
I don't
hard to
know.
huh?
But it doesn't matter. You keep retreating to this position, but it doesn't give you strength in your argument.
I'm not retreating.
We're not arguing about this case.
You confidently said I was wrong about 2C despite never reading it.
Which we can look at and come to different conclusions. Both of these things you have ceded to me already. So your precedent, while informative, it might give us things to look at, does not win you the argument, especially
I'm not
when
saying
there's
it does,
circumstances which
but
are
you went on this crazy diatribe about how everything about 2C versus Billiot I was wrong about, and then you hadn't read it.
Decisions that are made by the officer and by the courts.
You're just repeating yourself. We can tell you're just trying to extend the talking time. I get it.
I continue to be correct in position.
I want to hear Connor's position. He's been waiting to get in since we started this whole
discussion. Go ahead, and then we'll get the new guys in. But fuck
Thank you.
Man.
I would also like to address a Wick and Lonerbox simp in my chat after I do it. So, Zonia, trying to respond to what you said. Yeah, you almost like perfectly described officer caused jeopardy, which once again, it's like a novel concept. It's past 5 or 10 years. It hasn't been fully implemented. It hasn't revolutionized policy. But I do think it's something that law enforcement officers need to consider. And it's something that I saw on the force. I saw a guy antagonize a homeless person on purpose in order to start a fight so he could arrest him. Now, the homeless guy obviously lost his mind and fought the officer, which is bad. But also, if there's an approach that we want our law enforcement officers to take, is it antagonizing people so they commit crimes so they can be arrested? Or do we want cops who actually try to protect and serve the community as, done in best practices, I suppose? Now, the other part that you said, though, which I think is the challenge, is that Bear in mind, I went to a 13-week academy. I did 6 months of field training. I also did like monthly and sometimes quarterly use of force trainings. And what we heard consistently is deadly force, deadly force, deadly force, deadly force. When can you use deadly force? When can you use deadly force? And it was always imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. And when you're talking about seconds and you're talking about inches, the courts almost always side with the cops. And so we can sit on this panel and argue about, well, if he didn't pull his gun and he just kept going to the right, he would have been fine. Or there's no way that he could have known that shooting the driver would have ended the threat. Or, realistically, he put himself in front of the car twice. Therefore, he's the person who started the incident. But the truth is, when a law enforcement officer is conducting lawful operations, even if they violate policy, it's incumbent on the law enforcement officer to act properly, but it's also incumbent upon the detainee to not resist in a violent way. And this gets to, or like a dangerous way, I think is more appropriate, which gets to the thing that I wanted to address with my chatter. My chatter said, lol, you're saying intention doesn't matter? That's crazy. But that's true. Schizophrenics and type 1 diabetics who are experiencing medical emergencies will oftentimes become dangerous to themselves or others to the point that sometimes they will use improvised weapons against themselves or others. And if you have a schizophrenic or if you have a type 1 diabetic, they might be attacking someone with a weapon, including a vehicle that can cause serious threat of death or great bodily harm, and you can use deadly force to stop them. Quick example, before I wrap it up, a type 1 diabetic was using a leash as a whip in order to beat his family and beat law enforcement officers, and he was using the metal side as the tip of the whip. And so he was beating the fuck out of people. Now, luckily, my officers aren't so stupid that they didn't kill that guy. They just tackled him. But I'm just saying, like, intent, especially when it comes to like medical emergencies in which people become like hostile or violent, intent actually does not, like, it's not as important to imminent threat of death or great bodily harm as you guys think it is.
Okay. We want to give
They
the
can't
mic.
really
Out
make
of
assumptions
interest, I
when
just
it
want to,
comes to those heightened situations.
I just wanted to ask a question.
Okay,
I'm
Loner,
just
then I wanna
reading.
get to you
Yeah,
guys in here.
I'm just
Loner, go
because it's like 19 pages. I'm just kind of skimming through Tusi versus Billiot now. You're saying that they say in this case that he that they basically argued that regardless of Tusi's behavior before that, the joyriding at 100 miles an hour or whatever, it still would have been reasonable use of force. Where I just can't see that in the
So
thing.
not that. What I'm saying
Are
is
you
the
asking
fact
me?
that
Yeah, I'm
so-
asking you
no,
where
no,
it
he's
is in the
asking-
case, because it seems to be what they're saying here is that they're saying.
Just real quick, but I've listened to you
I
all
thought he
night.
was
I've
asking me.
done an excellent job, but I want
finish,
to talk.
please.
So real quick, Lonerbox, I can't refer specifically in case law with the case that you're talking about, but I will tell you that part of the academy training was in reference to and we could probably look up the case law for this one. It was a pit maneuver on from a Georgia State Highway patrolman that went to the Supreme Court of the United States that resulted in a quadriplegic outcome for the person who was pitted. And so the intent of the joyrider, the intent of the speeder was probably not homicide or, some like nefarious purpose. It was just to speed. But still, because they were imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to themselves and others, law enforcement was able to do a pit, which was seen as something that might cause death, might cause great injury. And the Supreme Court ruled in favor of law enforcement conducting that move.
Okay, I love you, but that was completely irrelevant. I'm just trying to ask about this specific case. So
no,
Billy,
it's not. You just asked me where does intent come down into the use of.
That's not what I said. No, that's not what I said. He's claiming that in Tusi versus Billiot, they said that the previous behavior of Billiot didn't absent that the cop would have still been justified to fire. But it seems to be like when they're talking about what the officer knew, they are very much stressing. Billiot knew that Tusi had already fled law enforcement once, only minutes earlier, reckless speeds.
Well,
but that's why I'm asking. Yeah. So I'm asking where it is.
It's not just so. Yes, totality of circumstances definitely matters, and it incorporated with this. The idea that the issue was him potentially fleeing was not the problem. They address that, and they say that would also have been sufficient for the officer, but that even just the vehicle being pointed in his direction, regardless of where the wheel is turned, and you can see this in the decision, that vehicle still posed a reasonable danger to the officer. In that circumstance, he also was informed by the potential that the guy could flee, but they even said, independent of that, the vehicle could still pose a danger to him. So the idea that if
that's why I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. That's why what I'm asking is where that bit is, because obviously there is other case law from Cleveland that's different from that. So that's why I'm just asking where that bit is. That's all I'm asking.
I'll have to pull it up and I'll send this snippet to you later. I don't have
you mentioned that specific bit has been referenced in later case law. I think you mentioned that. Yeah, I think you mentioned that at one point when you and I were talking earlier today.
The part that had been referenced in later case law, I believe, was 2C and another case in the case law I looked over. Both agreed there is essentially no legal precedent that tells an officer that they cannot fire in that situation. In two similar situations with a low-speed vehicle driving kind of even in a direction toward a cop, as long as the cop didn't move in front of that car before it started forward, two different cases that I found the courts addressed, there is no legal precedent to tell this officer, and some of them I think are as recent as 2023, that they cannot fire in this circumstance.
Hold on, the precedent.
So the idea that there is precedent.
Is this just because is this just because of district courts or like the Ninth Circuit? Because obviously this case with Cleveland is like the Ninth Circuit, or like is this just because district courts are they just allowed to do things differently then, or what?
No, it wasn't that they said it's only lower court precedent. It was the idea that there was no precedent, and they understand that officers are trained and informed by case law. Like it's not this idea that case law changes training and then training goes to the cops. Cops literally have to look at case law for a lot of their training, and they addressed there is no, on any court level, precedent that tells officers they cannot fire in this circumstance. And so we cannot dictate it unreasonable just by virtue of the fact that we don't think that car really posed a danger. The idea that the car...
So should this not exist then?
2020 hindsight is not allowed. That's Supreme Court precedent. You can't do 2020 hindsight.
Yeah, but so should this not exist then? Should this not exist then? Should this this case that I'm reading right now from, like, maybe I'm reading it wrong, I completely admit that, but like is it state of California?
I'll have to
let him finish.
I'll have to look over that case, but the court
let him cite it.
That was not relevant.
It's saying that because it's saying the civil rights the panel affirmed the district court's order denying qualified immunity to police officers in this action. And they say the panel held that because it found at the summary judgment stage that the car was slow moving and the officers could have simply moved away to avoid injury, their use of deadly force was clearly established as unreasonable as of 1996 by Acosta v. City of Cincinnati and whatever else. Accordingly, the officers were not entitled to qualified immunity. So this is from
so both of these cases were after that. So 2C rejects the idea that the agent created danger by moving toward the front of the car. They held that existing precedent. That's what I'm doing, you dumb fuck.
No, you're
Stop
not.
interrupting people's responses. They also held that existing precedent did not clearly establish. So there must have been something about that court case. I'm not going to pull a Whick and pretend I read it.
Could it be the fact that the guy was a joyrider and that was in the driver's head at the time, and the cop's head at the time?
Well, because they said even independent of that the car still posed a danger. That's why they went into.
Looking for,
If you hit Control F, look up maybe the word arc, because I know part of the reasoning is they talk about how vehicles move in an arc. They don't move straight from where they are to where they're turning.
I saw this bit.
Even independent of that. So they're saying even based on. I don't see that they're.
I don't see even independent. That's the bit I'm missing. I'm trying to. Where the fuck is Control F not working here?
Well, yeah, but if the reasoning for the car being danger, it would say that would suggest that reasoning is independent of his thought. I'm not saying the ruling was 100% independent. Like I said, precedent is going to be applied on different circumstances, but they held that there's no existing precedent that clearly establishes he couldn't get qualified immunity. So there's something about that Cleveland case that you're talking about that told them that it does not inform this case. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, but that's why my guess. So what they're saying here is that
courts have held that.
So the bit with the arc says So what they're saying here is that the wheels, obviously, they're affirming one thing that you're saying, that the wheels were turned to the right does not change the calculus. First, in a very small space, even a car maneuvering to the right poses a serious danger to the person standing in front of it. Cars making turns do not proceed horizontally, they follow an arc. The undisputed evidence establishes that Billiot was standing very close to the front end of Tusi's car when it began to move forward to the right. Indeed, Aaliyah repeatedly faults Billiot for placing himself in the zone of danger. Second, Billiot had no way of knowing whether Tusi would have changed direction or accelerate. Obviously, accelerating is not going to have as much bearing if you're 5 feet away because you can't really accelerate. But as in Tolliver, the reasonable officer in those circumstances would be in fear of being hit by the moving vehicle. Tusi is convinced that her father... Oh yeah, this is Tusi's daughter. Convinced that her father did not intend to hit the officer, was simply trying to evade. Even if we assume the speculation is correct, Billiot had no way of knowing intentions, and then they mentioned, they're elaborating, Billiot had knew that Tusi had already fled law enforcement once, only minutes earlier at reckless speeds. Maybe the bit about independent of that is still there, but that's what I'm not finding.
Yeah, so what I'm saying isn't that the case itself was done in a vacuum of that circumstance. Obviously, it wasn't. What I'm saying is they said even on its own, it doesn't even change the calculus that the wheels were turned to the right.
That's the bit I'm missing. That's the bit I'm missing. So like I'm not because here again.
What I'm saying is if they say his wheels being turned to the right doesn't change the calculus, they didn't say it doesn't change the calculus because the guy had fled earlier. They said it doesn't change the calculus because he doesn't know if they're going to turn the wheel the other way or accelerate.
Even like a dry, even like the driest legal, like how would you ever disconnect that? Because obviously they're trying to say what the cop was thinking at the time, and how are they? It doesn't seem like they're disconnecting the fact that he realized that the guy was a joyrider. I'll just maybe it's here. Maybe it's here. I'll just keep reading.
Combine chemicals, they make a different reaction than if you have one chemical alone or one chemical alone. You have to have both, or else neither has a reaction.
Anyway, so the way they disconnect it is by specifically saying
so you can't address that?
Know. I'm addressing the other debate panelist right now, and then I can address you petulant fucking child. Let me talk to him.
No, notice he can't address the arguments. He can only use.
I just said I will. Shut the fuck up, you child. Good God.
And again, ad hom's not addressing the argument.
I would say they directly disconnect it by saying the because, right? They're saying the wheels being turned to the right doesn't change the calculus, as the officer cannot determine the intent of the driver as to whether they're going to turn the wheel or accelerate. To me, that is making clear the reason why A doesn't matter is because of B. C is relevant to our eventual decision, but that's not why A doesn't change the calculus. We explained why A doesn't change the calculus. A doesn't change the calculus because of B. And then in addition, he also knew of this, which even better supports. They're not necessarily saying that without that, that would have changed the calculus. What they're saying is this is a total case, and we're not going to neglect to mention C. As far as what you're saying,
they are absolutely combining the two, and they're saying that both are necessary.
There's no language in there that combines
look
the
at
two.
The totality of circumstances.
Where do they say that,
Whick? They're looking at and they're using as their reason, their way of determining reasoning. And because both of these ingredients were in the cake,
I'm just
right?
Let him
Therefore, it's easy. Like, you haven't answered a single fucking one of my questions almost all night.
I was about to, but you interrupted me before
you
could
don't
answer yours.
You ramble. You don't actually understand
where
the point
the
I'm trying
decision,
to make, because your IQ is below that of my room's temperature right now.
Holy shit. Where in the 2C decision do they say that C is inexorably tied to the A and B relationship?
They don't say it's inexorably tied, but because
you don't know if they say they're kind of tied, you've never read it.
Yeah, but if no one's ever read it, that's why we're asking you.
What do you think the word totality means?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Does it mean all?
At any point
does
connect
it mean all?
necessarily.
Yes, no, does it mean all?
So
yes. So
Loner,
they are
what I'm
incredibly intrinsically.
Who am I supposed to answer? The first question or the most annoying one?
These things, and you are trying to take out one ingredient and say it applies to all, which it does not.
Okay, so anyway, to answer your question, Lonerbox, because Whick didn't answer. At no point do they say that in order for the rightward turn to not change the calculus, the understanding of his previous flight has to be there. They do mention that as an additional supporting argument for the final verdict. but they do not at any point, even kind of around it, say, in order for that rightward turn to not be a part of the calculus, he has to have known that. They specifically explain why the rightward turn was not part of the calculus, and it's because he does not know the intent of the driver as to whether or not they're going to accelerate or turn.
Yeah, but
I think that's a pretty good faith interpretation of this.
That's just the bit I'm not saying. That's the bit I'm not seeing, right? Because like obviously accompanying the idea of the car like making the turn and the right turn not changing the calculus, within the same paragraph they're saying that there's the fear of him accelerating towards him, and obviously that's being. And then the next 2 pages are talking about similar cases of joyriders going at 100 miles an hour, but then even after they've stopped, them trying to escape again, even at a slow pace, suggests they're going to go and endanger the community, and that's what is in his head. But then like the bit after that, they go on to the case with Stark. So that's I'm just not seeing the even absent the context.
Starks
like
is
just
really good one.
but I just don't see them saying that like independent of that. I'm not seeing that like being stated categorically anywhere.
Yeah. So Starks, the reason why they bring up Starks is because in Starks, I don't believe the person was a previous joyrider. He had just stolen a cab, but he hadn't driven recklessly. I don't believe in Starks. I might be wrong, but in Starks v. Black, did he drive recklessly prior?
No,
I'm
because
pretty
that's
sure
what I haven't read Starks v. Black.
car.
I'm just reading about it now from here.
Sorry. And I don't want to put you on again. I don't want to make it like you haven't read it and so I win. But my understanding of Starks, I did a reference doc, so they're not direct quotes. But he had a stolen cab. He was parked in a Taco Bell parking lot. He had not fled prior. The cops approached him. He locked the doors and said, I'm not fucking messing around. And then he drove forward. Black jumped in front of his car and then killed. And then the 3 officers fired. Black was found like not to be immune. I don't remember what the inevitable consequence was, but he was found not to be immune specifically because he jumped while the car was moving. But they said, despite the fact that he had not, they had no prior flight to reference. They said if he jumped in front of the car and then the car moved forward, all 3 officers would be fully justified in shooting, even though they were not informed by a prior flight, because even though it was at a low speed, it was at a close proximity, and they were in front of the car. The only point of issue was the officer created final jeopardy, essentially, in the sense that he created jeopardy in a way where the driver couldn't stop the car.
So again, that's then bring up. That's why with this case here, Starks is being invoked by the person trying to sue the cop, right? By the daughter. Because she's bringing that to say that the officer put himself in harm's way because he got out of his car, right?
Yeah, and I'm saying, but then they're saying that didn't find that convincing was because of what I just mentioned.
Well, it's also because they're saying her contention is missing an important word that distinguishes Starks from this case. Starks hints only that an officer may not step into the path of a moving vehicle and then justify the use of deadly force by claiming to be threatened by the use of the car as a deadly weapon. In this instance, Billy exited his car to stand before a stationary vehicle.
But notice how they didn't mention. Notice how they didn't mention that the issue was the prior flight, and that Starks didn't include a prior flight. What they mentioned was just that he created his own jeopardy. They didn't say, well, Starks hadn't fled, and so it wasn't justified. That was not what they mentioned was the issue with Starks. It was just the fact that he jumped in front of the car while it was already moving.
So what happened with Starks was did the cops get immunity or not?
No, they didn't.
Why not? If there was
because he jumped in front of the car while the car was already moving.
Okay, and I
forward,
guess
specifically.
Okay.
I can read the quote.
There's not really any case law with reversing cars.
No, it's tough, but let me touch on that. So fuck. I had the quote.
No,
basically,
indeed. Let's let some of the other people get it.
I mean, unless he assumed the car was going to reverse off the road because it was. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he thought the car was going to reverse off the road because he was definitely walking in front of the car when it was
in here. I want to get Magtard in here, and Reshi as well. Sure. So, Aaron, what do you got? You're muted, buddy. You missed your. Okay, there he is. Great.
Yes, sorry. Yes, sorry about that. I was just making sure I wasn't hot micing. So I get where Jeb is going for here, especially trying to do a really quick overlook on the case laws. I see the point that he's getting at. I think ultimately this is a Jeopardy situation where the officer mostly put himself in harm's way by trying to box off a vehicle with his own body. But I think ultimately the shooter is justified since he can't fully gauge out the driver's intent in that moment, like in that split second moment. It's just going to be way too hard to figure that out. And that's where it may just end up with the courts deciding that the shooting was justified. It's like, even if we may say, like, yeah, in the end, we might feel this is morally unjustified, where, and especially in the macro of he shouldn't have put himself in that situation where he could have been in harm's way or any danger. In the micro of just the split second, you have a moving vehicle that may be headed towards you. You are in the path. You might be in danger. The courts may just rule in his favor.
Okay, Magtard, what do you got?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that the officer. Well, I think that the officer. We don't know if he's going to be if he's legally responsible. We haven't seen the investigation yet, so it's good that we have all this case law. But in the end of the day, it's going to come down to what the investigation proves or doesn't prove, or whether or not the fact that the state of Minneapolis or the state of Minnesota get the chance to actually conduct an investigation that isn't hindered by the Trump administration. I kind of wish Connor had stayed because I think that we could have had a discussion about the climate that was put into there by the president, forcing ICE to go there and act in the way that it has been acting over the past couple of months. I think that led to a lot of distrust from the general public about ICE in general, and I think that this officer's actions were overly aggressive for very little reason, and I think that ultimately, morally, he's responsible for the shooting. Legally, I can't take a determination on that because, again, I'm not an investigator. I'm not a lawyer. I haven't seen any investigation. But morally, he's 100% culpable. And
We
factually,
definitely had that conversation earlier.
Well, anyway, we're having a conversation now. But yeah, no, he is a murderer. I'll say it right now because he shot her unnecessarily.
Very cool.
Based. I want to hear from Kafkaesque and Esquire, and I want to hear from Powder Dusty. So go ahead, please.
Hey, hi everybody. I'm sorry, Jeb. I came into this debate a little bit late, and I heard you were referencing 2C. I'm going to say right now I haven't read that case. I just want to ask you about it real quick.
Yeah.
In 2C, is that a case regarding civil or criminal liability?
I believe it's I believe it's civil. It's regarding qualified immunity, but the main point of issue is reasonable use of force, which would be the same point of issue in a criminal evaluation. So while it was about civil, it's making the same evaluation that a criminal one would.
Okay.
Which
and
is
then
reasonable use of force.
What reasonable use of force definition is it using? Is it using the Minnesota one or is it using a federal one?
It's an app. I think it's 2C was a federal agent, and I believe this was federal. It was 7th Circuit. Oh, so maybe not. I don't know 100%.
Okay, because there's I would recommend you read a case called State v. Knorr. It's out of 2021 out of Minnesota, and it just stayed in the state courts. And it's not about a federal agent, and it's not about a car hitting, or like avoiding a car hitting. It's about a cop just using unauthorized use of deadly force. And the analysis there, and also the statute that's there, is a bit different, I think, than what you're looking at in 2C. I haven't read 2C, so I need to see exactly what the word is there. But the Minnesota one seems to be a little bit more limited in that it seems to have a much narrower authorization of deadly force, and a deviation from policy can be pretty damning when it comes to determining unauthorized use of deadly force. So in the State v. Knorr, the reason I'm bringing it up is more from a procedural angle. I am an attorney, by the way. Is that in that one, they relied heavily on expert testimony regarding the actual use of unauthorized deadly force and the training that the person would receive. I don't know if y'all have talked about the training that ICE has received. I'm not fully aware of it. I know there's a discussion around the DHS policy, things like that. And I think there's some stuff that's been coming out recently. I haven't seen things verified about the kind kind of truncated training that ICE officers are receiving. We don't know what this guy's received, but if they were able to put up in a Minnesota court expert witness testimony saying, look, the way that he did these things leading up to the shooting and for the shooting itself were not within the training, and we're not within a reasonable officer's training, it is possible that they could convict him on a third-degree murder in Minnesota. So
two things to touch on. So 2C, I can confirm now, it was a federal definition of objectively reasonable. Regarding Minnesota's, I looked at theirs, and one of the ways that it can be found objectively reasonable in isolation of procedure, there are two that I think this is actually sufficient for, and I looked at the Minnesota specific law. One is if they're obviously in reasonable fear for their life, and then 4 different conditions are met. And all 4 of those conditions were met in this, and none of them involve police policy. They're all kind of the same conditions you see in the federal application of objectively reasonable force. The second is if they, and this one I almost disagree with and told Loner I wasn't making an argument based on, but if we're going into Minnesota's specific law, it becomes relevant. The second is if the officer reasonably believes the person is fleeing after being suspected of committing a felony. If the officer believes his life was in danger, resisting arrest in a way that threatens someone's life in Minnesota is a felony. And so on 2 different levels that are both sufficient independently, he used reasonable force in Minnesota.
The disagreement here is, did she threaten his life? And I think that's where we disagree.
Did he? No. Did he believe that she threatened his life?
Yeah, I don't think he had a reasonable belief to. I thought he had
and that's where
reasonable
the other case law
evidence, right? Reasonable evidence to see that it was not a threat to his life. But yeah, I want to.
So
that's where other case law comes in.
So within the Minnesota statute regarding the authorized use of deadly force, well, it is an officer's reasonable belief of the officer being harmed. You know, that is an element that is one of multiple. One of which is that it's that the harm must be addressed through the use of deadly force without unreasonable delay.
Yep.
I think that the issue that we're having here, and that sounds like in this debate, is that the word "must" is the kind of the crux of that specific line, right? Is it would he have had to? Would he have to have used deadly force there?
Yeah.
And how the Minnesota courts have reviewed that is a bit tighter and is a bit more difficult than a federal one.
Sure, but
that's where I'm coming in with Nor, because like in Nor, the man, like, just to give you like an example, and it's different facts, but like just to give you the example, a man thought he saw a woman going for a gun to shoot his partner, right? So, you know, he thought a reasonable person could look at that and say, hey, that person's reaching for a gun and going to shoot my partner. But in the totality of the circumstances, they saw here are these other things that came in. And, you know, part of that is, you know, is recklessness. And I think that's something that I don't know if I've heard you guys talk about. If y'all did, I'm sorry I didn't hear it. But recklessness is a really big part of the determination of these kinds of this kind of unauthorized use of deadly force. And when it comes to murder 3. And so whenever you're looking at the officer's behavior and his recklessness in here, right? Because I think there's been discussion of like what his intent is, what her intent is. I think we can talk about her intent. And, you know, I think the question really is she... Well, 1 second. I think there's the question there is not did she intend to kill him? I think is she being so reckless that he needed to stop her from doing what she's doing? And then his intent, not necessarily is he intending to kill her, is he knowingly being reckless? Is he recklessly acting such that her death could result from it, right? And I think in her case, it's hard to see the recklessness that could lead to his, because whenever I watch the video, and I could be wrong, this could be my subjective belief, it looks like she's being distracted by the officer on the side, talking to that person, and is pulling away from him, and maybe doesn't even know that guy is there. She saw that guy walk behind her car that shot her. I don't know if she saw him come back around. Maybe she did. I don't know.
When she backed up, she was looking right at him.
Okay, maybe so. But then she's being distracted by this other officer to her side who's talking at her and grabbing her window. So she could be looking at him thinking maybe that guy's already moved on. Okay. But what I don't see from her is her acting recklessly in a way that's like, oh my God, she's going to kill somebody. Right.
Yeah,
maybe that is what resulted, but that's not what I see in her intent. I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done. I would like to finish. I will let you respond. I promise.
It's been a lot of different points, so I'm trying to touch on some of them.
That's fine. And the last one, when I look at his behavior, I see some recklessness in there. I don't know if it necessarily rises to the level of going to kill somebody, right, or going to result in someone dying, but he is going outside of his policy in a reckless way, not only for himself, but for potentially other people. Okay, you can address the points that I brought up.
Okay, so I mean, kind of the reason why I wanted to address them piece by piece is because there's a lot. One, so all of these end up, I won't even really nitpick. Basically, all of your points rely on the same deliberation, which is, did he have a reasonable fear for his life? Because if he had a reasonable fear for his life, that obviously makes the decision for, was she acting so recklessly she was putting people in danger? It settles that. Because if he believes that he was in danger, then the answer is yes, necessarily. So what I'm saying is, when they make that determination, that is not, they don't only look to state courts. No state only looks to state courts when determining objective reasonableness in that regard. They all use precedent. So sure, if this gets elevated to a circuit court, they technically aren't bound to the Seventh Circuit precedent. It is persuasive precedent, and if there's not other precedent, they are supposed to use it. But generally, the federal precedent is still precedent for the objective reasonableness as it relates to his fear, his objectively reasonable fear for his own life. And
if he was charged federally,
no. Even being charged, it's simply the legal concept. I don't see where you're getting that if he's being charged by the state, they just get to ignore higher courts' views on objectively reasonable fear for safety.
Federal courts aren't higher than state courts. That's not how that works.
The appellate courts are.
Of Minnesota.
Yeah, but
not of federal courts.
Sure. So the Seventh Circuit is still an appellate court, though.
Of federal courts, not of state courts.
Precedence.
A state court does not have to follow.
The state court should just
does not have to follow what an appellate court of the federal circuit says. They often do. They can choose to, but that's not technically controlling there.
Okay,
and
sure.
Often,
so do you think
these
should
courts
ignore it?
If you go and read Knorr, they are referring almost entirely to Minnesota state courts and Minnesota appellate courts and the Minnesota Supreme Court. I'm not saying they can't. I'm saying that they. I think that they should go by whatever their precedent is. If the state courts are able to determine that what they need to do to get through a case without looking to federal courts, they should do that, in my opinion, unless there's a novel reason or better reason to use those federal determinations. Whenever the Minnesota courts do it, they generally stick with their own definitions, their own analysis to find ways to do it, because murder 3 isn't a federal crime. As far as I understand it, the U.S. government, federal government, does not have a murder 3 charge. Minnesota, in a somewhat unique way, does. That's why, that was a part of the Chauvin trial, where Derek Chauvin trial, where he had these kind of different kinds of murder that maybe people aren't really familiar with. And murder 3 is kind of it's a reckless. It's a form of where you're acting almost recklessly.
Yeah, I get the procedural argument. Are you saying, though, let's actually, I'm going to ask you to actually make an argument, because every time I bring up case law, I preface it with, I morally and factually agree with this. Are you saying that you don't morally or factually agree with the objective reasonableness standard used by the circuit courts, by the appellate courts? And that states should morally disregard it?
I don't know. This is a weird question. What do you mean by morally? The states aren't required to follow. If the state has its own definition if the state has its own standard, it should use its own standard. If you think that this man should be charged in a federal court, you can make that argument, and then we can talk about that. I'm arguing he should be charged in a state court.
I just said I understand the procedural argument. Every time I brought up case law, someone here has said, yeah, but morals, and I have confirmed to them, I morally and factually agree with the case law here. I am asking you, I understand the procedural argument in the same way that Whick and Loner and Nonsmoker and everyone else understood my procedural argument. I'm asking you, do you think the morally right thing to do, do you think the morally right objective reasonableness standard is Minnesota's, or do you think the morally correct one is the federal one?
I mean, I'm not sure. I don't know if I would place moral weight on either one. I think they're both moral. I don't have.
Well, then if you wouldn't, if they're equal, then I would just say it would be wrong to use the Minnesota one, and you should use the federal one. If you're not going to make an argument and we can't deliberate,
you know what the Minnesota one is?
I don't need to make a moral argument to say which one is I should use.
Stop. Jebtan, do you know what the Minnesota standard is?
Did you not just listen to Kafka? Yeah, he said there's an additional condition where you
what
look
is
at the
that?
reckless actions, the potential reckless actions of both the victim and of the officer in the case. And he is arguing that in cases where you
No, I'm
don't
asking
see
you
an
if you know what
obviously,
the reasonable standard in
I'm
Minnesota
telling you
is
yes
for this.
because I'm explaining what
Okay, then
Kafka
can
just
you
explained to
please
me it
explain the
is.
reasonable standard to us?
That's
in
what I'm
Minnesota?
doing. Like,
you're
what
not.
are you? Holy shit.
You haven't done that.
Kafka, am
Hold on,
I
does anyone
explaining
here
exactly how
understand
you've
what he
explained it
just
to
said
me?
to be the Minnesota's reasonable standard law?
You didn't let me finish.
No, you're just talking about how no one lets you finish, and then you're going on about how no one lets you finish, and then no one lets you
Kafka, am I
finish. But hey, no one
crazy
lets
or
you
was I
finish.
repeating what you said?
Oh
I
my
think
god,
you
no one
were-
lets you finish.
Oh, Magtard. Now you're not letting me finish.
Well, I didn't see you
but-
start. Sorry.
That's okay. I think that you were giving a summation of my argument that kind of incorporated the deadly force in there. I think that the argument's kind of a little bit bigger than just the definition of deadly force that you were giving just now. But I mean, it's fine. I don't think there's a moral deliberation here about which definition to use. I think you need to make a moral argument for why you should use one or the other. The moral argument would be the procedural argument. You should follow the procedure.
I can give
of
a
the
moral
court.
argument as to why you would use one or the other. That's kind of the
Okay.
point I'm trying to make. But Whick was trying to derail it.
Sorry.
What
I
I'm
realized
saying
that's
is, like, if you think they're neutral, I'll make the moral argument. I morally and factually agree with the idea that if an officer has an objectively reasonable fear, considering things like the perception reaction gap and totality of circumstances, as every single circuit court used, even when the fifth wasn't, every single other one did, and all of the case law I've referenced did. I think that's a perfectly good standard to use to protect officers from cases like this, is that they have the objectively reasonable fear for their life, as applied by the federal courts.
Sure.
No,
Let's
just for the record, I'm liking. For the record,
I would like to respond real quick to your moral
What's the
argument.
record? What's the record, Lonerbox?
Well, just for the record, I'm as for case law, I'm kind of liking this case where they say you're safer to move out of the way of the car rather than to shoot at the driver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's what I like, is we actually got to have that deliberation. Is the reason I think that's not the case is because I factually and morally agree with Tusi that since he can't determine that the intent of the driver is to glue that wheel to the right in that split second, he has no obligation to surrender his safety in that way, because even if he stepped to his right, her left, he could, if she whipped her wheel to the left from the moment she hit the gas when he pulled the gun out, she still could have run him over.
No, that's physical. That's impossible.
I didn't actually know that you kind of have to
move forward.
Wait, did I imagine this, or did Connor say earlier that you kind of have to stand still a little bit to draw your gun for a second because of the way your leg is or where your thigh is?
I mean, if you're drawing it with the intention that you might need to immediately fire, yeah.
Okay, that just makes it so much worse for me. It's like you've got a decision: keep moving away from the car, or get your gun out and hope the gun does a better job of saving you against the giant fucking car.
But the issue is when you're moving out of the way, you're essentially in that moment surrendering your safety to the driver, because you're assuming they will continue with the wheel pointed exactly where it is. Pulling the gun protects you in the case that they decide to correct the course of the car to forward or to the left.
Do you understand that? Well, that makes the 15, 20 feet thing actually more in my favor then, because that's actually true if a car is a bit further away. But when you're when you're at the corner of the car, once you're at the side of it, what's you going to do? Do a fucking donut and spin and kick you with the back of the car?
The issue is he didn't draw the gun when the car was past him. He drew the gun the moment it started moving forward, even the moment before it started moving forward. From that point, she absolutely could have turned it to the left and run right over him.
He's in front of the corner of the car, so it's like it's an extra step versus bang.
Well, he's in front of the corner of the car because it's increasing the angle to the right. If she moved the wheel to the left and continued moving even an inch forward, he would have been in front of the middle of the car, and then maybe even the right corner of the car. Like, she very easily could have turned it.
So she does like 3 spins of the wheel, but then he's got like, in the time it takes him to do a step, you can do another 3 spins back.
Do you know what you need to do to straighten out a car? When you do 3 turns of the wheel, you let go of the wheel, and it turns straight.
That would have been a very impressive sleight of hand. All right, no disrespect. I'm just going to the bathroom.
It's not sleight. You let go.
I'm just going to the bathroom. I'm sorry. I'm fucking pissing myself.
It wouldn't turn that fast.
But
go ahead. I want to hear from the new guys, Dusty and CS.
Sure.
The cop surrendered safety when he by stepping in front of the car. That was a challenge, right? Cops may not have a ton of training, but they all know that you don't get to shoot unless you have reasonable fear for yourself. So
Sure.
by putting himself right in front of the car of a woman who's not complying, that was a challenge, basically.
Okay, yeah, I don't agree, and no case law agrees, but sure.
The other thing is, what were they doing enforcing traffic laws anyways? ICE is not supposed to be enforcing traffic laws.
They weren't enforcing traffic laws. They thought she was obstructing their operation, and they're fully in their legal right to detain someone.
There
who's
were
doing
other
that.
cars that went around her. They could have gone around her.
Sure, they argued she was selectively, and again, you have no right to flee even in illegal detention. But even so, she was
Even in
waving through
illegal
cars that
detention.
weren't ICE's. Yes, you have no right to flee in illegal. That's what Connor explained earlier. You can beat the rap, you can't beat the ride. You have to comply in the moment, and then you can win your money and your recompense after the fact. You don't get to flee, and this is why.
They had stepped outside of their jurisdiction. They chose to enforce traffic law on a woman that they could have gone around like everybody else was.
According to 0 people, was ICE trying to enforce traffic law that day.
Well, what were they doing?
They thought she was obstructing her operation. She had apparently been, according to Connor, she had been moving in and out of lanes of traffic that ICE was trying to move through in order to perform an operation down the street in order to obstruct. According to her own wife, they came to both observe and obstruct the officers, apparently. So these are all facts that went undisputed earlier in the debate. So unless someone wants to suddenly disagree with them now...
I don't know about earlier. I just got here, like I said. But I'm disputing them now. I think that I saw several cars go around her with no issue. Maybe I'm missing part of it, but
sure. I mean, at the point that they tell her to get out of the car, right? She is being given a lawful order of detention, and you do not have the right to flee, even an illegal one. And again, this isn't just a legal argument. I morally and factually agree with this, because if you do give that right, then you give the right to an individual to decide whether or not they believe that they're being illegally detained, and then you open a can of worms where a lot of things get super dangerous and squirrely. And that's the reason why the legal tradition does not protect your legal right to flee. You get your recompense after the fact, because we generally see American prisons as a safe and fair place to exist.
Wait, what?
Not to mention,
like you're not going to die in prison before you get your recompense.
Not just to mention Pennsylvania versus Mims. The moment you're given the lawful order to step out of the vehicle by a law enforcement officer, you are by law obligated to step out.
Right. Yeah. I'm not saying that she wasn't wrong for some things, but when you have cops, and maybe I may be wrong. Maybe she was moving back and forth just to block them. I didn't see it, but from what it looked like to me, they were choosing to enforce something, and that this was an ego enforcement. They were mad because she wasn't cooperating, and so they were going to get her. And then and it further illustrates that by the guy choosing to walk in front and stand in front of the vehicle, which is just obviously bad.
Yeah. And we totally have agreed with the fact that it wasn't the best procedure in terms of them walking in front of the vehicle. With the detention part, I don't think it was an ego thing. I think there's a lot of good reasons to detain somebody. We also need to acknowledge that detention is a lot less of an impediment on your liberty than an arrest, right? A detention is inherently temporary. They did not say you're under arrest.
They're the same thing functionally, aren't they?
No. Because an arrest is you are getting taken to a police station. You are going to go to jail at least until you bail out and you get your arraignment and all that stuff. A detention can be as quick as 10 seconds. And so they have the right to detain someone, because if you have someone actively, or you perceive as actively obstructing you here, you're doing an op down the line. There's a lot of potential exigencies of you moving down the line, trying to perform that operation, and then you know there's someone who is trying to obstruct you not far away. I totally understand having someone detained so that they cannot further obstruct the operation as you continue to try to do your job.
So how is it justifiable for the cop to go in front of the car?
Mm-hmm. So I don't think it's the best procedure. The reason why it's justifiable is because throughout multiple case law, in terms of relative to the shooting, it says that essentially as long as the final decision was made by not the officer, it doesn't strip his justification for shooting. So I guess I wonder your definition of justified. I don't think it was a good idea, but does it strip him of any future potential justification for a use of force? I don't think so, and the courts also don't think.
And this is a question just for you as a person, not a legal question.
Yep.
You think, how would you justify ethically his actions, and how are his actions just a challenge to the driver.
Do you want best case or like most likely case? In my
Either
eyes.
one. Yeah, either one.
So the best case from his point of view, and I think this isn't far from the most likely, the best case from his point of view is, I don't think this woman's violent. I think she's just some white chick fucking protesting.
Carelessness.
I think if she sees someone in front of her car, she's going to realize, okay, there's no getting out of this situation. It's a bad strategic move, but morally, I don't think it's unjustified. And I think it signals that he didn't see her as a threat or want to kill her initially. Most likely case, it looked like the video that I saw of the phone started from the back of the car, and he just sort of slowly rotates around the car. I genuinely just think his path of trying to film this interaction was he was going to start filming from the side, and then he was going to work his way around to where his buddy was detaining the woman to make sure that if she tried to cry out illegal detention, he had video evidence of that not being the case.
You think that if he had not walked in front of the car, there would have been anything in this scenario that came close to warranting deadly force?
I think potentially. So if he didn't, so the way Connor and I both think they should have behaved is essentially you have car here, officer detaining her here. He should have stood about here so that he could point his firearm at the driver while not pointing it at the opposing officer, but that puts him here. If she still attempted to flee and she had to turn up the road to the right, she still kind of would have been pointing the car toward him.
What had
and
she
it still
done?
could have potentially been lethal force.
Yeah, what had
situation.
she done? Like, even if he was never in front of the vehicle, what had she done that would justify them pulling their firearms to point at her?
Kind of what I just explained. So if he has to stand here in order to train the gun on her, because the detention...
Why does he have to train a gun on her?
Because generally, when someone is equipped with a deadly weapon, so even sitting in a car, cops will at least have one lethal weapon pointed at them.
I've been pulled over lots of times. No one's ever pointed a gun at me.
Yeah, I mean, traffic stops are a little bit different than someone actively obstructing an ICE operation. But if he didn't point his gun, the same rule applies, right? You're still going to position yourself wherein if you did need to apply lethal force, you're not aiming right at your partner. So the best possible thing for him to do, even if you don't think it's point a gun, he's still stepping right about here. And if he's stepping right about here, and she decides to flee up the road that is only open this direction, she's still going to have to drive and turn toward him, which then would probably have caused him to pull out his weapon and may have ended in the same exact circumstance. Like, this didn't happen in a vacuum of space. There's a road where she can only go one way, and even the best place for him to stand would have been the direction she ended up driving anyway. And I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but there's still a circumstance and a not unlikely one where lethal force would have been applied anyway.
I mean,
and if not, explain to me exactly.
Go ahead. I want to hear from. I want to hear from C here. Go ahead, please.
Hi, guys. I have a bit of a tangent, if that's okay. It's somewhat related.
Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So earlier there was like a dono asking Connor about the Second Amendment, and he was saying that like you shouldn't worry about that unless like Donald Trump's going to get a third term. I guess my question would be, how do we feel about if Donald Trump puts ICE at voting booths in the 2026 midterms? How should we be interacting with ICE in this case? They just ask us like, "Hey, what's your ID?" You say no, you're going to get detained. There's a bunch of people losing their ability to vote.
So that's the thing, right? It's like, if ICE is standing at voting booths, I think you can perform some civil disobedience, whatever you want. But no, you definitely don't get to bring a gun and fire at ICE. If ICE is using that as an excuse to mass detain American citizens until the time in which they cannot vote and thereby robbing a bunch of people of their votes, I still don't think it's a bona fide excuse, but it's certainly a better one. And I would lean toward that being a bona fide excuse, because I think what Connor was getting at with his answer was, once Trump is starting to do things that can never be reversed, once someone's vote has been stolen, they can never. No, if they just are standing there, the only person that they're implicitly threatening are non-citizens. If they do what you said and then continue to detain people until the voting period is over and they permanently steal a vote in an election, I told you, yeah, I would lean toward that being a justification for sure. But if they're just sitting there, the only people they implicitly threaten are non-citizens who can't vote anyway.
Okay, I want to take this moment. I did get some other super chats, and I'll feel bad if I don't read them. So here we go. $5. Please
Screen
tell
is
Connor to
too
stop being
big
a
for
pussy
Silk
and say
Song.
the R word with his chest. I can't because this donor won't accept it, but he's being one. Okay. $10 from Doobie. A moving car is a deadly weapon in any context. Why does lawful detention matter? Why can't we do the same to cars coming in my general direction?
Because you don't have the right to impede their movement.
But
So
if they're
the
coming
only
at
reason,
me, do I not have the right to self-defense?
I mean, if they're coming at you in a way where that is illegitimate, where you have the legitimate
But
right to be
I
where you
think
are,
I-
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so if you in the same
The
standard,
parking lot.
right? Yeah, so if I'm in a parking lot and somebody just is pointing at me with their car and they just hit the gas looking at me walking right in front of them, I absolutely have the right to self-defense there.
If you were in a parking lot and another driver made that same motion, like out of a parking spot, and you shot her in the head, you would be in trouble.
No, almost
You're
certainly
getting
you would
away
have
with
the right to
that.
self-defense there.
Probably go to jail,
Almost
bro.
certainly.
Okay,
I
$5
just
from
don't-
Audacity to say, Jeb, how dare you argue the only evidence available? What the fuck, bro? Thank you for the
Thank you.
$5. $20 from Will from Texas. I support Jebtan's movement to stop platforming Destiny. Sorry, no matter what money we get, that's not going to be the determination on whether I platform someone. Also, protesters were able to get out of the way of the Marxist MEK terrorist U-Haul yesterday, so the ICE agent could have moved last week. Go Texans. Thank you for the $20. And gang, if you do want to beat Destiny's total, you're about 300 away. So if you want to meet it, you're about 400 away if you want to beat it. So just FYI. $10 from Dirty Deeds. Still love you, Whick, but this entire conversation is cancer. I hope you don't get cancer. $5, I should say, for Zephyr Hash. Is there an argument that the ICE officer can get away if he wasn't trained? Doesn't it incentivize the admin to not train new recruits for deniability? I don't know.
No, the argument that he couldn't get away wasn't about training. It was literally just about proximity to the vehicle, and that there is no way to guarantee that they're not a threat just by stepping from the moment that he makes the force determination, because from the moment that she hits the gas, if she cranked the wheel to the left from the moment she hit the gas, he would have been a pancake on the ground.
Well, 1 second on that. Whenever you're doing a reasonable officer standard, objectively reasonable officer standard, you're looking at the totality of the circumstances. So you can't just you can't take like any slice of it and say this is where we're going to do the analysis, right? We have to look at the totality of the circumstances.
I'm looking at the totality of the circumstances. So did 2C versus Billiot. So did Starks versus Black that agree with me. They both looked at the totality of circumstances because only the Fifth Circuit wasn't doing that. And it's very clear that if you can't determine the intent of a driver and you're that close to a vehicle, that it's not that you're only using that slice of time. It's that slice of time still ultimately matters. And the fact that the force determination was made at that point in time and he couldn't determine, we are not allowed to view this with the 2020 benefit of hindsight. We have to view it from the perspective of the officer. From the perspective of the officer, the moment she hit the gas, there was absolutely an opportunity for her to turn it left and hit him. From the moment a couple seconds after she hit the gas, or a second and a half after she hit the gas, that may not have been the case. But he pulls that gun out, went right before she hits the gas. So from the moment he has his gun pointed at her, she could absolutely have turned the wheel over or even let go of the wheel, and he would have been a pancake.
Wait, what about her actions? Why would a reasonable officer believe that she was going to turn the wheel to hit him? I don't understand where you're.
That's not the standard that 2C versus Billiot establishes. It establishes you can't determine their intent at all.
Hold on.
You don't
But
need to
no, hold
believe
on.
she's
No,
going to
that's
do
not
that.
true.
Okay.
That's not true. In the
yeah,
2C
her
Didn't read the
decision,
case.
they
Stop.
mention, again, the prior circumstances of the actions of the person pulled over beforehand. But
And
you
they
keep leaving that
also
out for a reason
also-
that we can only infer, but we can all probably guess.
No, Whick, because that's not relevant to what he's asking.
It,
Like,
it
not every
absolutely
case.
is relevant to
Oh
the
my
totality
God.
of circumstances. It's directly relevant to the question he
That's
just asked
not
you.
what I'm responding to. I'm responding to how he asked, how could they determine she had the intent to turn into him?
Non-responsive
2C
to
versus
what he's
Billiot.
asking.
Holy shit. 2C versus Billiot says you don't have to have evidence that they're going to turn into you. It's just that you can't be expected to assume they won't, and you don't have the obligation to surrender your safety to their whims.
I still need to see that in
Hold
the
on
case
a
law, by
second.
the way, because I can't see it.
Yeah, one second on that.
Yeah,
too.
You read it. They don't.
It's not
you
there.
Just
That's fine.
you
One
read
second.
it. It is there.
I
You
wanna-
dumb fuck, Wick. You haven't read the case
No, it's
ever.
not.
It
Quote
literally
it.
says
Quote it then,
he has
motherfucker.
no way
If
of
it's there,
determining
quote
whether
it.
she
I'll
is
put it up
going
on
to
screen.
accelerate.
I'll put it up on
Lonerbox,
stream. Show us the clip where it says what you said.
Did you or did you not read the phrase wherein they say
Show
he
us
has
the
no
clip.
way of
You
determining
can
whether she is
screenshot it.
going
We'll
to
put
turn
it
the
on
wheel
screen,
or
or even
accelerate?
screen it yourself.
Yeah, but in
That's
the
all you
same
have to do.
paragraph, they say
don't
he
wanna-
knew that this
so I
person had
can
been
hear you on the
joyriding
mic for a
minutes
second.
earlier at 100 miles an hour. So it's like, yeah, fuck.
No, I get it. And I'm not, again, I am not saying that didn't matter to that case. What I'm
You
saying is when he
are.
asks,
That's your
how
entire
do they,
argument.
oh my God, I'm just gonna, so I can keep going. When he asks, how do they know she is going to turn the wheel? What I'm saying is they don't have to know. Nowhere in 2C verse Billiot do they say they have to know she's going to turn the wheel. They just say he cannot determine whether or not she is going to turn the wheel or accelerate. If you can find a part of 2C verse Billiot that necessarily says that only matters if they were fleeing before, which most of the decision
I don't
hints
have to
against,
find that. The
then
burden and
I
onus
will
is on you to
absolutely
find where
accept it.
his
But until
previous
then,
action
there is
does
no
not
evidence that
matter.
it
That's the
is
onus that you have
necessarily
to
the
do
case
that you have yet
that
to
they
meet.
have to have had a prior flight for it to
Okay.
matter
Yeah.
that they can't determine the driver's intent. Otherwise, you have
Hold
to give me
on.
that evidence.
Jeb, can I ask you a question, a clarifying question?
It's
Yeah.
actually, I'm sorry. I was actually going on a line of questioning. I really wanted to ask one follow up. I'll let you take it over if that's okay.
Sure.
Just to it, because again, when I watched it before I came on the stream, just to make sure I understood, looking at the video of that he was taking himself, it seems like things were going on there where there were facts within that situation where a person a reasonable officer could determine her intent. All right. That's the thing to me. Is like, I didn't look at that and say there's no way to determine her intent. She could have provided intent that was like, you could incorrectly maybe, right? Like say, oh, she doesn't intend to hit me, and then he gets hit. I guess that's true. But it seemed like it was very clear. You could hear her say, I'm turning, I'm going to pull out over here or something along those lines. And then her hands are moving that way and she's talking. So
Hold on.
you could say that he wasn't able to perfectly do so, but it seems like you could have found a way to find her intent there. A reasonable officer could have.
Hold on. Necessary to my response would be a video of her audibly saying, I am going to turn over here and not hit you. Because that would change my calculus. That would change my calculus, but I never heard that in the clips.
So I thought that was what she said whenever she, like in the clip of her doing did that the camera or one of the clips was her. I thought
she said, "I'm not mad at you" as he rotated around the back of the car,
Yeah,
but she did not. She did not.
Apparently, in
state, I'm
Jeb's
going to
man,
just drive over here.
she snapped and changed her mind and decided to plow.
Well, no, what I'm saying,
I could be wrong. I'm not saying this is
initially-
100% sure. I'm saying that like I'm still trying to figure out all the facts of it too. So I thought that someone had said that I'd heard her say like I'm pulling out over here. Maybe I heard her say something wrong there. That's totally fair.
No, that
but
never
even
happened,
still, even
from
if someone
my
says
knowledge.
I'm not mad at you, this could still be part of an analysis to determine someone's intent.
It can.
Do you disagree?
I just wish people would listen to my arguments before arguing with them. I said I believe the ICE officer didn't think she was trying to run him over until she hit the gas while he was in front of the car. I think his analysis fundamentally flipped once he was in front of her car and she hit the gas. Hold on.
But why your argument doesn't work?
Oh,
he
knew I was gonna make it. Oh my God,
Great.
I'm
you
so
I'm
done.
Okay,
Oh my goodness.
great. So why your analysis?
Wait,
why
he
your
didn't mute me
analysis does
for you
not
guys, so I'm
work
just gonna say it.
is because he
Anyway,
also had information
when she
that
hits the
showed
gas and he's in front of it, I
definitively
think
that he was not in any danger because she was not
he is
coming out.
looking at a
That
car
evidence
facing right
is
at
her
him
turning the wheel
that he
not just
thinks
once, not just
wouldn't
twice,
ever
not
try
just
to hit
thrice,
him,
but
and a
4
reasonable
times
person who's
away from
not
him,
trying to
and you
hit
still
him
haven't
would
answered this
just not
question.
hit the
When he
gas
turns the
until he
wheel
is
to the
clear of
right,
the vehicle.
what
He's actively
does one
moving to the
reasonably
left.
expect? What
So if
direction
my
does one
number one
reasonably
goal is to
expect
not
the
hit an
car to go
officer
in?
and flee,
Okay, I'm
going to
unmuting
wait
you. Go
until
ahead.
that officer fully moves to the left, and then I'm going to flee. But someone who is fully not intending to hit an officer would wait and not hit the gas. Once she hits the gas while he's still in front, he can no longer work under the illusion that she has the ultimate goal not to drive with the car in
Before
front of
he
her car.
pulled his gun out and before he fired, she was in the process of
Sorry,
turning
what are you
her
saying?
car to the right. And that is
Okay,
undeniable
again,
fact.
again, it just doesn't matter because once he's in
saw
front of the car and she hits the gas, yeah, it doesn't matter. 2C versus Billy, it says it doesn't matter. So it's
Okay,
like
that's not what it says.
You don't know that. You never read it. You dumb fucking retard.
Then show
You've
us.
not seen it. It said The wheels being turned to the right is not part of the calculus. He cannot intend the intent of the driver
Because
as to whether or not they're going to accelerate or
connected
turn
to that,
the wheel.
like the necessary
It
ingredient in
doesn't
the
say
cake
because.
is that
It
he
doesn't
also
say
was pulled over
because.
for
It never
recklessly
says
endangering people
because.
around him.
Jeb,
It
Jeb,
never
hang
says
on.
just to be
because.
clear as well, in
It
the
never says because. It never inexorably ties the two that you're trying to inexorably tie.
To be
You're
clear,
making
though,
affirmative claims they're inexorably
It is
tied.
understood
It
that they're looking
never
at the
says
totality
that
of
in the
circumstances, which necessarily
case.
ties up together.
It does not necessarily tie
It
them together.
does.
People put things in court cases all the time that aren't inexorably tied together. Kavanaugh went on a whole diatribe in Barnes versus Felix about things that aren't inexorably tied to the decision. Sometimes you mention something in a decision, and if you want it to be inexorably tied, you say because or as a result. It never once does that to these 2 points of fact.
Because it's understood in the
doesn't
text.
even
If you could
fucking
read
give
beyond a
it.
fourth grade
Show
level,
me
you would
how.
understand that these
Show
things are
me
necessarily
how.
connected.
Show me how. What word do they
I
use
am
to inexorably connect
actually
them?
showing you how. It's because
What
they are
word
going
do they
through the
use?
totality of circumstances, and then they list those
Oh my
circumstances,
God.
meaning
What
that
word?
under all these
Cite it.
circumstances
I
put
gave you a
together, it
quote.
necessarily means that
Quote
he
it.
had, again,
Quote
reasonable cause to draw his gun and use lethal force, right?
Quote it.
But
What
without
word did they
one
use?
of those
What word did they
being
use that
missing,
inexorably
their
tied it?
calculus changes.
What word did they use that inexorably
Guys, I think
tied
I can
those
bridge the
two?
gap here.
Okay, bridge the gap for me.
All right. So if we look at this,
You're just wrong.
All
You
right.
keep getting bodied
What
on this
word did
again
they
and
use,
again.
you dumb fuck? What word did they use to inexorably tie the two? Just say it. Just
It's
say it. It's so
understood
easy.
as the
It's not understood
totality
unless they use a
of
word
the
to do it.
circumstances.
Oh my God. It's understood by me because it helps my
They
argument.
have to
If you
understand
can't give
that
me,
there is a
okay, so I
reasonable
can hear myself. If
means
you
to
can't
fear
give me
that
a
this
word that
person
inexorably
would
ties
run
the
me
two,
over or
argument
hurt
is
other
done, and I will
people.
not give any credit to that argument. I'm sorry. Unless you can give me a citation that ties
Wrong.
them,
It's
I
just
will
so
not
hard.
accept
Like
it.
it's like I'm arguing 2 plus 2 is
Jeb.
4, and you're like, it's 5, it's 5, it's 5.
Sorry.
Motherfucker, show me where it's 4. It's
Show
5.
me the 2
and
plus 2.
It's really hard to
Cite
deal
where
with
they
this.
tie them, and I will agree with it. Otherwise, it's done. There's just we're
Okay,
circling.
whatever.
Jeb, I might
Go
be able to
ahead,
help you out here.
bridge the gap, brother.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So if we look at this through the lens of Graham v. Connor, does the intent of either the officer or the subject matter?
Hold on. Let me look up Graham v. Connor. I got to look up the details.
So basically what I'm getting at is if I'm reading Graham versus Connor correctly, the intent doesn't matter either on the officer's part or the subject's part. And so when we look at the totality of the circumstances, we have to look if the fact from the totality of the circumstances contributes to either somebody's intent or the reasonableness of the force used.
Sure. And thereby?
Well, I think that would, if you guys could sort that out, if we could sort it out, what does Graham versus Connor say regarding intent? Then you guys could figure out whether whatever fact pattern you're going over with that other case, whether one piece of fact in the totality of the circumstances that Whick is pointing out can be attributed to the driver's intent or the reasonableness of the force. Because if what Whick is saying is his previous actions is tied to the driver's intent, well, if we look at it through a Graham versus Connor lens, it doesn't matter.
Sure. I would agree. And Starks versus Black supports that, right? The idea that there was no prior reckless action or flight from Starks did not change the calculus for that court that was informed by Graham v. Connor, because they said just the fact that the car was moving forward and the cop was in front of it was enough for the cop to have the reasonable fear for his life. The only issue with that case was the cop decided to jump in front of the car after it was already moving, but they specifically went out of their way to say
the person
the
in
court
Stark a
and the
criminal?
plaintiff agree. Holy shit,
Was
he cannot be
the
The
person
court
in Stark
and the
this
plaintiff
matters, like
agree
who they are
that
and why
if
the
he
reasons are
had
being
not
pulled
jumped
over
out
and
before
what
the
they
car
did
started moving and
puts
instead
into
had
the
jumped
calculus of
out or
what
after it
might
and
a
instead had
person
jumped out
do
before
in this
it,
situation.
then they would all have been justified to shoot. And I'm making a
It's
great
like,
point, which
let me
is why
let me
Whick
try
is
to
still
explain it this
talking,
way.
and
If
that's
we
why
have,
I
I
muted him.
don't give a shit. I'll just mute you. Okay. So if we understand that different people, because of their past actions, can be expected to perhaps, under certain circumstances, reasonably take other actions, and I can easily demonstrate this to you. If I know someone who has voted Republican all their life, they voted for Trump 3 times, I can reasonably expect, bar any other information, that without any other information, it's a reasonable guess that later on they will vote Republican. When we have a criminal who's being pulled over, who's done criminal action, we can reasonably expect them to do criminal action later. When we have a soccer mom, right, who has, again, engaged, and we can hear the conversation saying things like, fine, I'm not mad at you, bro. It's all right. It's all good. And then we can look at her, again, turning the wheel away from him, not just once, not just twice, not just 3 times, but 4 times, right? We can reasonably infer that he was in no real danger, and he should have known that. And his lack of training and his trigger-happy behavior caused him to lash out and shoot her when it was unnecessary to do so. That's my argument.
Yeah, so no 2020 hindsight, and
I'm not going from anything 2020 hindsight.
You just
I'm
said
going
we could
exactly
reasonably.
from as
Okay,
he
I'm
was
gonna mute
going
you
on
because you
the
won't let me
ground
talk.
and watching.
Okay. Anyway, so the intent, I agree that prior to her moving forward with him in front of the car, that he had the understanding that she probably wasn't going to try to hit him. Unfortunately, when you're in front of someone's car and then they hit the gas, you can only assume one thing, which is that they are at least willing to hit you. It's not that hard of a thing to let go through,
again,
Wick. You don't have to interrupt
I've been in
every
that
time.
situation
Cowardly
in front of a car
fuck.
when they've moved forward, and I've
Is
gotten
once
brushed
again
even.
Were you
resorting
lawfully
to
detaining them?
I
retweeting
never
history
knew.
speech shit.
I never
Were you detaining
suspected
them?
this person was going to hit
Well,
Were
me.
you
well,
detaining?
real-
Were you
real quick.
detaining them? Did they have
Insinuating.
no right to move in the
Real quick,
circumstances?
real quick.
Insinuating.
Real quick, Wick.
No,
Can
hold
you
on,
100
Wick. Were you detaining them? Did they have no
No,
right
of
to
course
move at
not.
all? Oh, so there were other reasons why they would have moved other than
Hey.
fleeing you through your body. Weird.
Sure, but again,
There is
she
no
was
other
not a
reason in this
criminal.
circumstance.
She had no criminal history that they knew
By
of.
doing
There
it
was
in a way
no
that endangers the officer, she
expectation
is a
of
criminal at that
danger.
point.
He endangered
She is
himself.
actively resisting
He did
detainment. She is
endanger
resisting.
himself.
She was a criminal at the point that she tried to flee. She
That's
was
not
actively
true.
resisting a
She was not a
detention. Yes,
convicted
she
He was
was.
criminal,
innocent until
and
proven guilty.
Resisting
Still.
detention. Resisting detention.
Innocent until
Okay,
proven guilty. She has due process
Tolliver.
still.
Oh no, hold on. Tolliver also wasn't a convicted criminal when it happened. All the things they were talking about in Tolliver that went toward that case were things that hadn't been convicted yet. It was reckless driving that had happened while the officer was looking. So obviously, you can put in your mind crimes that have not been convicted yet as they were doing. She was actively resisting arrest at the time. And then she resisted an arrest in a way that threatened the life of an officer, or at least the safety
It did
of an
not threaten
officer,
his life,
which is a
and he had
felony.
reason to believe it would not threaten his life because of the
According
actions
to
she's taking,
several
but she
bits
could
of
clearly
case law,
see.
she threatened
You
the
keep
life.
lying about the circumstances, and we can
I'm
see
not
it on
lying
video.
about the circumstance. According to 2C versus Billiot, Starks versus Black,
Bro,
Settle
this
versus
isn't
Collier,
2C
Barnes
versus Billiot,
Felix.
bitch.
It doesn't
This
matter.
is
You can
good
you can
versus
carry forth
whatever
the
the fuck
president.
his name was. Different
Okay.
circumstances.
Yes, so we can't use
Also,
precedents for any
what
new
to be clear,
circumstances?
one thing they say about 2C versus Billiot, which is maybe why it's different from the Cleveland case, is that they're saying that because there's 20 odd feet of distance, that that the cop can't know whether this person is going to change direction or accelerate, i.e., accelerate from their slow speed. But I guess in the case where the car is like right there in front of him and he's only at an angle,
Well,
then it doesn't. The car literally can't
2C
change direction that quickly or
Yes, there was
2C
no
versus Billiot.
accelerate to a point that
Okay,
he's going
so
to.
denies
Wick is
the
saying yes.
possibility
He's
of
never read the case. So
But that's
2C
why
versus
there were
Billiot-
cops who were not
No,
given
no.
qualified immunity when a car was
2C
moving
hold on.
slowly to them in a
2C ver-
3-point turn from 15
Let
feet
me
in
ex-
Cleveland. So,
Let me
yeah.
explain the detail. 2C versus Billiot started at 20 to 25 feet away. He then ran closer to the front of the car, and that final low-speed turn happened while he was in close proximity, which is why the 2C versus Billiot decision discusses low-speed, close proximity. And it's also why the created danger doesn't really matter, because 2C versus Billiot actually rejected the idea that by running from 20 to 25 feet away of the front of the car up to close proximity to the front of the car created the danger, because they said at any point Tolliver could have eliminated that danger by not moving forward in the car. And the same thing applies here. It's the same thing as what is it? Settle versus Collier. They had justification to shoot a guy just for putting his truck in gear because
What had he
it
done
is
beforehand?
What do you mean? What had he done beforehand?
What was he pulled over for?
He had
What
only
were they
fled.
suspecting
None
him
of these
doing
people had
for?
ever tried to attack someone with a vehicle. Not one
Okay,
of them.
so hold on, that's not true. One person was acting recklessly endangering
saying
people
it was
by going
okay
100
if
miles
they
per
fled.
hour. So whether he was intended to or not, he was using a moving vehicle in a way that absolutely was a direct threat to the community.
Here's the issue. Settle versus Collier, the vehicle wasn't even moving. He put it in gear.
See, you understand how that's not responsive to a fucking thing I said?
No, it is responsive, because what I'm saying is
that is entirely missing the point.
Wait, no, wait. Wick, stop, wait, please. Wick.
Can be dangerous.
I can't trust you.
Stop me, Lonerbox.
I can't trust you guys to talk over each other. Okay, look. So absent the case law, do you believe that morally that putting a car in gear can be enough reason for a cop to feel like he's in danger?
Yeah, in some cases for sure.
Okay. I haven't had a proper engagement with this question then. If the car's reversing, is that not a good reason to just get out of the way? Move to the side of the car?
Well, the car reversed and pointed closer to him. So did you want him to move closer? Because here's the issue in his circumstance, and please don't interrupt me so I can explain this. He had two directions he could move. If he moved toward the back of the car where he was coming from, he was actually moving more in the direction the car was turning. If he moved the direction he actually moved, he was moving away from where the car was turning. No matter what way the officer moved, I'm going to have fucking Lonerbox and Whick arguing to me that he moved in the path of the car because the car was turning one way and moving the other way. No matter what way he moved, or if he stayed in place, he was going to end up in the path of where that car was or where it was going.
That would be a much more convincing argument if he hadn't stopped a good second before
we explained why he stopped, which was why at that point he needs control of the situation, and he doesn't get control of the situation by moving out of the way, because if she turns the wheel, she just moves where he is moving, and he has to pull the gun anyway.
No, the car's it's just not moving that fast. It is like, you're telling me this guy couldn't just move to the side of the car. The fact that it's reversing and he's moving in that direction means he's closer to the left corner of the car. Means he's closer to the left side of the car.
That fast, as you guys mentioned, the fact that it's not moving that fast is why it's still a danger to him, because the fact that it's moving not that fast means she could still turn the wheel over and get to where he would have to be moving to. I don't know if you guys watched how fast that car went from pointed this way to pointed this way, but it happens really quickly. Like, come on, can we treat officers like humans just one fucking time?
Because I am human and I know what reaction times are. I know he had plenty of time to get out of the fucking way.
Yeah.
He didn't. It was like 2 seconds.
We're treating him like a human and holding him responsible for the dangerous situation that he created.
Yes.
I'm looking right now.
They're not fucking NPCs.
He absolutely created it. I'm looking right here.
It's also demonstrated by the fact that he's like casually pacing with his phone in his hand, and he stops to pull his gun out, and he still gets out of the way. So obviously he had time to get out of the way.
Dusty, would it have been a dangerous situation if she never hit the gas pedal?
Yes, probably it would have still. She was surrounded by cops with hands on guns, and then he stepped in front of the car.
Dangerous for him.
He stepped in front of the car.
Sure. How would it have been dangerous for him if she never hit the gas pedal?
He has the obligation to exercise some self-preservation and not create and not manufacture a deadly situation so that he can use deadly force.
And I'm not trying to preempt anything. Just answer the
in
question.
Fact, just let me put it out just real quick.
She never hit the gas.
Just let me put this out real quick.
I'm
He
going to
put
wait until this is answered to say
the community in more danger. Because we saw the result of him shooting him,
I'm going to wait until my question's answered so that we can
into a parked car and then hit a pole. If someone was in that parked car,
I have to respond to fucking 8 people's points. So I'm going to sometimes
jeopardize the people around him.
But Whick also doesn't care for the debate panel. So,
real quick,
would it have been a dangerous situation for the officer if the gas pedal was never pressed down?
Okay, he's not going to address any of my points, gang. He's not going to.
Okay. Well, then, if we're not going to address that fundamental question, then I'm going to bow out. It is past halftime in this game. But if we can't address even that she had a part in making the dangerous situation,
no, we already engaged.
So I love you guys. I enjoy it. I don't care about retarded. It's immaterial. But I
would go, guys. Take care.
Infractions.
They should not have. Okay, that was plenty. That's plenty. Oh shit. Sleepy boy. Subscribe, you fucking assholes. I mean, sorry.